lahko govorijo v slovenščini. So, I will switch to English right now, and I have a really short introductory role, and my role is to welcome you. So welcome everybody. So I know that the folks will be coming throughout the day. The program is long. We have a break, a coffee break, and then a lunch. Coffee break is at 10:15, and lunch is at 1. First of all, I would just like to show this slide. Being, the moderator, also the organizer of the event, and also a physicist by education, I just wanted to point out that there is a very peculiar thing about where the cells are in the scale of things. So on one side, we have the Planck scale. On the other side, we have the size of the universe, and the size of the cell is exactly in the middle of the logarithmic scale of this, which for me, when I found that out, was amazing. So this is perhaps a discussion point for later, not to be continued now here on the floor. Next slide. Cells are good, but interactions are better. So the idea of this design that we used is that we see cells, but we also see interactions between them. So creating an ecosystem means that you come together and you interact. It's not enough that you are here, you need to bond somehow. So we are talking about human connections. And the amazing thing about ecosystems, which I've been running for a long time, mostly in digital health, is that they surprise you. And interactions should surprise you, like of course, when you are love-struck, you can't say it was not a surprise, because if it isn't a surprise, then is it love? I would especially like to thank all the supporters and sponsors. We will have more time for them during the breaks. We will also show some videos, so I will not read them out now, but thank you very much. Thank you for all also team members who helped bring this together, not just this, but the whole week. There is a week of activities with our Cuban delegation. So this is the program. I don't intend to read this out, and I will give the floor to our most honorable Maja Tomanić-Vidović from the Slovene Enterprise Fund. So Maja, I welcome you to the floor. And the mic is coming right now.
Thank you, Gregor, for this introduction. So on behalf of the Slovene Enterprise Fund and also on behalf of the Ministry for the Economy and Technology Transfer, I would like to welcome all of you at this COBIK BioPharm International Conference, especially our distinguished guests and our available speakers, colleagues from ministries, research institutes, faculties from business sector, and of course our colleagues from abroad, especially colleagues from United Nations Organization for Industry Development, and of course a group of our appreciated colleagues from BioPharm from Cuba. So welcome here in Slovenia. I believe this week will be very successful and valuable for all of us. So it's very nice to see many of important experts from the biotech sector on one place. Why? Because we are living in very difficult time, in time of increasing global instability, where we must all learn to thrive in the storm. While the world is still struggling with the COVID-19 pandemics, other global crises have emerged, and in such uncertain times, it is important to come together. Experts, doctors, businessmen, investors, and policymakers, and act as a well-connected ecosystem. And ecosystem thrive where friendship grow. So I believe this day will be really very tight day and very connected day, where all these groups of people will start to cooperate even on a faster and maybe more connected level. Biopharmacy and the medicine sector present huge priorities for our future and potential window for our global international cooperation. Right, this experience from the COVID crisis has demonstrated that health-related issues have a global nature and require a global solutions. Also solutions together with digital transformation, which should be involved also in all biotech sector. Also the European Commission, and we are the part of the European Commission, devotes a lot of intention and allocates a lot of resources for biotechnology sector in the future. Just Horizon Europe and inside this program, especially the health priority, amounts 8 billion euro. The specific program EU for Health is worth 5.3 billion euro. It's a lot of money, and this money has to be focused on real priorities, on sustainable development solutions also in biotech, biopharmacy sector, which will have a positive effects on our society as a whole. Therefore, particularly the biopharmaceutical and medicine sector are under a unique pressure to adapt to the rapidly changing circumstances, where the transfer of know-how, expertise, and very important rule also, the transfer of good projects is very important for the future. There is a growing need for effective and inclusive coordination and cooperation, and of course, at the end also for coordinated solutions. If we want to spend all this money, or if we want to use this money available, all EU member states and non-EU member states should work together. But not only the policy makers, especially important are cooperation among European and non-European research institutions, universities, and investors. Therefore, one of the Slovenian government strategic goal is to increase the share of export generated outside the European Union, but not only by business, normal business cooperation, but mostly by international development cooperation created from high-tech innovative companies together with other research institutions, knowledge institutions, and policymakers. In the frame of this goal, Slovene Enterprise Fund, as a national financial institution, also participate in a different joint development projects for technology transfer and know-how. And right in light of this, Slovene Enterprise Fund, together with the Ministry for Economic Development and Technology and United Nations Industrial Development Organization, has started also an important project fostering Slovenian-Cuban innovation cluster for biopharma and medical sector. And this project should present also the possibility how to start interregional cooperation, facilitating knowledge sharing and technology transfer from and to participant countries, and can be replicated to other regions and other countries. And we believe this conference will help strengthening relations among more international and Slovenian biotech and biopharmaceutical ecosystem. Of course, we strongly believe that this cooperation will not end here today, but will continue and expand in the form of also already existing visual cluster, which are going on right now, together with the Cuban delegation. But of course, that this cluster will expand in really international cluster in that region, and will present a good practice how all international community can work together. So at the end, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to invited speakers, experts, and participants who have taken the precious time to be here, and wish you the fruitful event and enjoy this conference. Thank you.
Ms. Toman-Žividović, thank you very much. Now I invite Mr. Alejandro Rivera Rojas. I'm not sure about my pronunciation.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be back in Ljubljana for this special COBIK BioPharm 2022 International Conference, which addresses the biopharma innovation ecosystem in an international context. UNIDO has long recognized that the health industry plays a critical role in improving the quality of life and economic development in many countries, especially considering the COVID-19 pandemic and the post-COVID recovery. At UNIDO, we are revamping our strategy framework for the health-responsive industrial development, considering current challenges, member states' priorities, and relevant stakeholders' approaches and mechanisms to cover product areas such as essential medicines, vaccines, personal protective equipment, and natural medicines, whilst also addressing cross-cutting issues, including environmental health, implications of industrial activities, but also digitalization and gender equality. Multiple UNIDO projects are currently active in the health industry. For instance, our initiative to foster an Slovenian-Cuban innovation cluster in the biopharma, medical, and nanotechnology industries with the invaluable support of the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of Slovenia and the Slovenia Enterprise Fund. In addition, UNIDO is assisting small and medium-sized enterprises and manufacturers in countries like Gabon, Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, and other parts in the region, in the world, to produce high-quality personal protective equipment and medical products for COVID-19 control, with the aim of serving both domestic and regional markets in order to prepare for future pandemics and global emergencies in developing regions like Africa. UNIDO is also working to improve industrial readiness in the healthcare sector. Today, clusters are widely recognized as instruments for a strategic regional economic development. On the short term, a cluster can be utilized to address abrupt economic crises, such as COVID-19, that require immediate support for pressing issues. Long term, a cluster can also provide an integrated strategic and will collective efficiencies and member complementarities to address the transformation of a region with success. UNIDO have extensive experience in cluster development and business network. For over 20 years, UNIDO has successfully implemented numerous technical assistance programs in Latin America, Africa, Asia, Eastern Europe, in the areas of cluster, consortium, partnership. UNIDO has guided SMEs through the grouping processes, helping them to join marketing strategies and implementing collective business upgrading and quality improvement projects to boost competitiveness. The Slovenia-Cuba Innovation Cluster. Coming back to this project, UNIDO has the pleasure of implementing a pilot to develop this unique cluster via a multi-stakeholder partnership approach, promoting capacity building and the adoption of 4 industrial revolution technologies and innovative business models. Together, with the support of the partners from Slovenia and Cuba, we have accomplished several notable achievements. We have improved institutional and entrepreneurial capacities, identified working groups and project portfolios, formulated the cluster model, and assessed the cluster viability. It is now ready for the next stage. Going forward, UNIDO will continue to support the development of this cluster with an emphasis on operationalization and internationalization. The cluster can benefit from UNIDO's technical tools and international network by integrating into the new UNIDO Health Industry Framework, exposing itself to international partners, and promoting its companies and projects within UNIDO Investment Promotion Digital Platform, among other things. Distinguished delegates, I wish to highlight UNIDO's new motto, boosted by our new Director General, progress by innovation, which encourage that governments, businesses, and society at large think outside of the box. This project, Innovation Cluster in the Biopharma and Medical Sector, is well aligned with the UNIDO's new motto. Finally, I thank you again for having me today at this COBIK conference, and the organizers for the great agenda they have put in place, together with the Cuban music that we heard at the beginning. I look forward for a fruitful discussion today. Thank you very much.
So, Tatjana Mlakar, welcome.
Lepo pozdravljeni vsi skupaj na današnji konferenci, lepo dobrodošli tudi vsi, ki prihajate iz tujine v našo prelepo Slovenijo, torej vsi skupaj dobrodošli na Zavodu za zdravstveno zavarovanje Slovenije v tej lepi Jakopičevi dvorani. Verjamem, da bo vaše druženje prispevek k učinkovitejšem delu na področju tudi rabe zdravil v Sloveniji, zaradi tega pa mogoče tudi kot izhodišče za vaše nadaljnje delo bi želela izpostaviti nekaj finančnih podatkov in morda tudi nekaj statističnih podatkov. Zavod za zdravstveno zavarovanje Slovenije torej krije med drugim tudi stroške izdatke za zdravila kot pravico iz obveznega zdravstvenega zavarovanja. V letošnjem letu smo iz stroškov obveznega zdravstvenega zavarovanja za stroške zdravil predpisanih na recept načrtovali okrog 430 milijonov evrov, v 8 mesecih smo porabili že več kot 300 milijonov evrov. Za primerjavo v letu 2016 smo za stroške izdanih zdravil na recept porabili 292 milijonov evrov. Vendar to niso edini stroški, ki jih namenjamo za zdravljenje z zdravili. Zato bom s primerom iz leta 2021 izpostavila še nekaj ostalih podatkov. Torej v letu 2021, v lanskem letu, smo za stroške zdravil predpisanih na recept porabili 413 milijonov evrov, poleg tega še dodatnih skoraj 200 tistih stroškov, ki so bili predpisani na beli recept. Torej skupaj na beli in zeleni recept smo porabili skupaj 613 milijonov evrov. Še dodatnih več kot 140 milijonov evrov smo namenili za stroške zdravil v bolnišnični obravnavi. Vsako leto posebno skrb namenjamo tudi razvrščanju novih bioloških in dragih zdravil. Ta dosegajo že tako rekoč 40% skupne vrednosti izdatkov. V letu 2022 bo ta znesek okrog 230 milijonov evrov. Za primerjavo naj izpostavim, da smo 10 let nazaj tej skupini zdravil namenili 96 milijonov evrov. Vsako leto uvrstimo na listo za ambulantno predpisovanje kar nekaj novih zdravil, v lanskem letu 26 in 7 za bolnišnično predpisovanje. In morda še nekaj takšnih bolj statističnih podatkov, glede na to, da Slovenija oskrbuje z zdravili približno 2 milijona zavarovanih oseb. Naj povem, da je bilo v lanskem letu predpisanih skoraj 18 milijonov receptov za zdravila, da je posamezni prebivalec, zavarovanec prejel v povprečju 8,4 recepta in 18,4 pakiran na posamezno zavarovano osebo. Število zavarovanih oseb z predpisanim vsaj enim zdravilom je v lanskem letu doseglo skoraj 1,5 milijona naših prebivalcev in prejeli smo tudi v lanskem letu 2020 vlog zavarovanih oseb za kritje izdatkov po izjemnem postopku za tako imenovana nerazvrščena zdravila, le 3% teh smo zavrnili. Izdatkov za obvezno in dodatno zavarovanje na zavarovano osebo je bilo v lanskem letu 287 evrov. Veste tudi, da Zavod za zdravstveno zavarovanje podpisuje krovne dogovore s farmacevtskimi družbami, 20 takih krovnih imamo, za nje pa vsako leto podpisujemo še nove dogovore, s katerimi želimo obvladovati stroške, izdatke za zdravila. V lanskem letu smo jih podpisali 115 novih dogovorov in 68 aneksov. Morda ni odveč, da izpostavim tudi našo skupno skrb. Mislim, da se je prav, da se skupaj zavedamo, da je predpisovanje zdravil in polifarmakoterapija, ki je tako zelo izpostavljena med zavarovanimi osebami v Sloveniji, morda naša skupna družbena odgovornost, s katero lahko prispevamo k bolj zdravemu življenju, kljub vsemu, da se zavedamo, da so zdravila tista ključna, ki temu zdravemu življenju nedvomno prispevajo. Zavod za zdravstveno zavarovanje se z tako imenovanim kliničnim farmacevtom in ostalimi aktivnostmi trudi pri obvladovanju škodnih vplivov na porabo zdravil in verjamem, da bo to tudi ena od izhodišč vašega današnjega srečanja. Želim vam uspešno delo, lepo in dobro počutje v Zavodu za zdravstveno zavarovanje Slovenije. Hvala.
Hvala and thank you very much. I would invite Mateja Urlep to join me on stage, but just a little notice, Mojca Bencina and Jure Vindischer, please go to the technical desk to get the mic. Okay? Mateja, I guess we will start with the presentation and then we will sit down. I will bring 2 chairs up front and I guess the presentation. Okay, this is your presentation, and I will wait for you here.
So good morning from my side as well. Gregor has given me a challenge with the birthplace of biosimilars, and I've taken the challenge since I'm well known as the mother of biosimilars globally. So I'm Slovenian, so this is really the birthplace of biosimilars. Let me just give you a brief introduction into this story here that started in the late 90s with the development activities in Slovenia and at that time culminated with the, let's say, infrastructure which led to this little site very close to the airport. In 2 years' time, we have built the first facility for cell culture biopharmaceuticals. And it took 20 years then for biopharmaceuticals to conquer the whole site. So today, this is the major biotech site for Novartis, actually, and Sandoz. In 2004, the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Dr. Janez Drnovšek, came to the opening ceremony for this facility, which is really the first biosimilar cell culture facility where the first cell culture biosimilar was launched from. And it's still supplied to global markets. Let me just have a diversion into Slovenian language to say the words of the President of the Republic, Dr. Drnovšek, at that time, 20 years ago, almost. Za Lek je danes pomemben dan in hkrati je to pomemben dan tudi za slovensko gospodarstvo. Odpiranje obrata visoke tehnologije pomeni korak v prihodnost. Korak v tisto gospodarstvo, ki ga moramo vzpostavljati. Gre za gospodarstvo, ki temelji na znanju, visoko kvalitetnih kadrih, na proizvodnji, ki daje visoko dodano vrednost na posameznega delavca. Takšna je perspektiva najbolj razvitih držav. Če si v Sloveniji želimo postavljati ob bok razvitim državam tudi v prihodnje, potem si želimo, da bi bilo dogodkov, kot je današnje odpiranje lekovega obrata biofarmacevtike, še več. Those words are extremely actual today. Still, 20 years into the future, our president really had a foresight of what's coming in the pharmaceutical industry. And just to give you this perspective, this is the first biosimilar EPO launched globally, and this is the facility that produces that EPO. Now today, again, let me just emphasize that 20 years of the visionary leadership led from 18 employees in 2002 to almost 1,000 employees on the site, and to Slovenian Manufacturing Facility of the Year. So this is really a long path, and it was really a leap of faith to some extent, because obviously at the time when the facility was built, there was none of the regulatory environment in Europe nor in the US to support such, let's say, industrial endeavor. We were developing the guidelines in Europe. The first, let's say, words that were put into the Pharma Review 2001 opened the door for the legal frame, which was put in place in 2005 in Europe. And the teams that were led by Lek in Slovenia and by Sandoz then later in Slovenia and Austria were really rudimental to this major change in legal and regulatory environment. And the first global biosimilars to be launched were in 2006 Omnitrop. This is a growth hormone produced in microbial fermentation. And the first, as I've said, cell culture biosimilar approved and launched is Binocrit EPO, which was launched in 2007. In 2008, US has started the statutory discussions within the Obamacare bill. And I was present at the Congressional Budget Office hearing to support the idea of biosimilars to become part of the legal and regulatory frame also in the US. It took another 2 years to get to the place where biosimilars were legally possible in the US. And it took another 5 years for the US to embrace the first biosimilar approved through this 351(k) pathway. Today, even today, the US is lagging behind. It's not only because of the regulatory environment, it's also because of the patent environment. And today we see that in Europe we have 86 approved biosimilars, whereas in the US 38. And I have to say that Alejandro really made me look back. It is a multi-stakeholder environment, and it is an innovation in the industry. So really those words resonated with me very well.
Okay, thank you very much. So Mattea, it's a big honor and pleasure. We go back a few years when I was introduced to you, and you made a really big impression on me at that time, and you still do. So I am subjective in this discussion that we have. But certainly what stuck with me was that if you want to change something in a system that is used to certain pathways, you need a leader who will blaze the trail. What is the right word? Exactly. So it has to be somebody who will be the first, and then people follow. I think that's a very hard job. I'm seeing it in some other areas, not in comparison to you. You know, you are a big example for all of us. But what does it take for a leader to go forward, in your personal experience?
Well, I think you have to have a courage. And courage, it's not just to be brave, to have the heart as well in the matter. So you have to be invested, not just engaged. Meaning that obviously you have to have, you have to be brave, but you also have to have a vision, and you have to have humility. You have to be socially conscious, right? We know that some leaders are not very good leaders, right? They are bad leaders. So it takes all that, and it takes basically, you have to know that when things go wrong, it's your head. When things go right, it's your team that delivers. You can't deliver all of that. You have to have a good team. And it's, really to stand for your team and to give them the backing all way through. There's no sideways. It's you.
Good. But again, it's one person is not enough. So what happens with the team? What are the challenges that happen there? What is the dynamics in your experience?
Well, I think, the team will follow if they feel that, they are comfortable with the leader, if they know that they are not exposed unnecessarily, and if they know that they are doing a good thing. So the leader also has to communicate all the time. That's leadership. It's communication with people. And they need to know where they go. They need to know the pathway. They need to know what the obstacles are. And they need to be all the time with the leader, right? So in light, not in darkness, right?
All right. Let's stay with the darkness a little bit. So what was the hardest in your experience?
Well, the hardest in my experience was basically, I've got a family, right?
Yep.
And they paid the price.
All right.
So it's my children who paid the price, because I was, on the international stage fighting the battles with everybody, taking, the hits for my team, and I could not as well deliver at home.
Yeah, but I guess one of the things that drives a person forward, in spite of these detrimental things that happen and which are very hard to take, is a sense of fulfillment. That's my experience. Was that with you as well?
For sure. You're on a mission, right? I was on a mission, and obviously I do appreciate that pharmaceutical industry is based on monopoly, which is based on patents, but they have a certain lifespan, which is 20 years, and that should be all. And it didn't happen with biologics, so the industry thought that they were perpetual. And, it was my mission to show that that's not true.
So that even showed when we were preparing for this discussion, you said that the name biogenerics was not allowed.
Exactly. Well, when we started this endeavor in the mid-90s, we did say this will be biogenerics, but then politically we had to concede to biosimilars, because biogeneric would imply that they are the copies of the original biological products. So, and for me that was a challenge, and at the time, that's 20 years ago, not a lot of patients would receive biologics, even in the most developed countries, and it's not fair, right? So, and I'm very, very sensitive on fairness.
All right. So basically your fight was the fight for the patient.
Definitely.
So that's what drove you forward, and you had support through that, right?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the support was through the generics industry at that time. They were the main, let's say, ambassador in discussions, and they are the only body that can directly discuss with the regulators and with the politicians. So they were the driver, and they were basically driving those changes.
All right.
But they had to get the data.
So how did you at that time perceive the ecosystem? And I will frame this question a little bit more, because when we were discussing with different of the presenters today what the difference is between a company and an ecosystem, we had to put sort of a cluster of companies in the middle. And we said, look, a company has a business goal. A cluster is a group of companies mostly, or researchers or experts. But an ecosystem is much more open. You will find politicians inside it, patients. You will find people who don't know exactly what they want to do. So ecosystem is a little bit dirty in a way. How do you see this?
Well,
it's like a soup, when you try to cook something, sometimes you have to experiment a little bit. It's not that the recipes are there. It's not, you have to invent things. Is that correct?
That's correct. And ecosystems are slow compared to the industry, right? Because they have a different dynamic, they have different, let's say, appetite. And different ways of receiving the funds, right? Mm-hmm. So the ecosystem is very slow, and even I was quite appalled by the ecosystem in Slovenia appreciating biosimilars. Yeah. Took time, even for this house here, which is the payer. They should be embracing. So ecosystems, they do have a different dynamic. However, once you've got the critical mass is extremely important, because once you've got, it's like the brown movement, right? And through, let's say, the setting up the industrial side, the development side, you just, lift the energy in the environment, and all of a sudden, biology and biotech, became really in. It was not that much in, it was chemistry before. So you just, it takes 20 years perhaps, to see that change coming in the ecosystem, right? Yeah. I don't know, I don't have a recipe. You have to be open. No. Ecosystem is not cohabiting, it's co-creating. True. So you have to invest. True. And not just engage, invest yourself. And then you, on the longer term, you get things out, but it's not, give and take. It's not give and take. It takes a decade. Specifically in biotech, this is not IT, right?
So the metaphor I also, I would say, invented in these last 2 weeks about the ecosystem is it's like a reactor, not directly nuclear reactor, but you mentioned the critical. So there is a sort of a critical stage at which things start functioning. So what we're trying to do here with this event, basically, is to take very established companies, small, some big. The delegation will also visit Lek, Krka, bioseparations, so you will enter the production, which we are very happy about. But it's about the combination of the small and the big, and achieving this critical mass, in a way.
Well, it's like the brown movement, right? You have to have enough bodies to make an interaction, right? Yeah. Yeah. Or to foster interaction. You've seen it during the pandemic, when we had a lockdown. We stopped a little bit virus to spread around because we did not give the opportunity to bump from one person to the other. So it does take interaction. It does take, but also it takes engagement and it takes investment.
So let's go back to the Slovenian track record. So basically we are in a way very good in generic regular drugs, if I may call them like that.
Small molecule generics.
Small molecule generic drugs. So we are really good at that. We are really good now, I would claim, also in biosimilars,
Sure.
especially since you opened the space globally through the regulation. So this is the big achievement, not the factory in Mengős, but it's good, factory in Mengős, to have it. But what would the factory do without the law and the regulation? So there is a round table on regulation today. That's a very, very important part. So it's not about knowing how to create a drug, but also being allowed to sell it.
Not only allowed, and the challenge was, once the factories were there, development benches were there, and the regulation was there to sell it, so that became a major, major thing because it was a new class of drugs, right?
So
through the regulatory point of view, and it was not welcome in the market. So that was the major thing, to also get all the stakeholders to sell those products, because regulation and factory is nothing if you cannot sell, if they don't reach the patients.
So what I'm implying is that we already did 2 of those steps. Are Slovenians capable of doing the 3rd step in terms of advanced therapies, like, I don't know, genetics, CAR-Ts or whatever? Are we capable of bringing forward? What does it take? We know that there is a strong effort to do a CAR-T therapy that would be cheaper in the Slovenian space, which is in some sense idealistic or crazy. We know the effort of Professor Zver and a group of companies, some of them present here, who want to create a cheaper CAR-T. One question, so 2 sub-questions. Is that viable and possible? Second, does it address democratization of drugs? Because some of the drugs that we have today, at the price levels that we have, will only be available to the very developed countries. What about the rest of the world? So these 2 questions. Is it a crazy proposition?
It's not a crazy proposition. If you've got the knowledge, you just need the investment.
All right.
And the investment is crazy for a new drug, we know. And it takes years, because obviously also selling gene therapies, they have to go through the rigorous process of approval, and they have to demonstrate efficacy and safety in clinical settings. So you have to do that. We have to be, that's the humanity point of view and humility point of view that we have to take, all of us. It's not crazy, but it's a major investment. It goes,
Hundreds?
Not just hundreds, close to $1 billion, perhaps.
Close to $1 billion, all right.
Because you will have failures. For one to succeed, you will have failures. And the
democratization?
Democratization, well, we are not yet in the democratization of biologics.
All right.
Even today, not all of the patients that would need them don't get them, so we are not yet there. But what I did see through the 30 years of being in biologics is that technologies do improve over time massively. And I believe in science. I believe that we humans, we are aiming for Mars and I don't know where. Let's stay here on the earth and also, discover technologies that will enable, democratization. Because at the moment, the price is prohibitive for patients. So yes, but it's going to take maybe another 20 years. Who knows?
It seems your drive, is unstoppable because you have just started a new startup. As a spin-off of an institute here and a combination of a few companies. I'm seeing people here from this. So what is that and why do you do that?
Well, it is in the space of gene therapies, for sure, and cell therapies. And, I think we will hear much more later today. Yeah. And I'm really proud of having the energy at this stage of my life to to lead that team in analytical development, really the most cutting-edge analytical, let's say, techniques to look into viral vectors and to determine what's in there. You know, is the gene intact? Is it as it should be before it moves into a human body or ex vivo into leukocytes?
All right. With that, I would thank you very much. I would suggest that any questions that you might have, we are not a big group here, so we have time for a coffee. So it's not at 10:15, if I mentioned before, it's 10:45, I apologize. We are chasing the timing a little bit.
Sure.
But thank you very much, Matea. It was, again, a big pleasure. I hope you enjoyed this just as I did. So, Matea, thank you.
You're welcome.
I suggest that our next speaker is not Steven Minger, that we have the video for. Rok, does this bust the program completely? Because I would put Steven's video in the break. I just really would like to capitalize on the time that we have. So I would invite Moica Bencina for her presentation. I think life has a preference here. It doesn't mean that Steven's points are less relevant, but we will have time to see Steven later on. Okay, thank you very much.
Other? Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I'm Moica Bencina, coming from National Institute of Chemistry, and I'm very glad to have here also the UNIDO member, since I was several years also the representative of ICGEB. So we actually work together quite closely. If the presentation comes, I can't tell you what I want to tell you. At the moment, the National Institute of Chemistry is into the field of establishing academic center for gene therapy, and I would like to present these steps, and with this I would like to also raise your awareness that we are doing this and invite you to be part of our story. So, as you know, I will give you some brief introduction. There is 1 in 3 people which will in their lifetime actually encounter the cancer, and that's the cancers which are difficult to treat. Even more, we have about 3 to 5% of people who are really challenged with the rare genetic disease in the European population, which mostly actually comes to the young children, so they are really the infants which are entitled this. And for most of these diseases, there is no effective cures. But at the end, I would like to point out, with this development of science, there is about more than 2,000 gene and cell therapies in the development at the moment, worldwide. And at the moment, there is about 5 billion euros entering this story, and by the projections there will be about 20 billions in the year of 2027. So what we would like to do is to, with the modern technologies, put these treatments also available in Slovenia to build. So our mission is to build a center with the developed gene and cell therapies, and these technologies will be to work to prepare innovative drugs for the clinical trials for the disease which, let's say, they don't have yet effective treatments. So our aim would be to provide, at the moment, Slovenian patients and clinicians access to the modern effective treatments, and also to increase these availabilities, as we talked with here from the Matea Urlep. So this is also relevant for the EU scale as well, and the ultimate goal is to improve survival possibilities and the quality of life of the patients. So what is at the moment the path? Our institute started the application on the teaming, which is the Teaming for Excellence EU funds, and with this we and with our partners, which were UCL, UMC Utrecht, Charité, and Technical University of Dresden, we would build the academic institution here on the Slovenian ground, if we of course get foundation money, and we expect that the center will be operating in 5 years. With this, we plan about, let's say, 1,400 square meters of the new research infrastructure, and we did get some support from different national and regulatory authorities. What the center would combine, it will be a research unit, which will promote the new knowledge, GMP unit facility, which will also enable the preclinical research and the clinical research, translational research, and of course the technology transfer unit, which will enable to join and help also the industry to come together and work with us to give better output for the companies. So what we are going and aiming to do, we are aiming to do the development till the preclinical phase. The later part, so first in human and later on we'll have to go out and do with the third parties, which are mostly medical centers. So what we are going to research, I mean, with our knowledge from the National Institute of Chemistry and the knowledge of our partners, we'll be probably aiming the rare genetic disease and cancer immunotherapy, and as we heard, mostly combining the synthetic biology with the DCAS, CRISPR, and CAR-T cell therapies. So we'll tackling the rare genetic diseases and the immunotherapy of the cancer. So with this, I would like really to invite you, the audience, and also the government. I mean, we envision the collaboration with the researchers, clinicians, patient organizations, regulators, because with regulators we don't really move further into the clinical trials, social scientists, companies, policymakers, and public to really build up the hub and the unity of the actors who would like really to promote this science and knowledge further back to the people. And of course, we didn't forget the commercialization with the startups, big pharma, and open innovations. As you probably aware, in the 2021, there was about more than 1,300 developers working on the gene and cell therapy with quite a lot of money. There is a lot of support already behind this. As you see, the academic institutions, there was also industry partners supporting this, and many of you are sitting here. Even the teaming centers, which are our competitors, supported this. Of course, there is medical institutions and the patient organizations which are behind and supporting these actions. And why we do it? First, scientifically, with that kind of academic center, we could get breakthrough scientific discoveries. With the health, we'll improve the life of patients, which are actually the most important aim of why we are doing this. There is some economic issues, so the therapies will get lower costs, hopefully, and increase the national funding and also patient organization supporting funding as well. Economical and technological impacts, so that there will be new markets available, and also the advanced therapies of gene and cell technologies will be available for the other companies and work with the other companies, and social, so that the life of the patients improved in, let's say, during the time of using. There is quite a team behind this, building this state, but that's not the final team. I mean, I'm inviting you to be part of this as well when we get the money and start working in this field. So with this, I would like to thank you and hope for that good outcome will bring up also the further collaboration with you. Thank you very much.
Moitza, thank you very much. So now it's Jure Vindischer from the National Institute of Biology. Jure, the stage is yours.
Okay, I guess the presentation will come. Oh, here it is. Okay. My name is Jure Vindischer. I'm coming from National Institute of Biology. I'm not a scientist on biotech. I work in Technology Transfer Office. Stephen Mingo once told me that my job, or the job of employees at ETOs, is to be a translator between the researchers and the industry and vice versa. And I will try to do this today. So basically, I apologize in advance if something will be lost in translation. Anyway, I want today present you what the National Institute of Biology does, what are our key research competencies. I will show you some success stories of technology transfer, and I will conclude with some outlooks for the future. Our institute is organized and has premises on 2 locations. One is Marine Biology Station in Piran, dealing mostly with marine biology research. And then we have 3 departments in Ljubljana. Department of Biotechnology, System Biology, Department of Genetic Toxicology and Research of Cancer, and Department of Ecosystem Research. Okay, here it is. I joined the Institute back in 2017, and until then I'm monitoring a rapid growth of the Institute. In the last 5 years, our revenues kind of doubled from 6 to 12 million euro. And when I prepared for this presentation, I checked the number of employees, mostly researchers. Back in 2017, there was 112 at that time. At the end of the year, we are approaching the 200 number. Okay. To do our job properly, we try hard to make high assurance in the frame of the quality systems. Our base is the system 2001, and then we are keeping alive the system 7025 and the GLP and GGLP system according to OECD standards. Working with industry, we are quite happy with what we did in the last time. In the last 3 or 4 years, we managed to have like more than 4 million euro income from this cooperation, mostly from the abroad, but still we are trying hard to involve the Slovenian companies, and let's say half of it is still coming from the cooperation with Slovenian companies. In last year, I want to show you 2 examples that kind of culminated our effort in technology transfer in the last year. To go back in 2010, we have the first spin-out with the company Biosystemica. It was really a learning lesson for all of us at that time. And after 10 years, we made another spin-off, which already Mattia mentioned in his speech. I will tell you a story a little bit later. But at the end of the year, we managed another important licensing contract with the company Lotroch Metrology. So basically, it was not that something special happened in 2021. It was kind of long effort with the long years that actually culminated in both 2 endeavors. But going back to NIBA Labs, our second spin-out. Back in 2015, under the supervision, and I would say also under the vision of our actual director, at that time head of System Biology Department, Ms. Maja Rauniker, a couple of researchers joined together and decided to do their best on the field of characterization of viruses. We have the knowledge, they had the knowledge, they have the experience, they get the equipment, infrastructure, and on the one side, on the other side, they go out, they were looking for the partners, for the customers worldwide. One of our partners at that time was company Avexis. They were developing an SMA drug at that time in the last stage, and we joined them with our expertise on the virus analytics. And you probably know how the story finished. In 2018, the Novartis bought a company for around $8 billion, and then later after that, they get the regulatory approval for the SMA drug, and at that time it was the most expensive drug in the world with $2.1 million per injection dollars. And the story, as I said, finished with, at least finished formally at NIB with the spin-out NIBA Labs, and we were really, what you said, it took a courage for both sides to do this step, and we did our best. Part of our researchers that I mentioned back, they started the story in 2015, are now partly employed in NIBA Labs, and really looking forward for the further development of the company. We've done a lot of cooperation with industry, but we are particularly proud on the long-term cooperations. They goes from testing the cannabinoid formulations for the treatment of brain tumor, to mutageneity testing, applying system biology approaches for understanding bioprocesses, to, for example, developing computational methods for replacing animal testing for the prediction of chemical toxicity in the drug development. A step into the future. A year ago, we established a new lab at the Institute, ICA, Immunology and Cellular Immunotherapy Laboratory. But it was not only about that. For this purpose, we invited two Slovenian researchers. They already started their career abroad. Anžes Mollet in the United States, Jelka Pohar in France. And they decided to come back to NIP to continue their research story here. We have big expectations on the field, and the lab will be fully operational at the end of next year. Anže and Jelka will join us at lunch, and if somebody wants to talk with them, you are absolutely welcome. But the impact of the Institute as such is not measured only in the amount of the business done with industry. I always believe that the impact should be wider. And I will now show you 3 examples of our connection with citizens, not only research to business, but I call it research to citizens. One project with also personally been involved is Go Europe Plastic Pirates. It's amazing story, it's an amazing project that it's not European, but now it's going global. It's about raising awareness of the youth people for microplastic, particularly in the rivers and in the oceans. And we were extremely proud that more than 100 schools in Slovenia joined the project. When we opened kind of tender for the schools to join, our capacity was full in an hour. And the project is now going further on the European level, the global level. It's going on in Chile, in Indonesia, and so on. We are cooperating with our German and Portuguese partners on that. And it's a wonderful connection with the citizens on one side and the lab work. The stories we just happened, I mean, it happened before, but last week we received a reward for this project. It was awarded by the newspaper Finance and Slovenian EcoFound for the best environmentally friendly service. It is a platform that invites the citizens to tell us what's going on the potential site of threat in Slovenia. They're monitoring lakes, rivers, and they give us back information what's going on so we can act and inform the responsible person. And another story, this is not really to the citizens, but it's a public in general. We were able to gather all our knowledge from the, again, virus analytics and help to diagnose the outbursts of the COVID for the last 2 or 3 years. We do it in the wastewater treatment plants, and we've been in connection with the European Research Institute doing this on the European level. But to conclude with another infrastructure that is coming on, at the end of the next year, you're all invited to the party of opening the new National Institute of Biology. We call it Biotechnology Hub. It is a new building with more than 6,000 square meters of area for research, to cooperate with startups, to industry. So absolutely, we're doing everything to have in one place the knowledge, the infrastructure, and the customers or partners. That will happen at the end of next year. Thank you.
Yeah, it works. Thank you very much. So as said, we will put Steven Minger's video during the coffee break, and I will continue with the quick presentations. So Matthias, you are prepared already? Let's try to do this first. It's 4 blocks of this quick presentations. So let's see how this works.
Good morning. I'm actually glad to be here. Let's wait for the presentation. My name is Matthias Peterka. I'm coming from COBIK. And as Gregor said, I will do the quick presentation of COBIK. So COBIK is a private biotech organization. We are located, of course, in Slovenia, in Ajdovščina. And just in case you don't know, Ajdovščina is becoming the global biotech hub. So come see, visit us, yeah, work with us. We were founded in 2009, and I would say that our activities are organized in 2 pillars. First is the supporting innovation, and second one is research and development in biotech. Our global network, so we are working, of course, with the national, international partners, on the scientific level to facilitate innovation and, of course, to do business. First pillar regarding the innovation, so we are doing everything what needs to be done to put the research results to the market. I would say that we are running kind of the incubator. In the last 10 or so years, we supported several companies on their way to the market. Now, what we are doing on the research and the development level, we are offering services on the mainly process development and non-GMP manufacturing, but we also have our own research and development programs. Now, on the biomanufacturing services, I would say that in the last 2-3 years, we are focusing mainly on the plasmid DNA, mRNA, and nanostructures. You know, this crazy situation with the vaccines, everywhere working with the mRNA, with the plasmid DNA. So we have this expertise, and I would say at the moment, probably 70% of our program is on the level of plasmid DNA and mRNA. We are also expertise in producing nanostructures like virus-like particles and similar, and of course, recombinant proteins. We are covering the whole process, starting from the designing of vector through the preparing cell banks, you know, to the end, working on the purification, formulation, fill and finish. Yeah. Our own programs, we started with this 10 years ago, especially with the vaccine program, which was, of course, very popular in the last years, and that's why we decided to do the spin-out company called Spherogen, and I think the next presenter or something will be Urban, who is coming from this company. We are also working on the antibacterials, maybe on the new approach how to treat the infections, more personalized way, and working at the moment, our biggest issue and our biggest program is the prosthetic joint infections, working with the Valdoltra Orthopedic Hospital. We're on the, I would say, the preclinical development at the moment, working on safety, efficacy, of course, pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, and so on. Hopefully this will be done in next year and we will be able to move forward. As mentioned before, we are an expert in bioprocessing, so of course we are running also our own development program in the bioprocessing, trying to implement new concepts of advanced manufacturing, of the advanced analytics into the bioprocessings. Because I need to be quick, I think that's it. So if you want to know more, contact me, visit us on our webpage, or visit us in China, and we can do business together. Thank you very much.
So, this was exemplary. Everybody else, please present like that. Jokes aside, after Urban, we have two more speakers. Just a second. So, Hrvoje and Raul, please get ready with the mics in the back. Urban, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As said, Spherogen is a spin-off company from COBIK. We established it just early this year, and we are specializing in vaccine development. So the last 3 years revealed several bottlenecks in vaccine development and global supply of the vaccines. First off, as a consequence of climate change and continued destruction of the natural environment, there are more and more zoonotic virus threats that we as a humanity come in contact, and these outbreaks will continue in the future, and we need a new global network of vaccine development. We also see that the waning immunity due to constant mutations of the virus we are continually a step behind the virus. There were also several manufacturing bottlenecks that prevented the fast dissemination of the life-saving vaccines, and as the big players take over the whole market, we see a vast centralization, global centralization in manufacturing and the IP. And what's the consequence? This news broke just this weekend that Pfizer, the global manufacturer, will in fact increase the price of their vaccine in the next year, making 10,000% the margin cost of their single dose. So a small businesses like Spherogen offer solution, both for the global customers in the West and in developing countries. So our technology offers flexible and safe vaccine development platform. We specialize in multivalent nanoparticle vaccines, and our cell-based manufacturing platform offers high production yields, keeping our products affordable for everyone. To build Spherogen, we built a strong team which covers both basic science, medicine, and business, and we believe that this combination of experts will in fact be we will build success on this team. So our platform covers the whole spectrum of vaccine development, starting from proprietary cell production technology and later purification and manufacturing. We, of course, started with our COVID-19 vaccine candidate, which is a virus-like particle, a completely safe formulation of the vaccine, which mimics the natural pathogen in great detail, both in shape and molecular makeup. As you can see here, our produced vaccine particles look exactly the same as the natural pathogen, and they offer far better immunity against it, as they cover the whole range of the virus molecular makeup. We started the preclinical trials on mice. This started just 2 months ago, and we now have the first data confirming that our vaccine offers protection both against the spike antigen of the virus and the nucleocapsid protein. So going forward, we will expand our vaccine portfolio. As of now, we secured funding for the initial proof of concept stage and the preclinical development, and we are looking forward to increased strategic partnerships, both in delivery, mucosal delivery and adjuvants. We're also looking for opportunities to enter clinical trials and to eventually reach the market. Of course, in the end, this was a really short sum up. I would invite everyone interested in contacting us. Thank you for the opportunity.
I was told beforehand that scientists will not be able to speak just for 5 minutes, but that's obviously not true. Thank you very much for, again, sticking to the allotted time. Before inviting Hrvoje, Rat Kajec from Arctur, I would just like to mention that the whole event is streamed as well, so it will be available later on. So thank you for the team support by Rok and Edo Sternat. We were solving some very hard issues yesterday technically, but everything came out nicely so far. Thank you very much.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me. I'm not Hrvoje Kajec, I apologize, but I'm Andras Rehar, his co-worker, and I will be stepping in for him today because sadly he couldn't make it. Okay, so we are a company, a 30-year-old company called Arctur from Nova Gorica, and we are dealing with high-tech solutions, with integration of complex IT systems. We're working with SMEs, we're trying SMEs, so small, medium enterprises, to use these high-tech solutions, and we are also working on R&D projects. We have the largest private-owned HPC in the Central Eastern Europe, so this is high-performance computing center. And this means that all of the data stays right here in Slovenia. We are not sending the data out in like America or China, but it's here in Europe. We are dealing with different these technologies, Industry 4.0, so HPC, AI, machine learning, high-performance data analytics, and so on. We have 50 employees, and let's look at our work on the R&D projects. We have 15 years of experience on the joint R&D projects. We're working with research institutes, universities, and other R&D organizations. And now I will take a few moments of your time to present to you the 3 projects that we're working with that are in health and medical sector. So the first one is an Interreg project between Italy and Slovenia, and the goal of the project is to have e-health and mobile health applications. So basically a platform that connects the patients with the medicine, with the clinicians, and offering existing products, services. All of this is connected into one platform. And this can be accessed from anyone. There is also a chat where let's say a patient can ask for support from an expert and so on. So this is the first one. It is mostly currently in the fields of oncology, dermatology, and remote assistance for the elderly. And then the next project is a Pathfinder pilot program for the European Innovation Council. It is basically using a medical image modality, using ultrasound and supercomputing to assist or eventually even replace the techniques that are currently using X-rays, such as mammograms, and it is trying to revolutionize the detection of breast cancer. And the next one is the Classica project from Horizon Europe. And it is using a breakthrough in AI analysis of fluorescence and perfusion in cancer tissues to basically use AI-driven imaging and decision support in real-time cancer surgery. So it helps in the surgery to better decide which of the tissue to cut out and which to leave in. So we're helping on that department. And our idea is we are not experts in medical science. We are experts in IT technologies with complex IT systems. And we are trying to connect with other experts that are expert in medical sciences. And just by combining, by being interdisciplinary, we can create something larger than maybe each of us can do for just ourselves. So this is our goal, to collaborate, to work with digital innovation hubs, to employ some people that are really interested in helping out the world. So I hope I was fast enough. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
I think this is getting too fast. I would now like invite Mr. Raul. And this is our first speaker from Cuba besides Alejandro. Again, thank you very much for crossing the ocean and coming here. The setup of the Havana Dance Studio, Minka and Ildis, is it Ildis? They will, during the break, it will be like a lounge room. So if anybody wants to use one of those instruments, you are invited. Coffee addicts, that side, that other room. So Mr. Raúl de la Nuez Morales.
Thank you. So I say thank you for this moment, and apologize with all of group, but my English is not too well. So information technology company, ETI, is one of the company of the 32 enterprise of the biopharmacy group, BioPharm Pharma. So we support all of technology, the information and cybersecurity in this company, in this holding. Sorry, my name is Raúl de la Nuez Morales. I am the General Director. We born in 2013. The next year, we arrived to 10 years in the group. We have 2,065 employees and 207 client company. It's a great for us in this moment. So I'm sorry for the slide. I grew up with all the service. We are an ecosystem. So we name it the ETI ecosystem ETI for all of the service. In this moment, we have the infrastructure and communication division. We have design, installation, and management of the data center. We manage 2 data centers into the BioPharm Pharma system. One data center is the high-performance computer. We support all development in BioPharm Pharma related with high-performance computer and big data. We have the software development division with custom development for the industry. We have the technological security, building automation, targeting domotic, and also we have access control, also installing the system, the access control, and with the supervision video. Data network is a installation of the data network in all the industry. We have the technical support, and we have the technical delegation for Cuba for the brain of Sally Crew is the energetics responding system. We have another division relating with innovation and the process. Because with Unite, we start certified with the innovation process and the vigilant and intelligent process and the ISO 9000 process too. We have the cybersecurity division with the cybersecurity operations center. We have a cost. We have the cybersecurity incident manager center for all industry. This is our main clients. Of course, COBIK BioPharm is the principal client with the 32 enterprise. We have many clients. Principal clients were like Mitsubishi and Mercedes-Benz in Cuba. Other enterprise and clinical center like the Cira Garcia Center and the Minimum Access 2, CIMEX, is the big clinical center in Cuba. We have a strategic alliance with Sally Crew, other companies like Edexa is the telecommunication enterprise in Cuba, is the unique telecommunication enterprise in Cuba. This is my presentation. I'm sorry for the language. Thank you very much.
I would say, Raul, don't be sorry for the language because it's a human connection that we need to find. So there will be Spanish speakers, I'm sure. I'm learning Spanish, but on Duolingo, which is really bad, I have to say. But today when Minka commented something about the dance and music here, I understood everything. So it doesn't, say that you should learn Spanish that way. It's more about, how we connect. So with this, I would actually start the break. This means that I invite, in this room, we have the lounge room. Anybody who wants to try these instruments, I definitely will. We have a party time or a fiesta, in a way. But at the same time, please go over there, just to get Steven's presentation in as well. We will, his film, we made it on Zoom. It's great. It's a great introduction to ecosystems. And we will start it at 11. You don't have to be here. You can watch it later if you wish. If you wish to watch it, it starts at 11. At 11:15, so we have more time for coffee, which I think everybody will like, because people like to talk. At 11:15, we start with a round table with Borut Čeh, Jan Arjavec, Mateusz Kmet, Hermina Ogrić, and Blas Zupan. Thank you very much for now. And that holds true for the end of the day. For now, I'm safe. Anyhow, thank you very much. I think what you saw in the video, you can see later, and the whole conference as well. It will stay on the page. So if you visit the webpage of the conference, healthday.si/COBIK BioPharm, you will see 2 links there. One is for the video stream, including Steven Minger. The other one is for the B2B meetings that will take place tomorrow. I cannot overemphasize this more, because this conference is empty if new projects and new business doesn't come out of it. So it's not a show, what we're doing, it's something that we're doing with a purpose. So Peter Bratušek, please raise your hand there, and everybody, please look at Peter. You will see him on the webpage as well. So he's the networking manager, or sort of the person who should get the idea about what you would like to sell or what you would like to buy, and he will recommend whom you should talk to. So the primary interface of discussion is Cuba to Slovenia and Slovenia to Cuba for our dear guests, but it doesn't mean that some of you don't want to talk between each other. I was very happy to hear that Borucek was trying to get hold of Mateja Urlep already for some time, and that happened just today. So here with this slide, I will now explicitly thank our partners. First of all, the 3 clients directly, so Slovenian Enterprise Fund, the Ministry for Economic Development and Technology, who are also present at the last roundtable today. That was, I would say, quite an achievement to get the State Secretary, Dejan Židan, and also from the Ministry of Digital Transformation. The State Secretary there is Aida Kamišalić-Latifić, Engineer of the Year, by the way, in Slovenia, and the European Union is also supporting us. I would also like to mention COBIK. Thank you for the trust that was invested in me by Matjaž and Hermina. It was a steep path in the last weeks, but I think it's well worth it. I thank you all very much. I'm coming from Health Day. It's a community for innovation in healthcare. The community started in digital health, but in this year went into the field of management in healthcare through value-based healthcare. We published a white paper in that area. And then I would also like to mention Spirit Slovenia, the co-organizer of B2B. Again, Peter is there. Please talk to him. And UNIDO. Without UNIDO, this would not happen, the whole meeting. And thank you very much for the support we are getting, not just nominally, but also in financial terms, from Biosistemica Labena and SIS Aegis Srib Zdrave Medicina. Thank you very much. This was really very welcome and needed to be able to run this. It somehow came out, I think, nice in the end. So now we will have the roundtable on ecosystems, and without further ado, I will invite Borucek from Labena. I will invite Jana Erjavec from Biosistemica, Mateusz Kmet from ACS Bio, Hermina Ogric from COBIK, and Blas Zupan from Lynx Pharmaceutica. All, please put the chairs closer to the round tables, if I may call them like that. And of course, please feel refreshed. In the meantime, at least 5 waters for sure, so that you don't have to drink from the same one, right? There was a comment by somebody at another conference that plastic bottled water is not really the the best ecological idea. So the ecology sign in our, one of the icons is this green one. This means ecology. Okay, well, they have certain meanings, right? So we did prepare a little bit for this, but I think the best thing to do is to present yourself and your company. And I will ask Hermina to start, and the mics are live. So just use the microphones, please.
On? Okay. My name is Hermina Ogric. I'm coming from COBIK, which was already presented by Matjaž Peterka. I've been a business director for quite several years now, but actually in COBIK right since the beginning, enjoying seeing it develop from very multi-purpose institution to a very focused and specialized biotech, biopharmaceutical research organization. So this is in short.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mateusz Kmet. I'm from ACS Bio. I'm their head of business development. ACS Bio is a company that 16 years ago in Slovenia started as a startup with 4 scientists and is now a biotech company doing research in microbial biotechnology, and I think the head count today is about 110, 120. We're growing so fast that I don't know the exact number every day. We actually started with the research in pharma area, thanks to the 2 big pharmaceutical companies in Slovenia, Lek and Krka, and the first project that we actually did was for them. We continued in that field and we actually developed a candidate for a new chemical entity, and we did a spin-off which is now independently running. But in the latest years, we focused from pharmaceuticals. We do contractual research and we also do research for our internal portfolio that we then partner with industry partners. We switched from other areas, which is mostly food and feed and ag bio, so agriculture. But I think while we are talking today mostly about pharmaceuticals, this is the last stage in curing the diseases, but I think that biotechnology does and should play an important role also in doing its job before that. So creating an environment that is more sustainable, more green, more zero waste. And I think ACS Bio has now with our partners a big role in that. Thanks.
Thank you. Borut.
Our story started 29 years ago. We have 30 years celebration next year. The company has started as a provider of analytical solutions in the region. Today we are well over 100 people. We have 8 offices in the Southeast Europe, but in 2015 we transferred the company from the technological and equipment provider to biotech. We bought off a small R&D lab from Bioseparations, which was later sold to Sartorius with 12 people. The CRO, contract research organization, has grown now to over 50 people with more than 20 PhDs around the region. And our main focus, so we have 2 pillars. We kept the pillar with the analytical equipment, and we are basically developing this other pillar for the where we help research and test and do procedures for generic pharma, biopharma, and biotech. We are a GMP certified company and also FDA approved company, so we do a lot of projects also for the pharma, for the overseas or for the American market. The company, since we transformed, has had an enormous growth. We grew in the last 5 years 300% in people and about 600% in revenue. So,
thank you. Jana.
Hello, my name is Jana Erjavec. My background is in biotechnology and I'm a Chief Commercial Officer at Biosystemica. Biosystemica is a company that works in laboratory digitalization space. So we have 3 pillars. One is custom software development. We mainly work with device manufacturers. Second pillar are our own software products. Some of you may know Cynote, electronic laboratory notebook, which is used worldwide as one of the best R&D electronic lab notebooks. It's used by FDA, USDA, many CROs, CMOs, etc. And the third pillar is digitalization consulting. So if we speak about sustainability, we also need to think about sustainability of our processes. So how are they being managed? So not only products and services, but also how we do things, and we can do them more efficiently if we know our processes, if we optimize them, and we use software tools to actually work more efficiently. So it's not only about efficiency, it's also about how we can make new products in a different way. For example, using predictive analytics. So that's Biosystemica. We are currently 50 people because we just spun out Synode. So, and still growing. And we work globally with different device manufacturers and CROs.
Blaž.
Thank you. Blaž Zupan. So my career in the past followed two paths, basically. So the first one is I teach at the School of Business Economics here at the University of Ljubljana for the past 17 years. And the second path is having established a few high-growth startups in the past. So I work on both of these two fields. Lynx Pharmaceuticals is my latest startup. So what we're trying to do, it's a team of 4 of us, and we're trying to build a CMO, so a contract manufacturing organization for biological drugs here in Ljubljana. And our goal, our aim is to be the 3rd largest pharmaceutical company in Slovenia, hopefully in a span of 5 to 7 years, and the largest private pharmaceutical company in Slovenia.
All right. So ambition, good. The main goal of this roundtable is encompassed in 2 questions. Do we need an ecosystem? And how should we build it? So do we need an ecosystem first? Or is it there already? It's like strategy. They say you can't really say that there is no strategy because strategy is emergent. It just shows up. But the question is how much it is directed, how much you can use it. What about ecosystem? Please, Borut.
I think the ecosystem by itself is here, but the challenge in Slovenia, it's not very well connected. I mean, it is here. Why? Okay, we have, if we talk about, I'll focus on pharma and biopharma. We have 2 major players, globally major players here, so the ecosystem already exists within this. There are, let's say, 2nd tier and 3rd tier companies that supply different things to them. But it's, I would say, and I appreciate, for example, this round table and the event that you're making, that there is too few talk about this and too few, let's say, connection made in Slovenia that the ecosystem would come to life as it should. And there are basically 2 main things about that ecosystem that I see in Slovenia. One is we can collaborate on the expertise, how to get experts in all of the ecosystem of biopharma. We have, or we will have, a huge issue or huge challenge with getting experts for the future plans that big biopharma and the small, let's say, startups are trying to do in Slovenia in the next 5 years. We have to know that we are competing on the global or European at least level for the experts, and Slovenia has here a lot to do, especially from the regulatory thing. And the second one is that, of course, these can be also projects either aimed to the big pharma or with smaller biotech aimed to the same customer. So more needs to be done here.
All right. Some other opinions about the ecosystem. Mateusz?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking here about geographical ecosystem, but I think that it could also be based on the topic itself. So ACS Bio is working globally. We practically have no sales in Slovenia. We cooperate time to time with Sandoz and Novartis here in Slovenia, but we have to rely on global cooperation. So, and we are working, ACS Bio is a company that is in many cases enabling the startups bridging this so-called valley of death. So they make the initial discovery, but then there has to be someone who makes it industrially and economically viable. And since we're not, as I said, working in pharmaceutical area now, but in other areas, we can see it's emerging interests like in biotech proteins for non-meat and other food. There is a lot of interest, and the ecosystems are forming globally based on this demand, because if you want to produce artificial meat, you have all sorts of people and companies working in it, and I would say this is an ecosystem that is forming. It's not a constant one, it's evolving, but it's based on, as I said, of topic of the work that companies and people want to do.
I don't intend to squeeze each question to 5 answers, okay? But I think you want to say something. So I think it's the most important question. Let's start. Do we need an ecosystem?
So from our perspective, being in this field for the past year and a half, what we observed is that there are a large number of players here in Slovenia who are in the biopharmaceutical markets on an international level, basically being leaders in some specific things like the software and the processing software. We have companies who know how to design, who know how to construct the biopharmaceutical facilities. So there is an ecosystem there which is, I don't think, even present here today, and it's really important for this field to develop in Slovenia. However, what we've seen as well is that if you don't have investors willing to put tens of millions into this field, it's really hard to develop companies who would be able to compete in an international level.
Can I challenge you and say that there is no ecosystem, and I will explain. There is an emergent ecosystem, that's fine, but I don't think we are directing it. The reason I claim that is that I have 4 years of experience in the work in digital health ecosystems. I used to be coordinator of in a network called the European Connected Health Alliance. If anybody wants to check, you will see how it works. My question to the audience is, how many of you are not biotech or pharmacy? Please raise your hands. All right, a few, all right. My point is that I will go back to the nuclear reactor. So I studied physics, I have a degree. It's not about the neutrons. So the neutrons are the ones that you want to capture inside the uranium, and that's how the uranium splits, right? It's about the moderation. It's about the level of water. It's about how that gets moderated. Of course, you have the moderating sticks that you put in the nuclear reactor or not, but the whole point is whether the water is of one density or another, and it's regulated by the temperature. What I'm trying to imply is that this ecosystem for sure lacks investors, and big time. I will not say, but in the preparation time, when we spoke with different protagonists today, we see that even people who made a large wealth in Slovenia, when coming to investing in Slovenia, behave as hobby investors, meaning a trickle here, a dime there, but no big investments. So there is fear of actual private investing in Slovenia. But I'm not talking about that only. I'm talking about the environment in a wider sense. So as long as this ecosystem is mostly technology-oriented companies or people who are experts, I don't think this is an ecosystem. It might be a cluster, it might be a group of competitors, but that's my claim. So would anybody challenge me on that? So you do need journalists, you do need politicians, you do need artists, you need the crazy people who need to get inside. That's my claim. Hermina, I think you want to challenge me.
I don't really want to challenge you. I just want to actually confirm, yes, ecosystem is needed. And I think that more or less what you are talking about and what we actually have experienced in the past decades is having a lot of complex organisms rather than ecosystem. Ecosystem in the sense that we have environment that it is somehow balanced. We of course have, but if we want to change this very still environment, then we all have to agree what level we want to raise it on. Because if we just add one unit, of course we will not have balance anymore, and it will cause more tensions than benefit in a certain time. But if we get to a consensus that we all as a community, not only Slovenian community, but of course at the beginning Slovenian community, want to level up this kind of state, then probably this is the beginning. And more or less everyone here present has been part of COBIK ecosystem one way or another in the past years.
All right.
So I definitely agree that we don't have an ecosystem yet, although every such effort in this direction is very welcome. So if we take some good use cases from Europe, from the US, you would see that usually ecosystems rise from the areas where there are certain industry exists. So you would usually have one company or several companies as ecosystem leaders, and around them a group of companies, of supporting companies would form, whether they're established companies, startups, and on the long run these companies would slowly work in an alignment towards a common vision. And so in Slovenia at the moment, it's more, so except for this kind of events, it's more or less on us as companies to establish collaboration, to find synergies, and to share information, which sometimes it's difficult because we're all very busy. So as an ecosystem, we would definitely need more of such events, but that's not the only thing. So it's also on a country level, so on a strategic level. So how to attract other companies, foreign companies, to establish their entities here. Germany is such an example. They attracted biolabs to their Heidelberg community, for example, and startups have the infrastructure so that they can start working there. But of course, big players are there, AbbVie, Boehringer Ingelheim, and other companies. So it's not just about these events. It's also on the country strategic level that this needs to be set up as a priority. And we can ask ourselves, okay, how can we attract foreign capital to set up a startup here? Can we have a better tax policy or something else? So it's easier to build also with if we attract others as well.
All right. Anybody else?
I'd just like to reply. With the foreign capital, there are a few issues in Slovenia. One is regulatory, because basically our legislation is falling 20 years behind. So it's very hard for somebody to invest money that he gets a part of the company, starting with that. Then second problem with usually the capital comes very easily where the expertise is. And Slovenia has a challenge getting experts from Europe or from the neighborhood to Slovenia, even though it's geopolitically, geostrategical position, but we have problems with taxation and so on for the experts.
All right. Anybody from the audience, as we all are ecosystem in a way. So you have a question? Yeah? I really feel sort of that I actually had the idea that I'd like to ask the Cuban delegation, but now you volunteered, so thank you very much. Tamara, right?
Norkis.
Norkis.
It's the same, we are the same. I'm sorry, I would like to make a comment, because just to share with you our experience. First of all, I would like to apologize because of my English. I will try to.
Don't worry, it's okay.
And my colleagues could help me. I think that we can share with you our experience as an ecosystem, and mainly focus on the COVID situation that we faces. And I think that it was a real example of ecosystem with when you can join all the participants. First of all, I would like to say that the first requirement that we fulfill is that we are crazy. This is
you are crazy?
Yes,
yeah.
We are always asking about if it is crazy.
Is it loco, right?
Yes. And you know that we are facing challenge every day. Facing COVID, okay, I will explain later to you what is COBIK BioPharm. It's the group of pharmaceutical and biotechnology industry in Cuba, but it is state-owned. But we also, during the COVID, we developed 2 kinds of vaccines in 6 months. And it was because of the participation of all the regulators, the Ministry of Health, and the industry. And that's why our population was immunized in less than 1.5 years. We immunized all of our population. And it was because we had a very close work from the industry, working on the development of the vaccines in 2 platforms in order to avoid any shortcut of the product, and also with the regulators on the same tables, understanding and working together with us, making inspections to our facilities, to our manufacturing facilities, in order that they can go together with us, and once we already have the vaccines, they already have all the information. And also the Ministry of Health, trying to understand what we were doing, suggesting all the kind, let's say, because our vaccines are very safe. And that's why we could vaccinate our children also. And that's why, because of the technology that we were implemented. And the Ministry of Health worked very close to us with the clinical trial sites in order to offer as soon as possible the solution for the treatment of the pandemic. And I think that this is, for sure, we do not have, as in this particular case, we do not have an ecosystem in all the cases. But in this particular case, I wanted to share with you our experience, and today all of our population, including children, are already vaccinated, and in the statistic of COVID in Cuba were decreasing drastically, very, very short after the immunization system.
Paul, you don't need to apologize for your English because it's nearly perfect. I mean, like mine, not perfect, nearly perfect. So thank you very much, Norkis. The second thing is we need another COVID, right, to create an ecosystem. Is that the suggestion?
No.
But
we need to learn from what we did.
I know. So what we need is a center of gravity in a way, you know. So again, I will go back to physics, which is good for thought experiments. So we have a nebula, or sort of scattered particles, planets, asteroids, etc., and they don't revolve. So you do need a sun. ¿Dónde está el sol? Something like that, right? So the question is to my panelists now. One more, and then I have to return because they will complain they are the main stars on the floor. But still, please. So where is the sun?
I have no idea, but
you have no idea. Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, I just trying to make the link between the situation that Norkis just commented now and what we were discussing before. So there is a big discussion international whether the biopharmaceutical environment or ecosystem need to be centered by the government somehow or by the free market. Okay. And I think that in both sides you will see certain benefits and some shadows somehow. So at some point, if you go for the free market, I mean, everything is like a fight, mainly for finding funding, okay? And when the government is involved, sometimes it becomes, like Norkis say, in a very sharp situation of a pandemic. But in the normal way, sometimes government, and then would become slow, and then so all this situation. I think there are a lot of things to discuss about in order to find the right balance for that.
Thank you. You gave me. Please give the mic to Nadia, and if somebody else will need it later. But you gave me a really nice talking point to continue with our group, and I will say it aloud. The deal between SPS, so the Slovenian Enterprise Fund, COBIK, partly myself, I'm allowed to participate, is that we need to build a platform. So we need to have a gravitational force in a way. So we would like this to be in COBIK. I understand that perhaps not everybody will be super happy because they will say, okay, there was this and that in the past, etc. I think it's time to really come together. Sometimes it's good to say it like that. Why? Because then you will have a clear opposition. Because otherwise, unless you form something, you will not know what is right. So it's good to do it even if it's wrong, and then improve. So what happens after this conference, Hermina, you will tell us. So there is a plan for what happens after this conference.
The first step is actually building a digital platform as a mechanism of connecting companies, capital, investors, knowledge, different type of legal entities, and of course those that usually tend to talk about setting actual environment. We hope that ministries will join the platform too, because we actually all have to contribute to creating this type of mechanisms, and also as the consequence of everything going together, the environment that will strive and actually work to help to achieve goals of every participant of this environment. So first step is digital platform, also with a relatively small basis of an international cluster, which we will be really happy to start building with our Cuban partners. Also with their help and knowledge and experience, and then spread this cluster internationally in the following years.
All right. Blaž, did you manage to speak to Jernej Godec already? You can tell the story if you did. If not, I will tell the story.
You can tell the story.
I can tell the story, okay. Jernej Godec is a Slovenian Olympic swimmer who stayed in the US to do his diploma, and then he did his PhD at the Harvard Medical School. Today he's one of the fund managers at Atlas Venture. They focus on, in Boston, they focus on rare disease or very novel therapies, medications. And we had the privilege of having him at the last year's Health Day conference. So this is the first conference of this style called COBIK BioPharm. I hope the COBIK BioPharm 223 will happen. Within the Health Day, we were playing a little bit with, so we're not experts. I'm definitely not experts in biotechnology, but I think it's very important also that we have the connectors here. So you are the experts in a way. We need to find who is doing the connecting. Jernej Godec was presenting last year, and he mentioned the case in Boston, where he said that 10 years ago, what they had was similar to what we have here. No ecosystem, actually. Yes, emergent ecosystem. Yes, ecosystem not under our control, in a way, but today they have what I always mix up. Is it Kendall Square or Kendall Park? Please apologize my ignorance. It's Kendall Square. So the idea is that you have a square mile in Boston where all the top biotechnological companies strive to have at least a small office, because the coffee shops are the deal-making places there. And they do have that, so Matea knows. So you can talk to Matea about it. So anyhow, this is, so it is digital, it is topic related, it is about state or not just state, it's not just market, it's not just state. So it's a longer discussion there, but I would still pick on Blaž a little bit. You have to talk about the number also. You said third factory, so what is the scale that you're talking about, and what, so investment, one scale, and what do you want to reach in 5 to 7 years? So you want to challenge Lake and Kirka. So what's the number that you're looking for?
Yeah, so the investment, the number that we're looking for is 55 million-ish. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it depends on what scale we start. In 7 years, what we can do is a revenue of around 700 million. But that's not from developing drugs. So we are not competitors to Sandoz or Novartis. Quite on the contrary, we're currently trying to make a partnership with one of these two companies because they need manufacturing capacity. So it's not our aim to develop anything, it's our aim to support those who are developing drugs, and there are around 800 companies currently in the world at least developing biological and biosimilar drugs, and we are trying to support that. Because Slovenia, if you go on the international market and you speak with investors or people from this field about Slovenia, they heard about us. So we are a country that's well known in the international field for having a presence in pharmaceutical field, let's say. So because of Lake and Kirka, obviously, and because Novartis bought Lake and all those stories, and because of all these companies, obviously. And we have a knowledge base. So we have people who can do stuff, who can develop, who can build. That ecosystem is there. So all the potential is there, the potential of knowledge. It's other things that are missing, right?
Just to mention, on the B2B meetings website, you will find a brochure of 39 projects. It's 158 pages. Within that, you will find about 25 Cuban projects, about 14 Slovenian, something like that. And you will see that Cubans are also very ambitious. So they want to build a new factory for 250 million, and they want new solid tablet drugs. And they also want to create a new facility for biosimilars for 71 million. So we are not talking a crazy language here. And I think I would like to commend Blaž for this, not to scold him for it. So I'm really not interested in hearing why they will not succeed. The only thing that interests me is why it's in my interest for him to succeed. And I think it should be in everybody's interest. It should even be in the Cuban colleagues' interest, because in the end, the goal we have is that money comes after you serve your customer. So serving your customer is saving a life or creating a better life through medications, but also in a way democratizing what's happening in this space. Any comments? Because I'm sure there will be some skepticism. I would also like to mention a typical Slovenian reaction, which is when we presented Mateja to the media just came in, there were like 3-4 comments coming to Anna. Anna, can you raise your hand? Anna is not here right now. So she's covering PR right now. And the comments were, she can't be the mother of biosimilars. It's a fluke. It cannot be. So we had an additional discussion with Mateja, and we came back, Anna said, no, I'm completely convinced. You don't have to be convinced. Please talk to Mateja. So Slovenia, in my view, sometimes is called Slovenvia. And now with that, what can we do to actually help, Blaž? So I'm talking ecosystem-wise. I'm not talking about B2B corp. Please.
Well, maybe just to emphasize what you have said about the Kendall Square and the success of the Massachusetts bio ecosystem. It took everybody. So it did not begin just with the private initiative and private companies. It was the government of Massachusetts who said, we don't want to have just California in biotech. We want to be #1. It was the companies who came together, it was the universities, and it was the institutes. So it was Harvard University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, everybody. So they have the talent, they have the capital, and they have the governmental support. So it's all three working together. And they started 20 years ago, it's true, but today they are #1 globally. Right. But it took everybody. So the state or the government is extremely important because it lays the foundation for the cradle where things are born.
True. Still back to our main stars here. So how does the ecosystem help Blaž? Sorry for using this opportunity now, but...
It's fine. For us, it's relatively simple. So we have everything we need except around 30 million euros.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because for me, this is the biggest challenge.
Just a second.
Yeah, luckily
you will get the mic.
Yeah.
You will get the mic.
I'm sorry for screaming out, but...
no, it's fine, it's fine.
It's fine.
But for me, the biggest challenge are people. Yeah? With all these plans, I mean, we are missing one Slovenia. Yeah. So can ecosystem help us with this?
Yeah,
actually.
All right. So?
For us, we have a hiring plan and we have people in place for core positions. So that's not an issue for us in terms of that we would need an ecosystem for that.
All right. Jana, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so ecosystem, I see it can help in many ways. So it's so for us, so people are always a challenge. Luckily for Biosystemica, or with a lot of effort, we have now a well-established public image, so it's a bit easier. However, with the ecosystem, can definitely, promote Slovenian companies as companies where others, also Europeans in general, people from US and other countries can come and work in. So the role of an ecosystem, besides everything we've spoken about, is also in establishing a positive public image of Slovenian companies. Another good example is, so I recently attended an online event which was organized by Spirit Slovenia actually and Swiss Chamber of Commerce, and they promoted their ecosystems there. They promoted the cantons, and they have what you said, Mateja, everything in place. So they have governmental support of the canton regions. They have company support, and they were pitching to Slovenes, come and open a company in Switzerland, okay? And again, we're talking about the same, how can we bring others here, but at the same time, Swiss said also that they actually prefer to work with Slovene companies also when importing, because they know we have high quality knowledge, skills, experience, and already well-established companies. So yeah, it's reciprocal in a way. So you can you can do a lot by promoting, and there are a lot of side effects to the promotion.
It's also Slovenes are more cheaper than Swiss people, but okay. But anyway,
no,
it's the fact. I'm sorry.
No, of course, that's true as well. So Swiss know how to do their calculations, but when they're doing their research, who should they outsource to? And all the Balkans, so all the regions are being considered. Slovenia has the best price performance.
Exactly. No, but I'd like to reply, yeah, I think that one of the major things that ecosystems can do is also, and we will face this not in 10, 15 years, in the next 3 years. Slovenia, we're talking about Slovenia here, and ecosystems is competing globally, or as I said before, in European Union with other countries for the high educated personnel. Without that, you don't get investment, you don't get international breakthrough, and so on. So for sure, one of the main things of ecosystem should be also this, how to collaborate on this. In Labena, we have a little bit of luck because we have companies in Southeast Europe. Most of the companies are outside EU, is where the companies in EU are a bit unsecure to go to, and we have a really large pool of experts from there.
So I will not stop now, although the time would say yes, but the next 2 sessions that we have are a bit shorter on time than planned. So I think this discussion is very fruitful, so I would take it for another 10 minutes. Because I don't think it has come to an end already. So further comments. I think Hermina will be challenged in a way also, because there were a few points raised. There were the needs by Blaž, There was the Swiss competitiveness for the people, and then there were your comments. What would you add?
I would like just to expose that Blaž and Lynx Pharmaceutica is actually some kind of market for building ecosystem, because ecosystem should really get information on what such a company needs to stay here, to grow here. And what Matthias exposed, that people are an issue, this is true. But being a good company and able to employ people, as Blaž said that it is their case, this is not enough, because you attract really good people and you make them stay here is only possible if you actually have ecosystem as a whole in place. Meaning that you need really good educational system, you need really good preschool care, you have to have good healthcare system, also enough real estate, flexible market, and this is something that Slovenia really is missing. Then knowledge transfer is a potential issue here in Slovenia, because we all know that getting knowledge from, actually the cradle of knowledge from faculties and institutes in Slovenia is not really easy. And it is also, sometimes it is not just an issue, but it is a real challenge. And what Jana exposed, having a good tax system, it is essential to attract foreign capital and foreign investments. And if we see ecosystem as a really complex system consisting on everything from a healthy environment to the healthcare and to real estate market, then we actually understand what this kind of companies, Lynx Pharmaceutica, will need in 20 years. They probably will be able to actually build and create small ecosystem for themselves, but this is not an option for everybody.
True. Some other? Mateusz, I think it's you.
Maybe I can comment on the people, because we are in extensive growth in the last 5 years maybe. And based on the fact that we have Lek and Krka as traditional companies here, that created always a need for people to go to these natural science studies, knowing that they would get employed. I started my career at Lek and knowing that since I was in high school. So this creates a pool of scientists that ACS Bio can employ, but it's not enough. We are actively searching around, and there is a part of ecosystem that you mentioned that is really appealing. The quality of life in Slovenia is really high. We sometimes don't realize how good it is to live here, and we have people here from Slovakia, from Argentina, from Macedonia. Everybody, that's the first thing that they say, I will stay because it's nice to live here, the level of knowledge and expertise is high, but then we come to money. And with that, we have an issue, because simply if we want to stay competitive, the salaries that we can offer with a taxation that currently is and the initiatives that sometimes exist, it's simply not enough. And then, you know, we want to attract young people. They have to build family, they have to start their life, and money is important, although they live for science and everything else, but money is important. And if you cannot offer that, sadly, sometimes they will not choose Slovenia as their future place of work.
So where do people who are not experts fit into your equation? So where does we are still talking mostly about projects, about experts, about PhDs, etc. There is a comment. We need a microphone here, thank you. So my point is that you have, when you grow a company, it's not just either the skeleton, the bones, or it's not just the nervous system, it's also the fat, like a reserve. You also have, you know, tissues that are very, very different, or versatile, I would call them like that. So Alejandro, what is your comment?
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you. Yeah, but I think the last comment, yeah, I mean the last intervention is very critical. Yeah, in UNIDO's opinion, we don't see any ecosystem, let's say innovation ecosystem, or even on different type of mechanisms that exist, technology, science, parts, everything. Yeah, it's not working in an isolated manner. We need to consider not only the actors that we are talking about here, yeah, and I see the government has a role to play, but also particularly we need to consider what are the policies, what are the regulatory framework that we are dealing with, yeah? And particularly you have mentioned it several times, we lack of investors. Why? Yeah? It's because the environment that you have, the business environment, is not really attractive for these investors to come, yeah? And for that, then you need to convince the government, yeah, to move ahead and to put in place some measures that can incentivize foreign investors, but also people to stay here and to get all these nice conditions that you are offering, yeah? So it's a matter of combining different interests, yeah, for the sake of let's say, economic development for everyone. There is also another actor here. When we are talking about, we are not just plain simple thinking about the government, the industry, which are you, but also what about potential, let's say, development institutions? Where are the banks? What are they offering? Where are, for example, EU? Yeah, EU has a lot of projects and funding to support the growth of innovation in Europe. Yeah, so what is the role that they can play as well here? Yeah, among them. There are also, for example, we can create platforms for attracting, let's say, angel investors, for like in many other countries exists. Yeah, but this is something that we first need to tackle. What are the policies in place? What are the regulatory framework that we are dealing with?
We have this on board already in this hall, in one part with Maya from the Slovenian Enterprise Fund. So there is support. This event would not take place without the support of Slovenian Enterprise Fund. We also have listeners from the Health Insurance Fund. They're in the back. And it's important that they also listen. And it goes step by step, I would say, Maya. And then we will go to the closing comments. We will continue.
Yes, just to summarize this, yes, I completely agree with this, what Alejandro said. I'm also from the finance institution. We are a fund, Enterprise Fund, Slovenian Enterprise Fund. We are using 80% of EU money for all our SMEs here in Slovenia. And it's not the problem with the small projects. We can find a lot of small projects among SMEs, but small one. When we start to talk about bigger projects, a little bit more available projects that can be attractive for or can apply for Horizon money or for EU for health money, as I mentioned before in the morning in my speech, then we are not good enough. That's the problem of Slovenian environment as a whole. Yes, we are very good experts, but not good enough to bring this huge money here. So we really need to step together with the policy, of course, policymakers, regulators, and everybody, but also together businessmen and all research institutes. So really, that's why we step into this field and try to make connection now. And I'm very, very happy that we get this connection with COBIK and with all others also in this very important sector for Slovenia, biopharmacy, and I'm sure that we can make together also some huge success stories on
all right.
higher level.
Yes, with that I would ask my colleagues for final thoughts from 2 of them, not all 5 of them, and then we finish. So who would like to take the final 2 words? Or nobody? All right.
So I definitely agree with what has been said so far. One more thing that I see as a benefit of a thriving ecosystem is Slovenes are very good scientists, researchers, and developers, but very poor in business, let's say. So we have very few entrepreneurs. And we have great entrepreneurs that are being raised at the Faculty of Economics, for example, and business schools. But these, except for their own incentives, they rarely collaborate with other faculties, with researchers, with developers. So again, we are going back to the collaboration of institutes, universities, companies. And when you have a thriving ecosystems and you have the infrastructure which currently individual companies are offering to startup companies, when you have more of this, then more people become brave and create their own companies with biggest added value, so high-tech companies. So it's then when a ball starts rolling, there are so many positive effects that you're actually going together much faster, and this is.
I will underscore and bolden the word brave from what you just said. So let's be brave. Last word, Hermina.
Not only brave, but it is necessary to also be bold. So,
to boldly go beyond, what's the enterprise?
Not without hair, but yeah, okay.
Thank you. Perhaps the final word, but otherwise I will thank you all very much. Still, one more word or not? Borut, please do.
I think all parts of ecosystems are here. We need to get together and work on it to get expertise in, financial capital in, and projects out.
The lunch is 1 hour. I will try to get more if we are short on the 2 slots of quick presentations. The 2 slots are now because we wanted to catch somebody who can only come at 2 o'clock. Very important. I don't want to name the person. Some people know. It doesn't matter. But tomorrow is a whole day to talk. Please assign with Peter. Peter is again waving his hand. And on the website, it does make sense. So we will carry on this atmosphere that we tried to create here. Thank you very much, my dear distinguished colleagues. So now we will go into the quick presentations part 2. Luca Fais that was a mic drop. The official mic drop, you heard it now. So we will skip Luca Fais due to illness. So we were just informed in the morning. And Frank Smrekar will have his, yes. You can also use the mic here if you wish, but Rok, you decide. We will use the lollipop mics here. No, it's fine. You have the presentation or not? Frank.
Working. Hi, I'm Frank Smrekar, CEO of Jofral. I don't know if I'm bold, but I'm getting bold sooner or later. So thanks again to give me opportunity to speak here. What we are doing, so shortly in 5 minutes, we were founded in 2011. We are a biotech company, so actually what we are working on the field is manufacturing, research, development, manufacturing. So what we distinguish of area where we are working is one part is what we call non-GMP. This is everything which is not the product that goes to the humans. Then the other part is the GMP production for the clinical trials. Then if we then divide our work by the molecules, it's recombinant proteins work, plasmid DNA, and our biggest part is viruses and bacteriophages. So this is where we are the strongest. So we are world leader in production of bacteriophages, which for some that you don't know, they are alternative for antibiotics, and which I think it's in the next few years it's going to hopefully go big, and which with all the issues for antibiotic resistance and stuff. So from what we are doing, we have actually two facilities in Slovenia, in Ljubljana. Both are GMP certified. For that one, we have allowance or certificate to produce the banks, phage banks. Unfortunately, not the money banks, but just the cell banks and phage banks of viruses, drug substances, drug product, placebo, which means that we can provide or produce different kind of products up to the sterile, which is for the IV use. And from the certification point of view, have the certificate to produce in the biologics or ATMP, then also have the BSL-1, BSL-2, and GMO2 certificate. Field of applications, as obviously because I was speaking about GMP in the clinical trial material, we do produce products for human therapeutics. Then we have also for veterinary applications. Mostly of this is either a set for this bacteriophages or the plasmid DNA. Then some of our activities are also going for the food industry, agriculture, cosmetics, and diagnostics. So smaller part, but at the end of the day, the technology which we are applying is the same. So it's just different regulation system. We do, as a company, as a CDMO, help our partners to develop the product from scratch, so we can start at the beginning from early development stage, and then also doing the development of GMP process, which it has to be said, it's not only how something is produced, but what material is used, what processes that is robust, reliable, it needs to be developed. Then along the side, it's what we don't distinguish. So what is production of process? Second is the analytical method. So we have mostly of these methods in-house, so that we develop these methods during the development. Also, we can use the analytics at the end of the process. Then also formulation testing. Most of our products are in liquids. We have also some spray drying, lyophilization, and that connects all the testing as formulation, what is the most stable and stuff. Then at the end is production of the clinical trial material. We are producing for different phases. And then also stability testing at the end, which can be as per regulative, so for ICH or pharmacopoeia, but also depends on the product. There are some specific for some biologicals where you want to do more just to understand what's happening and evaluate the business risk. Route administration, intravenous, nebulized, oral, topical. What just that means is what kind of grade of purity you want to have. So if it can be done on the IV, of course, you just minimize the purification if needed. And then the lastly is the strains from which we are working with. One is Escherichia, but there are so many other bacteria that we work with, and hopefully we train them to do what we want to do with them. So this is shortly what we are doing. So thank you for your attention. Any questions later on this email. Thank you. The mic drop.
Thank you very much. Hello. After Eva, it's Tamara. You will get your mic there. Thank you.
vstopa podjetje Empor, ki je prvo na svetu pokazalo, da visokofrekvenčni bipolarni pulzi povzročajo bistveno manj bolečin. Njihova razvita tehnologija pa je hkrati učinkovita in pacientu bolj prijazna. Strokovnjaki podjetja Empor so v preteklosti že sodelovali tudi s svetovnimi priznanimi proizvajalci medicinskih naprav, kot sta Medtronic in IGEA. Produkt podjetja Empor pa se že od prvega prototipa uporablja na Onkološkem inštitutu v Ljubljani in na Univerzi v Ljubljani. Do danes jim je uspelo uporabno vrednost visokofrekvenčnega elektroporatorja dokazati v že kar 10 biomedicinskih raziskovalnih študijah.
Okay, so
it will work.
I will wait for the presentation. But welcome, my name is Eva Pirc. I come from Empor company. We are a spin-out from Faculty of Electrical Engineering at the University of Ljubljana. And we launched about a year ago, but now we are ready to enter the operation market. So we develop high voltage electrophorator. These are pulse generators for biological loads, and our goal is to develop painless electroporation. Our first product is named Elpor. It's a laboratory high-frequency electroporator. It is a device that you need if you want to explore electroporation in vitro or in vivo. So it's really easy to use. It has a graphical, intuitive user interface, and it's also portable. It generates monopolar, bipolar, and also first on the market that generates bipolar asymmetric pulses. It reaches up to 70 amperes, and it's still safe and reliable. It has an external trigger, which means the device can be synchronized with other devices. So this is the first product on the market that enables generation of high-frequency bipolar pulses on the whole scale or high-frequency electroporation. And it's extremely flexible. So, for example, the user can set up to 10 pulse parameters, while with the competitive devices, you can set, let's say, at most 4 parameters. So our device enables completely new research on the field of electroporation. For now, we are marketing the laboratory electroporator because certification of such device is less demanding and also cheaper. However, we have higher plans. So in the future, we are planning to certify the device also for the use in the veterinary. And when we acquire a major investment, we are planning to certify device also as a medical device. We do also have different device from the Smart Gene project that could be certified as a medical device for gene electrotransfer of skin cells. For now, we presented our Elpor at the 3rd World Congress for Electroporation that happened 3 weeks ago at Copenhagen, and the interest was amazing. So we are starting to collect pre-orders, and we will start sending devices out in January. So I invite you to expand your horizons of electroporation experiments and treat yourself with Elpor. So together you will help us to develop painless electroporation, and we will fight against cancer, heart defects, and make gene therapy more accessible to patients. Thank you.
Eva, thank you very much. Now, time for Tamara.
Yeah? Sí. Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Lobaina. I represent the National Center of Biological Products. And excuse me, my English language, I need support in my college for translate. But I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this meeting. We are sure that will contribute to the cooperation between both countries. I want to present you with the following institutional video for that now bioscience. Please.
El Centro Nacional de Biopreparados se consolida como un complejo científico-industrial consagrado a la producción de medicamentos biotecnológicos, a la investigación y el desarrollo de diferentes líneas innovadoras. Antianémicos de origen natural, productos para las alergias, inmunomoduladores y un centenar de medios de cultivo para el diagnóstico de microorganismos tienen en Biocen su casa matriz. 5 plantas productivas con altos estándares regulatorios prestan servicios a varios centros de investigación y desarrollo del grupo empresarial COBIK Pharma. Probada certificación nacional e internacional otorga a sus productos un sello de calidad. Brindar servicios productivos por contratos y de ensayos de calidad, investigar, desarrollar, producir y comercializar es la misión que cierra el ciclo del Centro Nacional de Biopreparados. Una apuesta de la ciencia cubana por la vida. Biocen dispone de modernas instalaciones y equipamiento tecnológico que permiten la fabricación industrial de productos biofarmacéuticos que aseguran el suministro de medicamentos al Sistema Nacional de Salud y a las exportaciones cubanas.
Biocen es una institución de excelencia por el nivel de los servicios que presta, el estándar regulatorio con que cuenta y bueno, las capacidades productivas disponibles. También es bueno decir que se van a ampliar por inversiones que tenemos en curso que van a fortalecer las capacidades productivas en todas las plantas de nuestro centro. Brindamos servicios productivos de fabricación de ingredientes farmacéuticos activos, de formulación, llenado, revisión y envase de productos parenterales de bajo volumen. Y también prestamos servicios de ensayo, tanto químicos como biológicos.
Servicios productivos de Biocen, una apuesta de la ciencia cubana por la vida. Biocen. La confianza en el potencial intelectual y ético del ser humano.
This is Biocen. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. So we will continue with the part 3 of quick presentations. This will be Metka Lotric, Renato Riavec, and Norkis Arteaga Morales. And after that we have lunch. So, Metka. No, don't worry, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Dela? Oh, krasno. Okay, spravo, jaz sem Metka Lotrič, jaz sem product manager in key account manager pri Biosistemiki. And bom zdaj preskočila na angliščino. Yes. Okay. And so, hi, my name is Metka. I'm from Biosistemika, and today I want to talk to you about laboratories. So we all know that, you know, life science laboratories are a source of knowledge that is really needed for the advancement of new technology and society. They are also data factories. They produce enormous amount of data, much more now than they did like 100 years ago. But still, most of the laboratories are being managed in the same way as they were 100 years ago. Here we have Marie Curie in her laboratory and her laboratory notebook. And next to it, it's a modern laboratory with modern laboratory notebook. So you can see that there are so many processes in laboratory that are still handled manually, which is not in line with all these big data that are being produced. And because of that, you know, the experiments are being repeated, mistakes are being repeated, and what's most important is that data is kept in a silos. So the data is not accessible, not even to humans, to your colleagues, much less to algorithms. And we all know that, you know, we can train algorithms to get new insights out of existing data. So imagine how much faster the discovery pace would be if we can solve this. So let's digitalize our laboratories. Well, it's not so easy. Boston Consulting, so based on the Boston Consulting, like 70% of digital transformation projects fail. And this means that $900 billion are being wasted yearly for this. But still, at the end, you see that digital leaders report 2 times higher growth rate than digital laggers. So where's the problem? The top 3 issues here are lack of knowledge, lack of resources, and user resistance. You know, scientists are historically want to stick out with their processes that they have. So here comes Biosystemica. We understand laboratories inside and out. We are a multidisciplinary team, so scientists that has experience working in the laboratory, me included, and then on the other hand, you have software developers. And it's really great to see those 2 worlds that really speak different languages come together and work on the same project. Our vision is to make data integrity a commodity for every laboratory. And how we do this, as Jana mentioned before, we develop our own products. We work with other lab equipment manufacturers and laboratories when they need new software or they want to upgrade or tweak the existing software. And we also offer digitalization consultancy to laboratories. We work on pharma, biotech, research, agriculture, industries in the fields of drug discovery, diagnostics, lab automation, liquid handling, molecular biology, and so forth. So when we do a lab digitalization project, we think to stick to these 4 steps. So first, we evaluate what the current state of the art is. So research and try to gather as much information as we can on what's currently in the laboratory. Then we analyze this data and prepare a gap analysis. So and we also look on the market which, you know, solutions already exist so they can be deployed to solve these big gaps. In the 3rd step, we prepare a strategy. Everything from a list of solutions, timelines, milestones, everything that you need for a solid strategy. And lastly, we also help with the implementation. So we help to train the people in the lab and, you know, help them stay on top of their KPIs. We want to emphasize that we need all of us, working in the lab, embrace the digital culture. We've seen this when we are onboarding more than 100 laboratories on our products. And we always go to this train the trainer approach. So it means that we need to find a person inside that trains their colleagues because we cannot be there all the time. And we also provide guidance for the change management. It's really important when you have highly educated scientists working. You cannot micromanage them. So the digital culture change does not come by itself. You need to understand that there needs to be an investment into it. And in our more than 10 years of work, we collaborated with many companies, and we are really proud of them, and especially those with whom we have a long-term relationship, long-term collaborations. So if any of you would need either to develop or purchase a laboratory software, or you have laboratory processes that need to be digitalized, come talk to me. I'll be here today and tomorrow on the B2B meetings. But if not, here's my email address, so be happy if I get some replies.
Metka, thank you very much for promoting the B2B meetings. I cannot overemphasize this point. There is much more time tomorrow to talk. You can choose whom you want to talk, etc. And now we have Renato Riavec from Amplexor. I have to give a little bit of a remark there. It's a company I heard about already years and years ago, and I always wanted to actually meet this company. I'm very happy that Renato is here. And the way I met this company was through one of their former colleagues, Urška Vrčun, whom I met about 2 weeks ago by pure coincidence. I knew her before. I didn't know that she used to work with you guys, but she said, call them and they will come. Thank you, Renato, for the trust.
Thank you. And it's been a pleasure here to introduce the company and the offering to the local market, because as we're working on a global market, we attend conferences globally. It's seldom the chance to actually meet the colleagues, and I actually see a couple of really interesting cases and companies building in this ecosystem, as we say. So, I'm Renato, I'm Director of Product Management at Amplexor Life Sciences, and I will briefly lead you through our company and our offering. We are dedicated and we have a vision for life sciences market. We only work in this market. We provide market-leading holistic regulatory and quality solutions, and we support with those the companies in the life sciences to reach sustainable compliance and better efficiency with a minimal total cost of ownership. We have a global footprint. We do not hide with the group. We are owned by Accolade Group, which is a huge multinational company, but also our core business is currently spread over 6 locations globally, and we focus over 180 employees just on our core market. We serve over 40,000 users on a daily basis, working on mission-critical regulatory and quality operations in their companies across the globe. The whole story started like 25 years ago when a small company from Nova Mesto actually decided to focus on the area of life sciences market and their needs. And through the years, we have been developing our product portfolio, addressing the imminent needs and the changes and evolution of the regulatory requirements. And we have been acquired at least twice in the meantime, which is an interesting experience per se, but we have kept our own core of our business, of our product management and services under our own control. Through the years, we have acquired several important customers which we served, and they enabled us basically to reach the growth over the years to the current situation. Our offering is based on the Amplexor Life Sciences Suite offering, which essentially spreads over the area of regulatory planning and tracking, regulatory content management, or it used to be called document management, to submission management and publishing, so producing compliant ECTD and other kinds of output, product registration management, which is nowadays a hot topic through the adoption of IDMP standards and other standards like MDR on the medical device area, labeling management, and finally quality management of processes and content. Our product portfolio is based on a core software platform, Compliance Foundation, which is then extended to the core master data and referential data layers. And then different kind of parts of solutions addresses different business needs, from regulatory, information management, registration management, submission management and publishing, label management, doc management, and quality management. On top of that, we have the analytics layer, which leverages all these data sets that are seamlessly flowing through the processes in the pharma companies to get extra insight into the added value that can be pulled out based on the modern intelligence capabilities. Of course, working in the industry, we have to go through the tedious but necessary process steps to be compliant with the standards, not just ISO standards, which are universal, but also specific standards for the industry, like Part 11, GMP, Annex 11, but also cloud certifications like SOT 2, because we are, as any software vendor nowadays, offering our solutions in the cloud. So to finish, we are here to help pharma, biotech, and medical device customers to reduce time to market for new products and also overall effort for the product lifecycle management. We introduce with our solutions sustainable compliance according to industry standards and regulations to increase the overall efficiency, and all this is enabled through the minimal total cost of ownership. We have our teams which have deep understanding of the industry needs and the regulations. We employ people from the industry, pharmacists, or people from the quality background. We have proven ability to scale complex global programs. One of our customers, for example, is having like 20,000 users on the system, globally scaled rollouts from Asia, US, Europe, and other regions. And we are unique because we are offering comparable solution together with all the services to implement this in a compliant manner. Services for implementation, technical services, as well as validation services. So, thank you. If you would like to see more about or listen about any of these details, I'm here around the lunch. Otherwise, contact us. Thank you, gracias, and hvala.
And now Norkis.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody again. My name is Norkis Arteaga. I am the head of the business department of BioCuba Pharma at BioCuba Pharma, which is the biological and pharmaceutical industry in Cuba. I would like to thank for this opportunity to share with you some of our figures. And as you can see here, we have 32 companies, as Raul mentioned it, and we have in place 80 manufacturing facilities, 61 for medicines and 19 for medical equipments. We have more than 20,000 workers, and we are exporting to more than 45 countries around the world, after getting more than 800 marketing approvals with our products. I also want to share with you the information that beside the 32 companies in Cuba, we have 15 abroad. I only want to mention here those that are joint venture companies or that has manufacturing facilities. We have 3 joint venture companies in China for producing and marketing different kind of biotech drugs, including biosimilars, but also innovative products. We also have a joint venture in Thailand, based in Bangkok, for producing recombinant proteins. This facility was used by AstraZeneca to manufacture its vaccine during the COVID pandemic. We also have 2 companies in Spain. Leo Pharma is a wholly owned subsidiary from one of our institutions, CIGB, and it's for the filling and finishing process of recombinant proteins. And we also have IC Neuronic, which is for producing medical equipments. And also we have in Singapore another joint venture company for the commercialization of innovative monoclonal antibodies. In Cuba, we have 2 joint venture companies. Tomorrow you will receive information about Incubayo, or tomorrow or today? It's tomorrow, no? Tomorrow you will receive information about Incubayo, but I wanted to mention here also the Innovative Immunotherapy Alliance, which is a joint venture company with Roswell Park Cancer Institute in US, and it is based in the Mariel Special Development Zone in Cuba. And the most important here is that despite of the blockade and the US embargo, Roswell Park got the license from the US government to have this joint venture company, and we are running clinical trials with a cancer therapeutic vaccine in US because of this association. Regarding to R&D, we have a wide pipeline, but more than 60% focus on oncology, neurology, and immunology, and this is very important because most of them are already protected by patent. I mean, these are innovative drugs and we are looking for partners for the development of these projects. Just to summarize, what is BioCuba Pharma and its networking in the world? Through commercial and representation and distribution agreement, we export to many Latin American, African, and Asian countries. As I told you, more than 45 countries, and it is using our data. Marketing approval in Cuba that we can export to these countries. But we also have license and co-development agreements because with the Cuban data, then we have to make the clinical development in high regulated countries like Europe, for example. And we have a lot of license and co-development agreements. And also we are starting the process of incorporating a special purpose vehicle or a startup companies mainly in Europe to attract funds for the clinical development and for the commercialization of these products. And also we have some of them in South Asian countries. We also have the joint venture companies, as I mentioned it, because these markets are very far from Cuba and are huge market, and our manufacturing facility doesn't have has enough capacity to send the product to these big countries, and that's why we incorporated the joint venture companies with our technology there, even in China or in Thailand. And we also have the joint venture company that I mentioned it before. As you can see, our products and projects has the presence around the world. And finally, this is to summarize what we are looking for. It's very important for us to associate with companies, Slovenian, European companies, to access to this important market with our innovative drugs, and also to access to venture capitals in order to attract the funds. We were discussing during this morning the importance of the funds for developing projects. We have the experience, we have the skilled person, but as you know, we are a very poor country and we do not have the financial resource. That's why it is so important to access to these venture capital funds. But we also are proposing to generate together IP, because if we can establish alliance for the academic collaboration or research agreement, we could, as you have many very skilled people, and we also have, then we could create together new IP, which could be very attractive for the companies that are looking for attractive projects. And we also are, as Greg mentioned it, we have a portfolio of investment in Cuba to expanding our manufacturing capacity and our R&D capacities, and we are looking for foreign investment also in our country. I have here some catalogs that I will share with Greg in order that you can evaluate our projects, and if you have any particular interest, of course, we will be more than happy to share with you this information and to discuss potential common interest tomorrow on the B2B meetings, or today during the lunch, or after the afternoon session. Then thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much. We just won ourselves 10 more minutes for lunch. And without further ado, I need to go into... can you give my presentation on? Yes, this is lunch back at 2. Again, thank you to the supporters, sponsors. I need to make sure that perhaps you also think about joining this group next year or in the next period. Perhaps the roundtable we had before didn't talk about the next steps, but we gave the specter, or how do you call it, stafeta, to COBIK, and I'm sure there will be further information coming from us. So Slovenia Enterprise Fund, Ministry for Economic Development and Technology, European Union, COBIK, Helde, Spirit, Unido, Biosistemica, Labena, CISEGIS, SRIP, Zdravje Medicina. This is what happens after the break. I think it's super interesting. There will be one apology, but it will come later. We will tell you who we try to apologize for. But I don't think we need to apologize for certain things, so I'm really happy that we can go to lunch right now. I will carry this with me to distribute it to anybody who wishes to basically learn more. Again, Peter, I don't know whether you met him already, but Peter is not just a regular guy, I would say. He was the lead, or officially still is the lead of Roche Diagnostics for the whole region. So he's a businessman basically, but knows the industry and use his knowledge. He's very skilled. Thank you very much. How do you say dober tek in Spanish? Bon appetit, how do you say that in Spanish? Bon provecho. Something like that. Okay, thank you very much. talk in the morning or before lunch. I hope you liked the lunch. I liked it a lot. But I saw that we made a mistake in the organization, which is not to provide coffee. I got the coffee from my friend, Tanya. Where did you get the coffee? So if somebody wants, just across the street. Okay. Not that that helps. No, we don't have a coffee break. No, not that either. I think I'm still a little bit too early, but if anybody has any questions or comments at this time, perhaps that's an opportunity to say whatever. Anyhow, just in this second part of the program, let me go through the main parts that we have. So I'll just go to the start where we have the whole program. We have on the right side, now we have the roundtable on regulation. Then we have 3 cases of regulatory approval, roundtable on advanced therapies, then the 4th batch of quick presentations. We have 2 state secretaries joining us. This part will be in Slovenian, and then Maya does the wrap-up of the conference. Again, without further ado, you know that we're trying to properly manage time here, and it's 2 o'clock, so I will definitely enter this if I may. So I will invite to the roundtable 4 guests. So we have 1 missing, and we have somebody to explain why one of them is missing. But I think it's justified. Actually, it's a sad story, but I don't know whether Borut will want to share. But we will definitely apologize. So Einard Blanco Garcia, please come to the floor. Slavica Čamer, Momir Radulović, and Borut Štrukelj. So these are the distinguished guests with whom we will speak about the regulation. When I started my career, it was in, I'm a physicist, but I didn't feel qualified to work in, I would say high-level mathematics, nor was I happy with the current job I had at that time, working on my diploma, which was on liquid crystals in the basement of Institut Jožef Stefan for Dr. Pirš. And I simply didn't feel, that was me. And I find myself in advertising for 9 years. And of course, to a great disappointment of my parents, mother especially, I didn't have the degree at that time, so I needed a few years still to finish the degree. So in a way, I was flawed at that time. But what I learned is that still physics provides a deep foundation for me, and I'm not preaching this, to make anybody in other fields like biotechnology, chemistry, or whatever jealous. I do deeply respect the knowledge that is brought here. What I respect about this group is that this group actually tackles the most awkward part, I would say, but I will explain what I mean with that. So whenever we teach entrepreneurship, of course, I did then go to a business school and got a master's degree, etc. And usually the story goes like this. You create a nice product, you create a minimum viable product, and you try to sell that. So even a proverb is, if you are not ashamed to sell your product, then you're too late. So you basically have to be ashamed of your product, okay? Now, it took me a few years in medicine to realize that minimum viable product is not a concept that is acceptable, because it's a minimum safety product. And minimum safety is actually quite a lot. And so without the regulation, you don't have the essential third part, which is the 2 parts are, on one hand, you have to know how to do it, production, development doesn't matter, production. The other part is sell. No, in medicine is, yes, you have to know how to do it, but then you have to first prove that it's safe. So this is the entry into this roundtable. Like we did before, present yourself and your company or organization. And Momir, it's my deep pleasure to have the boss of the Slovenian Medicines Agency with us. So the top authority in Slovenia. Please, Momir.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this important and very distinguished conference. I see a lot of entrepreneurs want to enter the health market. So my name is Momir Radulovic. I come from Slovenian Medicines and Medical Devices Agency. Let's say this is one of the medicines agencies which are high between the small member states. So we have quite a lot of different competencies. So for the human medicine side and for the veterinary medicine side, national pharmacopoeia, EDQM, then we have surveillance under competency and prices of medicine. So different part of what we do. Here, the process definitely is focused on the assessment part and the inspection part, which is actually quite a big hurdle to overcome for the entrepreneurs.
All right. Borut, so how do you fit into this story that was just introduced?
Actually, it was really real one. I mean, case example, which is really true. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Borut Strukel. I'm professor for pharmaceutical biotechnology at the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Ljubljana, and partially an external advisor of two companies. The first one is PharmSol, which is quite important CRO in Dubai, but locations are all around the world. And I would like to apologize my colleagues and my boss in parentheses, Sunil Doshi, due to the very unpleasant accident with injuries of her wife. So he would like to welcome you, but he said it's impossible to be connected or online in any other way. On the other hand, I would like to welcome our, let's say, friends, not only partners, not only scientists, but very good friends. Namely, we were in Cuba on May, and we spent excellent 5 working days. I would like to point out that they were, I mean, a really busy schedule. But on the other hand, I realize as an expert on the field of biotechnology that the biotech sector in Cuba, it is very well developed. You have a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience, and I hope that we're gonna succeed, Alexandra, with this cluster, and then under the umbrella of the cluster, then the implementation of our knowledge is going to be implemented to Cuba and vice versa.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Chammer.
Thanks a lot for inviting me. Well, I have to say that I'm very delighted to have the opportunity to participate this very exciting event. I'm coming from the segment of business development in the pharmaceutical industry and project management. So we are already, I would say, the executors of the activities to assist you to, let us say, bring your product into the European market, respecting regulatory requirements, all legal requirements, and also the quality requirements which are necessary to reconsider when entering the pharmaceutical segment. And on the other side, we would also be in the position to assist and to consult and to provide the services when we are reconsidering the situation how to enter and penetrate the European market. That means licensing out arrangements or joint ventures or potential acquisition of the pharmaceutical company within the European Union. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you also for coming. Mr. Reinhardt?
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us to this wonderful meeting. My name is Einar Blanco. I'm a pharmacist as a background, and I used to work in the lab doing some drug development experiments, specifically on the downstream processing and formulation of protein and so on. But after I made my master's degree, I moved to business. So I have been working like more than 20 years already on the business side.
Okay, so regulation is definitely not just a game of safety. It's also a game of balance between safety and access. Would anybody of you have the comment, perhaps in the light of less profitable diseases, so rare diseases, where the burden of regulation in terms of the viability of curing somebody becomes actually very high. We see that some drugs are now coming out with ticket prices of 2.5, I heard about more than 3. So what is the future way? I will use one of the things, Borut, you mentioned when we were preparing. So Borut, thank you very much for being involved also in the setting up the program. It would not be like it is without you. And you said that basically the AstraZeneca drug and the Zolgensma, if I'm not wrong, so sorry for using these brand names, I have to in this community, are actually the same in terms of the technology. But price of one is, let's say, 10 euro, the other one costs 2 million. So some people don't understand how that can be. But your explanation was really nice. Can you repeat that and let us talk about this balance? Safety, access. Safety, access.
Thank you very much. So yes, you know that within the pharmaceutical sector, the safety is much more important than efficacy. We have a lot of in terms of efficacy, very nice examples. But as soon as we are talking about the safety, then everything is about regulation. And at the end of the day, we are faced with severe side effects and so on. Okay, so thank you very much. I mean, this is a very good point of consideration. When you discuss with the ordinary people, it's very difficult to explain that the most expensive, so advanced biological drug, it is Zolgensma, which is composed of a gene coding for one of the proteins that are non-functional, you know, the case of the crease. So there are two actually genes coding for two proteins, and one is functional, which actually is very important for the mobility of the individual. And the crease, he got first antisense DNA drug, and then this Zolgensma. This is actually adeno-associated virus composed of this gene, and that's it. But the gene, it is of human origin. If we compare this, and the price, it is 2.1 million. So if we compare this with the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is adenoviral vector, it is very similar one. I believe that Mattia could tell more about this because you are now quite expert in this, but nevertheless, I mean, we have the same composition. Adeno-associated viruses as a viral vector when we compare with the adenovirus, which is actually the carrier of the gene coding for S protein for SARS-CoV-2, the technology behind is the same, more or less the same. But now we are balanced with the two different prices. 2.1 million compared with 10 euros or something like that, even less. What's the story behind? I mean, in terms of economical point of view, is that we have to divide the R&D with the number of patients. Are you agree, Mumir?
Yeah, thank you for giving me some arguments that I can fight for. So, on one side, so just bottom up, the medicines should be affordable to society. Yeah. So we should not treat any medicine as a commodity. It's not a Mercedes, it's not a Hermes bag, it's a medicine. On the other side, we have this orphanization of the disease, you know, because the biomarkers advance so much that everything is rare enough that it's a rare disease. So it fits to the definition, and this needs to be changed. And if you look from the R&D, we have a claim from pharmaceutical companies that it costs 2 billion to develop a drug. And on one side, we have many startup SMEs who are developing those medicines, then they are overtaking or they are partnering with medicine. So balanced approach is needed. On one side, we need innovation, so we need this, you know, to fill this, and the research part in Europe is doing really well. So we have Horizon Europe, EU for Health, many different schemes who are providing a lot of money for the researchers. What we don't do well in Europe is the development part, because it doesn't exist in the public infrastructure. It exists only within the pharmaceutical industries. It doesn't exist even with the SMEs and startups. So this is something that we should have, public infrastructures for SMEs and for startups. And let me just maybe quote this Zolgensma. So Zolgensma costs, they have a 2 million price tag, but on the other side, there are already 4,500 treatments delivered per this price, you know. So then you do the calculation, and you, on the other side, if you do this in a hospital environment, so some kind of hospital exemption, it costs 80,000 euros. This is a number from Germany. So here, definitely as regulators, we will have 40 to 60 ATMPs registered up to 2030. So in next, let's say 8 years, you know. So this is something that we must find a solution that we will be able to afford these medicines as a society, you know, because everything is rare. But I will just maybe be provocative. There is no way that the clinical study on 30 patients costs 2 billion. There is no way, you know, so it's not possible, you know. So even though it's a follow-up adjuvant treatment, let's say 10 years of follow-up, it's something that needs to be balanced. And then another provocative idea is, should market exclusivity be withdrawn if the sales of 10 billion is reached, you know? So this is something that we should maybe talk, you know. So on one side, we want to have innovation. I think the return on investment should be there. It's fair that all shareholders capitalize on it, but on the other side, COVID also made the case, you know, COVID-19 vaccine developed with the public funds, you know, at the end had 36 billion of sales. We didn't have a threshold here. So this is something that could be regulated in the end.
Thank you. So I would challenge Einard, and I will take the point from Alejandro, actually. So we had a nice discussion last week about cooperation between Slovenia and Cuba in the direction of both the bridge between, it's a bridge both ways. So bridge through Slovenia to Europe and bridge through Cuba to Latin America. But not just that, also African countries. We saw before in the presentation by Norkis what the size of the footprint of BioPharm is. It's impressive. It's 20,000 people. The number of countries is amazing. So what do you think about this bridge, Cuba-Slovenia? Regulatory-wise.
Can I talk a little bit about the previous topic?
No. Just go there, please.
I will make the bridge later.
Yeah, make the bridge later.
Question.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I think it's a very important issue, this about safety and access, because they are very close related. If you say to ask somebody, regular guy in the street, whether the safety is important for medicines, everybody will say yes, of course. But in the pharmaceutical industry, more safety means more money to spend, yeah. Okay? And that will directly go to the price. So I'm a fully supporter of the safety of the drugs, but at the same time, there is a lot of data that can demonstrate that the concept of safety in the state of the art has been taught by the big pharma. And we were talking previously about biosimilars, and Mateja is one of the leading on that fight. There is a lot of data demonstrating that the US entered later in the biosimilar business because of the big pharma interest. There is no doubt about that. And they were reluctant to accept biosimilars, raising the regulations, saying that you cannot accept some biosimilar to have some variations that actually they have between their own batches. So there are a lot of data about that. So coming to the last question, about so in Cuba we have the experience. I mean, you know, Cuba is a country under U.S. embargo for the longest time in the history, and so we have been facing the fact that we cannot access U.S. drugs and even drugs from the European big pharma because they have interest in the U.S. so they cannot export to us. So we have to deal by ourselves. So our regulatory agency is giving priority to the access. And sometimes we are a proof that it's possible to bring drugs faster and cheaper to the market without affecting the health of the population.
All right. Before we continue, Maya Chemajar and I think, do you have the PowerPoint with, and Leonard? Leonard, you are still missing. Thank you. Sorry. Yes, Slavica, what do you think about this matter? I think it's a very important matter. This things in balance in life appear quite often, especially one of the key elements that we need among each other is trust. But blind trust is stupid. So trust, but again, checked in a way, you know, safeguarded. But again, this balances between these two things. Well, how do you view this? You take it from the perspective of people who implement it. What happens in your experience?
In my experience, it is the most important thing to. It's a very simple solution, but I think very effective. It's important to define, let us say, the project, the first project, to put it through the realization, and then after it is important to experience what could be the advantages, the opportunities, where we have, let us say, the limitations. This is a very simple action, how we do in practice when we work on the execution level.
All right. So, if we take regulation and we take parts of regulation, and we talk about not just clinical studies, we talk about GMP, we talk about GLP, we talk about preclinical stuff, we talk about post-market evaluation. Are there differences in terms of how hard it is, or what is the hard part besides the money? Let's not talk money for now. We will return to the issue afterwards. I would say rather knowledge-wise or attitude-wise, or you know, where do we get stuck? Where is friction?
Well, it depends also of the active pharmaceutical ingredient what you have. So if it's a chemical entity, then it's quite easy. So it's a bioequivalence study, and this is manageable because we still have this regulation, which is quite old, and this bioequivalence studies is easy to fulfill. So you most likely buy API in India or China, then you formulate it in your own country, and then you submit for dossier. If you go to the biologics, then this is much harder. You know, with biologics it's not easy because it's hard to have the same product. You know, so whatever comes next to the reference product is just similar enough. You know, so it's biosimilar. So here you really need to prove that it's similar. So that means from the preclinical phase, in vivo or in vitro tests, and then also to the clinical part. So that does mean the full-scale clinical part, but still you need to show some comparable studies, basic pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, and then Europe is part of ICRMA, so this international body of worldwide regulators, and we have these ICH guidelines, so we all try to fit with the International Coalition on Harmonization guidelines with the biologics, and then further step is advanced tissue medicinal products, which is even one step further, you know, because this is even more complicated, and in future we all know that all these medicines are more complex, they will need more monitoring, you know, so it's that's why so many guidances exist, and it's it's quite a challenge to enter. You know, the fixed cost is high, but then when you enter, it's easy. You know, but it takes time to be comfortable with the regulation of the or let's say biosimilar products. But it's achievable. You know, it's last year it was 15 years of first biosimilar approved in Europe. So we have many in Europe approved. We even claim now that these are similar enough that can be easily switched, you know, but then substitution policies is on each own member state to substitute, you know. So here the European Medicines Agency didn't take the competency, but I think in future, in order to save money for the innovation part, we will need to find a way how to implement more biosimilar products in the system. Otherwise, we won't be able to buy new products.
Borut, what does it mean to be better in regulation? What is the competitive advantage of, let's say Slovenia, the Slovenian ecosystem? Not just yourself, you are distinguished, respected, but you have just 24 hours, like the rest of us. But getting hold of you is actually a challenge. That is the challenge, right?
Right.
But still, if you would actually mark the colleagues in a way, what distinguishes this environment from in your view?
Okay, well, first of all, we have to face with one very basic point, what was already mentioned by director of agency, that Cuba or Slovenia, we are faced with or biosimilars or with the products that will derive from the gene cell technology that will be something like biosimilars. Forget about innovative technology. Let me have a very specific example. When I was working as an inspector at the European Agency for Medicines in London, I inspected a Simavax. This is a brilliant product coming from Cuba. It's a fusion protein, which is, well, the basic indication or the main indication, it is non-small cell cancer, lung cancer, but could be also used for other very similar indications. So we found out that this is innovative biological drug, which means that sooner or later, at the end of the day, there it is necessary to spend more than $1 billion in order to go through a really serious clinical studies. Now, coming back to the Slovenian, how to say, or platform or ecosystem, if you wish, I believe that there are so many different obstacles. I'm not talking about the regulation of drugs. I'm talking about the regulation of, we already discussed this due to the first roundtable discussion, that we really need to establish this kind of a cluster and to invite external international partners. So that's why we have so many different points from the regulatory point of view, as well as agency and so on and so on. So I mean, we can't do everything by ourselves, and that's it.
What is Cuba in terms of comparative advantages in this sector? What I would like to emphasize to the audience is when you read the profiles of the delegates here, you realize they are all directors. So we got the first line of Cuban biopharma industry, which is a big sign of trust for us. Of course, I will again emphasize the B2B meetings tomorrow for those who have not been here. Peter, again, you're there in the back. Anyhow, what is Cuba excellent at in terms of regulation? Please.
Well, as I was saying before, our local ecosystem has a long experience dealing with the development and the approval and the use of new drugs in the national health system. So we have been very good at innovating new drugs and develop them until manufacturing scale compatible with the national population that we have. And from there, we have been able to export to the south mainly. So in the north, there is no any Cuban product registered in Europe. I need to stress that. But there are some of them that actually managed to get into phase 3 clinical trials in Europe, in the US and Canada as well. So far, the most difficult issue for us has been going to the end, I mean, because the financial constraints and so on. So specifically with CIMAVAX that our colleague here already mentioned, it's a good example. We managed to run a phase 3 clinical trial in Europe, but it took a little bit longer than we expected, as is the case. And suddenly the anti-checkpoint inhibitors came in. So our trial became old. So our standard therapy, we're not comparing our drug, adding up immunocheckpoint inhibitors. So it's very difficult because it's very competitive. So I would say that our main advantage back in Cuba is that we have the knowledge about how to innovate and to create new drugs to make the development. The regulatory environment is there. And we are very good doing clinical trials, preclinical and clinical trials. So that has allowed us to go directly to a phase 3 in Europe because we have clinical data from Cuba, phase 1, phase 2, even phase 3 in Cuba. So we can go and to shortcut a little bit in our development in Europe or in major countries.
All right. Yeah, that's invited actually also. Nadia? No, it's okay. The mic will come. Yes, what I said before in the start of the conference, it's very much about the interactions that we make. So please, audience, if you feel compelled, yes, Borut will come after. Norkis, please. Rok.
Thank you.
Poskusi ga prižgati.
No, just
it's okay.
Few comments regarding to CIMAVAX, because I think it's very important to understand what is happening behind the regulations. Because as Einar said, we have these vaccines. This is a very effective without high toxic effects, which is very important. The safe of the patients also. And that's why we already have been using these vaccines in thousands of people in Cuba with advanced non-small cell lung cancer, even in the primary care, because these are patients that are getting a important survival time, and it's very easy for them to go to the primary care and to receive the vaccines because it's very safe. And because of the high regulations, it is not allowed to use these vaccines, for example, here in Europe. And we have a lot of cases of patients coming to Cuba because there is a possibility that some patients that trust on our vaccines then are coming to Cuba, and fortunately they are receiving with patients that had a very short expectancy of life, like
which
less
cancer
than 6
is that,
months.
if I may ask?
Lung cancer.
Non-small cell lung cancer tumors, and it's supposed that they were living only for 6 months, and some of them are for 2 years or 3 years or more than 5 years, because we have a lot of cases with this. There is also a program that was transmitting from the US television that it's showing.
And this drug is sold in Serbia, is this the case?
Yes, exactly.
So how come it's sold in Serbia? You know the case? Is it without regulation? So did Serbia risk too much?
There is a possibility, because we have with other products like nimotuzumab, which is a monoclonal antibody, that because there are some regulations in Europe that if the drugs is approved in the origin country, and there is doctors that wants to prescribe the drugs, then we can send to Europe. And this is the case for many years. We have been treating with patients with glioma tumors, pancreatic tumor, with another monoclonal antibody that we have. It's an innovative product also. A lot of European patients have been benefited with these drugs. With CIMAVAX, I think that in...
Yes, okay, let me explain this, but don't going into details, I mean, because it's too complicated. Actually, delegate group composed of several ex-IMA experts, we were invited to Serbia in order to go through their regulation and to their possibility to import this very efficient biological. And yes, we got the positive opinion regarding the quality. Regarding preclinical and clinical, there are not really very good implementation with EU GMP. However, Serbia is not European Union, so they are not a member state of European Union, and at that time this was possible. Now I doubt, because you know better than me, Momir, that they perhaps are try to be very close to the regulation of the European Union. But yes, again, excellent product, but due to the very high expectation from regulatory point of view, it's need to be elaborated more.
I would like to keep this discussion at the point where all the check marks are made. So I don't want us to push in the direction where we would say, Momir, you are here to loosen up. You know what I mean? The whole point is that we don't compromise. So we can't compromise, but I'm saying that we need to find shortcuts, not shortcuts compromising on safety, but doing things smarter. So Borut, you had a point now. So is the mic working now?
Hello, first welcome to the Cuban Friends here in Slovenia. I have a question. What in business connection or business relations you're looking for in Slovenia in terms of what you do or in EU?
Yeah, so directly business question.
Usually we are open
tomorrow,
to,
yes, but still, yes.
We are open to many different business models. We can, what we have been doing before in Europe has been based on licensing agreements. So we license out to somebody else with the financial capability to run clinical trials in exchange of some, upfront milestone royalties as normal. So we keep the co-development usually with them because we run additional trials in Cuba and South America. So we license out Europe and we collaborate on the development. But we are also exploring some other alternatives as is the case of IncuBio, which is the company I'm the director of. I'm going to explain a little bit later in the afternoon at 4 p.m., I think. This is a company created as a special proposed vehicle, which is a model of company where we are, open to receive investment in exchange of shares of the company. So you can participate on the global ownership of the drug that we selected to put inside. So this is more or less. So in general, it's the same. We need more funding, and we are hoping to find out the ways to access them.
All right. Tanya?
Yes. First, thank you for this very great presentation. I will go to the end of this story, so to the end user, consumer, patient, whatever you like. We heard today from you, Momir, that regulation is old. Borut, you gave a very plastic example how this works, but I'm a patient, so I heard about a new drug. I heard about the very efficient thing that is coming up. Does the upper regulation, let's say FDA, EMA, are probably, besides Australian agency, top ones that all other countries are following, do we have any influence to them? How can we change this? We saw in the past 2 years that if we work all together, things are moving forward very quickly. So we are sitting here in Slovenia. Momir, you probably cannot move things before EMA, or you can. How can we, as the whole society, as a bunch of very smart people in this room, influence, let's say, EMA to start moving things a little bit faster, or to change this regulations? We saw with PROMs that are coming as a secondary endpoints and maybe as a primary endpoints in some trials. What would be your perspective of maybe of all four of you, even if we can learn something from Cuba and their regulatory agency?
Well, now we are facing the 20 years of the legislation, so we have effective, qualitative, and safe medicines on the market. And then the European Commission announced the change of the legislation because we have many medicines of the market, but many of the countries are not receiving those medicines. You know, it's a profit and loss exercise from the companies, and that's what we're trying to change. You know, if we have a single market for authorization, then we want to have access to these medicines. But on the other side, pricing is purely a competency of national pricing authorities, and here we definitely need to find a way. Either this is joint procurement, and then we have a European price which would be deducted by the poverty line, by the daily wage or the purchase power parity, so the price in Germany or in Slovenia is not the same. So this is something that we could work, you know, because this, we saw that this joint procurement work well, you know, so of course there are always some issues when you try to do something fast, you know, but we had quite a big success with the joint procurement on therapeutics. With the vaccines we had advanced purchase agreements, so this is a bit different. So here we need to work let's say in a different way to have an access to those medicines, you know, because we have, for instance, some provisions like sunset clause, you know, that the medicine should be withdrawn from the market authorizations if it's not marketed in all member states, you know, but this doesn't exist, you know, so I think we need to tighten this up. And on the other side, we need to look for the solutions. You know, one solution definitely could be after 15 years or let's say 16 years of biosimilars on the market. I think we should loosen up the regulations. You know, maybe we should do the quality standards changed. You know, so it's much more sensitive now. So we are far further where we were 15 years ago. You know, so here also the regulation needs to be opened up and to see maybe just the quality studies will be enough, you know, so we won't be able to do all these comparative trials or like you said, maybe it's enough to just focus on the secondary endpoints, not on the primary ones. So this is something that I think we need to discuss, and it's the right time because now after 20 years it opened up, so we have 3 legislation opening up, the basic legislation act, and then a pediatric legislation and orphan diseases, you know. So from the regulator's point of view, we want to future-proof the next 20 years, you know, which is really hard, but we have nanoboots coming, we have wearables coming in, you know, everything, all the innovation comes from the medical device sector, you know, so we need to embed this in the future regulation because we all would like to live eternally.
Really? Sorry.
Well,
Borut, please.
Well, if I may, yes, a very good point of consideration. You're talking as a, for example, potential patient. There it is bypass. And the bypass now on 13th of October, our government finally got the decision for the approval of a guideline on clinical studies. Actually, this is just a little bit of advanced version. And yes, this is the way. I mean, it's not necessary that the product is on the market to be accessible to our patient. We, as a Slovenian, we have to much more participate in the final phase of the clinical studies, and this is what we would like to run out together with the agency. And I would like to say that yes, finally at the ministry someone really pushed this issue, but Slovenia was among the worst in terms of the number of patients which are incorporated as a cohort in the clinical studies. So this is the way how to get a drug which is not approved yet, but I mean it's at the final stage of the approval.
I think we have a reply from Norkis.
Thank you. Yes, it's just to complement what Einar said regarding to your question, Matthias or
Borut.
Sorry, Borut, sorry. Yes, I was wanting to add some comments to Einar reply regarding, and it was related also to your question about the bridge between Slovenian and Cuban companies. I think that regarding to coming a Slovenian product to Cuba, it's important also this kind of partnership because we have the experience of how to handle with our national regulatory agency. We run clinical trials from phase 1 to even to phase 4 clinical trials, and our authority is recognized as a 4th level in the region which means that we can go with a marketing approval in Cuba, we can go to many Latin American countries, and we have also our partners for distributing our products. Then if we find that there is a common interest and there is a product that matches with one of our companies, there are a lot of companies specialized in biological drugs, generics or pharmaceuticals, also in medical equipment, medical device regions, diagnostic regions, then is it possible that we include in our pipeline, in our portfolio, and that we get the marketing approval, and then we can access to the Latin American countries with an Slovenian product. And to the contrary, if we have a lot of innovative products that have been already recognized by the Cuban authority, but because of the high regulations, we need to repeat some clinical trials here in Europe. And it could be a good association also if we can bring together the product. If it is a big company that has enough resource for running the clinical trial, is what Einar said. We out-license the rights, and then the company acquired the rights for the clinical development and commercialization of the product. But if it is a small company, that I see that there are a lot of small companies here, we could together going to incorporate, let's say, a special purpose vehicle or a startup company in order to attract funds, and then together goes to the big company in order to continue the development of the projects. Then I think that there are a lot of possibilities among our companies, and I hope that after this meeting we could reach some of our agreements.
Okay. We have come to the last words of my dear panelists. In a way, I am disappointed. But you know, that is a proof that things are as they should be in a way. And the disappointment is the following. Richard Feynman used to say that you have to be able to tell things simply if you are really understanding them. I don't understand a lot of things that you are telling me, which means, of course, the authority is with you guys, okay? And it's not that I'm not very sort of person who is not capable of understanding, but for me it's still a little bit opaque, it's obscure. I don't really get all these things. So I will give you a very simple question. You catch a golden fish, and it grants you 3 wishes. And how many of those would you spend on your work? That's the only question I have for you. And only if you have simple ideas what you would do, which is not money, what would you do different if you could with that wish of the golden fish? So how many? Because we all have personal wishes. Sorry for the provocation. Slavica, I will ask you to start. All 3 for the work, 0 for work?
Let's say in these circumstances, we would sacrifice all 3 for work.
All right. All right. It's also possible that nobody else wants to comment. Einar.
I can say something, but I'm not sure it would be simple. We were talking here about the regulations in terms of access or safety. So I think in the political scene, the safety is represented good enough with a lot of power from the big pharma, but the access is not the same. So I will ask your fish to give the power to the people to counterbalance
power
the
to the people. That's a nice one. I, of course, don't want to be just banal or, you know, too simple. That wouldn't be correct as well.
Well, from my side, it would be definitely to have enough resources to implement, you know, because whatever you do, for instance, from the product triangle, you have resources, you have quality, and you have time, and you usually need to pick between 2, you know. So,
right.
And we are more regulated than the aviation industry, and the more complex the issue is, the more you need more people to resolve it. And this is something that I would aim for, you know, to have more people, because Slovenia is very strong on pharmaceuticals, you know, so it's the, let's say, second biggest GDP income comes from the pharmaceuticals, and in order to facilitate that, you need to have also the strong other stakeholders like the agency. And then second, I would definitely like to see a public infrastructure for all these startups and innovation, because we, for instance, have a lot of innovative startups in Slovenia, like in the medical devices sector, the software companies, the ATMPs, and this, you need to facilitate that, and the mindset, for instance, from the politician level, maybe not this one, but usually you need to invest to capitalize, so this is something, and the investment in something that you start with, like with the ATMPs is big, so but if you look the end price, like 2 million for one patient, you could easily get investment for a couple of millions to start things going. So this is something that I would aim for.
Will you be with us when the two secretaries come at 4:30?
They're coming now? Yeah, well, why
today,
not?
yes. Židan and Kamišalić, Latifić.
So I can challenge them on the
on
the funds.
Actually, Dejan Židan said to me that he is aware that it's actually number one item in Slovenian GDP under the bracket of chemical industry. So he said 9 billion, which for Slovenia is a lot.
Well, I know that with the Swiss, just last year we had 8 billion of exchange, just with the Swiss Federation. So this is something that we had. But if you look like direct income, I'm not sure. I think the tourism is still the first one. But
so it's
I'm
nice.
Not here to
it's good to look into the details. But one of the facts that I used to promote the event was that we are third largest per capita exporter of medicinal products globally. So after Switzerland and Ireland. And somebody really smartly commented, of course, because of the big exchange between Slovenia and Switzerland. Nevertheless, I think it's a super important industry for us. And I don't think the voice of this industry is represented enough in the politics. And that's the same point that you just made.
Yes, and two numbers maybe that you have to have in mind. So for instance, for Novartis or for Sandoz, 9 out of 10 biosimilars are produced here. True. And for the other generic, so Kirka, we have 16 billion units made on very small piece of land, and this is something that we should capitalize on.
Yes. So Borut.
Gregor, well, you made a very good or excellent job. Namely, we are talking about money and investment all the time, actually all day. And you solve accidentally the problem with the golden fish. I mean, great. So, yeah, it's not all about money, There are diamonds, there is gold and so on, but this is more or less a joke. We have to be faced with a very important point. Look at this COVID-19 vaccine development and usage. We had in Slovenia 3 proven cases of death due to the AstraZeneca. 3 proven, perhaps more, but not that much. So these are very rare, severe events that has to be reported. And if we count, then we can't find this kind of very rare effects during the clinical trials, despite the fact that predominantly vaccines, Comirnaty, AstraZeneca, Janssen, cohort of more than 40,000 participants were involved. But still we miss some very rare events. I would like to point out is that the more the regulation is severe and strict in terms of safety, the more complex and expensive is, at least within the European Union. And we can't do better, I don't know. Only if agencies are going to order that everything it is pay-free, that means that we will work for I don't know, voluntary? Otherwise...
I think we have to stop. I think we have to stop at this point. I will give the last word to Alejandro. But this is the last word, then we have to continue with the next block. Thank you so far. No, it's coming.
So the thing is that there were some witches that were no use. So I wanted to put one, if possible. Will it make sense if, let's say, a UN agency like UNIDO can also provide a space or facilitate contacts between the regulatory agency of Slovenia and the regulatory agency in Cuba. Will this type of action will also help to exchange experiences, but also to improve how both of them can tackle these challenges that you were talking?
Thank you for the invitation. Definitely, Slovenia is interested in sharing this experience. So in majority, we're focused on the Balkan area and the east part, yeah, but definitely, as we are part of the European Union, we should look further, and Cuba could be definitely one of the point of contact where we would be happy to collaborate.
Wonderful. We should make sure that the contact here is established. It's very valuable. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists. And we will continue. So now we have 3 presentations, which are not quick presentations, but still we have to get through in 25 minutes. Hopefully we can. Yes, we will start with Maja Čemažar, and I will give her the mic here. All right?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I prepared some slides, so if you can put them on. And then maybe for a start, I'm coming from the Institute of Oncology in Ljubljana. Institute of Oncology is actually the only, I would say, comprehensive cancer center in Slovenia where the majority of patients with the cancer are treated. I will present today actually a bit of regulatory issues that we have to start our first clinical trial in gene therapy. And I'm coming from the Department of Experimental Oncology. This is the department that is devoted to research, and it's situated in a public hospital. I think we are the only lab like this in Slovenia. We are doing now for almost, it's like 25 years on gene therapy. We started using it with electroporation, but otherwise, just to tell you, we are registered for the work with the laboratory animals. We are licensed to work with the GMO at the safety level 2, and we are also registered to work with the closed sources of ionizing radiation. As I said, our main work is the basic and translational oncology. In the 90s, we translated one therapy, it's called electrochemotherapy, from basic to the clinical use, and it's now used in 160 centers across Europe. And as I said, we started to work also with the gene therapy, and our main molecule was IL-12. We have done a lot of preclinical data. We tested it also in client-owned dogs with primary tumors with great success. And then we also wanted to start also clinical trial. We were lucky that we know some of our good colleagues. Here is one, Matjaž, and I think it's also Frank here. Frank is also here, and we prepared a project called a new gene-based cancer treatment modality with a paradigm shift in immunotherapy. We applied and we were selected. And then, among others, the main aim of this project was also to start with the clinical trial phase 1. So this is a very complicated slide, but it's not everything on. But what I wanted to tell you, to start with the clinical phase 1 study on a gene therapy, plasmid DNA, you need to prepare a non-clinical study and also a clinical study, and with all the papers and everything. So the project started in July 2018, and in December we went to Slovenian Medicine Agency to seek the advice what to do. And their advice was go to European Medicines Agency, and when you will get the advice from them, then you can apply the dossier to the Slovenian Medicine Agency. So this was our first meeting in December, And then they were really helpful. They sent us all the directives, everything that guidelines that we need to study. And this is the list of the guidelines that we studied. The first one was EMA Guidelines for Advanced Therapy Medicine Project, because our product was plasmid DNA. So it was a circulate DNA encoding therapeutic gene for interleukin-12. So after we had this sent application to EMA, we had online meeting in September. Then they invited us to meeting in vivo, and I think that this was my last travel before the COVID. We were already in Amsterdam. This is the picture of the 4 people that went to EMA, and you probably recognized at least 2 of them. And we prepared, based on their scientific advice that we received, also then a full dossier. So part of this dossier for the researcher was also non-clinical part. And for the non-clinical part, of course, we had to apply for the approval for the animal experiments. We had to apply for the approval from the Institute of Oncology to start the study. And we started with the experiments in October 2020. The experiments were lasted for 7 months. All of our researchers, altogether 22 persons, were involved in these experiments. We had to, although we had a lot of standard operating procedures, especially for this purpose, we had to route more than 100 new. And just an example, how many samples we proceed. For the in vivo studies on animals were almost 8,000 samples that we had to proceed. But we did it successfully. So at the end of experiments, we prepared the final report, and this final report was actually part of the application that we submitted to the Slovenian Medicine Agency. But before we submitted this, we had to register the operating room, the surgical room, as a closed system for genetically modified organisms. We had to apply for the ethical committee approval at the national level and also at the level of our institute. So in July 2021, we submitted the full report to the Slovenian Medicine Agency. Our study was approved by our institute. We got the approval from the Medicine Agency. And then because in Slovenia, all the gene therapy studies had to be submitted to also to the Ministry of Special Distribution, something like that, to Okolje in Prostor, for the deliberate release of genetically modified organisms to the environment. So we had to register our study also with this deliberate release, and also we got the positive expert opinion of the scientific panel also in October. At the same month, we started with the initiation of the study, and on the 9th of November, the first patient was included. This is a phase 1 study because it's new medicine, it's a dose escalation study. We have 3 cohorts of patients with the 3 doses. I will not go into the details, but as you said before, safety is the most important. And I'm really pleased to tell you that we just last week included our 6th patient, so the last patient in the 2nd cohort. This is the basal square carcinoma that we are treating with the intratumoral injection of the plasmid and then application of electric pulses. We are not expecting to obtain complete response of the tumors because it's a safety study, but we are happy that we are proceeding successfully, no side effects, no toxicity so far. And as this was also one of the aims of the project, we are now at the TRL 6, and we are hoping to, I don't know, attract some companies to invest in us that we will be able to proceed to phase 2. Thank you.
Okay, we proceed with Frank Smrekar and your case study of regulatory approval.
Hello, hi. Me again. Sorry for that. I hope it won't be too boring. To have more fun, they asked me just to repeat the story, and I will ask you the questions which I before had the presentation, how much you listened to me. I'm joking. But no, maybe on a serious note, since there was before discussion on ecosystem, the presentation that Maya had, I think also the COBIK, that was good presentation, how several Slovenian companies work together, and hopefully we treat the patients with that one. And in the meantime, we'll have a presentation sooner or later. So I will speak, since we are in more regulation part, this one. So you know this one, I won't repeat again. So what was, if Maya was describing how to do the clinical trials, so closer to the patient. So we were the one that to produce the material, and in order to produce the material, we had to have GMP facility and everything. So and our story started not only with the plasmid DNA, but before also with these phage products, which was interesting. They are not biosimilars, but there was also something new. That was in 2014. Actually, we and some French company were the first, to my knowledge, in Europe to produce this one. And it was interesting already at the start of how to design the facility. So what to put in. So cross-contaminations, because the regulation were not there, and I have to say from JSMP point of view, it was really great for us, great experience, because regulators, of course, didn't have also experience for that one, but they were really open that we could work together and figure out what we have to achieve and what that the product is safe. So that was our first step, setting up the GMP facility dedicated for biologics, and here was more for the phages and now also for the plasmid DNA. Then also getting the GMP certificate, so had all the discussions, which again, it was, from my perspective, nice collaboration. Then from regulation point of view, which I slightly touched before, development of manufacturing process. So when we are doing this, sometimes it's thought just, yeah, process needs to be efficient, but as it was already told before, it has to be safe. And from that perspective, so first is the quality, has to be safe, and then second, hopefully the product is also efficient. And if it is efficient, then we have to have the process that can be scalable, can be reproducible. So sometimes, at least at this early stages, there are some methods, production methods in the labs which are not applicable then for the GMP process. So in this case, what we have in mind already at the early stage, so what kind of raw material, what kind of steps have to be applied that it can be then scaled up and do in the GMP environment. Then also the bullet point for the analytical methods is the same. So a lot of methods are ICH or pharmacopoeia, but some has to be product specific, and again needs to be have in mind to develop them that they can be validated. Because they're for biologic, it can be that they're maybe not as straightforward as maybe some HPLC methods, so the variability is higher. So all these things have to have in mind, and sometimes what we implement here is, even though maybe the method is not the most exact one, we go from approach whether you use that one, better something than nothing, but you're adding that as characterization just to understand, to track with different batches what's happening. Then, yeah, what we're doing once it's in the manufacturing process, we'll do the whole QC for clinical trials, which is then followed by the stability programs, which I explained before. So there are things that are defined in advance, there are things that are maybe more specific biologic, if possible, and this is what we are saying, do it more, that you don't regret later what hasn't been checked. And as part of our activity, of course, it doesn't end with providing the vial to our partner for doing the clinical trials, but also do all the documentation, the CMC, which is a lot of things, but nevertheless, it needs to be collected during the process, not only at the end. So what we have here as before, so we have certificate for biologics and for ATMP products. We do also have for veterinary, we're working with some partner to develop that one. Not so much for the human health, but also in the food industry, applying for the EFSA and also the registered product at APA with one partner for the USA. And this is again one busy slide with a lot of colors, and that's just to keep you awake. Is this working? Yeah. So how we look at this is when we help our partners at the beginning. So we try to help them we can help them with product selection, but we definitely try to help them with initial specification, because at the beginning, again, because at least what we are working, these things are not defined in advance. So we try to figure out what will be important. However, so even though it's early stage before you have final material, you need to know what your target is. So what kind of quality aspects you want to achieve. Some are easy with the endotoxin concentration, some are more tricky. So this is at the beginning. Then we started the process development, and all this material, because it has to be representative material, can be then also used for in vitro testing or preclinical. So it depends then, so at what stage you are or they are. But all this material is also then has to be recorded correctly, because that can be also, has to be also included in then submission filing. And as said, the QC method analytics in parallel and stability. Then the second one is scale-up. So the scale-up can be really high to 50, for us high, 50, 100, 200 liter, but in some cases when with the new drugs, with the smaller batches, can be also only 10 liter scale, which is then sufficient for the clinical trials. Again, important is that representative material is then used for the testing, different kind of testing, and then at the end is producing the clinical trial material, which we usually have first in what is called engineering run technical batch, and then actual clinical trial material, which is labeled and shipped to our customers, and then also, as said, preparing the documentation. And this is just the few things which we were involved. So far, not that we have only certificates, but we did produce 50 phage or virus and bacterial banks, 50 of each. Then more than 50 APIs or drug substances, and which means 90 GMP batches, including the engineering runs, and 8 drug products that have been successfully used in clinical trials. Most of them were in US. There was also some TJ in Australia, and also one in Europe, and we did some compassionate use. So I tried to be on time, that there's in 25 minutes we are all finalized. Good one, huh? Thank you very much.
I think Frank, this was perfect timing. Now we will have 10 minutes for a Borut. I do apologize for not planning a break after the lunch. So we have a long one still. Any bio breaks or whatever, please take them in between. But I think the program is well worth it. Sorry, guys. Borut.
Go on. How many minutes I have? Okay, starting the timer. Hello, everyone. I'll present Labena and what we do in the biotech. So just a little bit about us. We have 8 offices in 7 countries. It's a little bit above 100 people, about 50 scientists, and about 15% with PhD. One of our division, which is stationed in Ljubljana, it's a CRO organization, so contract development and research facilities. We are approved by EASMP, or European Medical Agency. We have a GMP certificate, and we are also FDA approved for the American, US market. These are 5 departments that we have in our CRO. So it's protein biochemistry department, analytical department, microbiology department, bioinformatics department, and molecular biology department. All the facilities around 1,700 square meters. As said before, we have a GMP and FDA in analytical services. This is just the layout of the labs, where we do HPLC, dissolution testing, sample prep, weighing, and GC lab. We mainly do development projects from liquid chromatography, gas chromatography, dissolution, and development projects for the half products, and for APIs, for big and middle pharma, both biologics and generics. We have a laboratory for protein biochemistry, which makes purification of biomolecules and characterization of biomolecules, structural and functional. This is the facility, general lab, sample lab, buffer prep, and preparation chromatography. As said, we do purification of protein biologics and analytics. One of the things that we also do is affinity and kinetics monoclonal antibodies, affinity and kinetics in insulin, and kinetics in proteins and peptides. We have also the third department is the microbiology lab, which is in construction. And we're going to be facing here sterility testing, microbiology purity for bioburden, endotoxin, practice contamination of subvisible particles, and environmental monitoring of bioburden, all under FDA and GMP regulation. Molecular lab, which is also one of the biggest labs. We are biosafety level 2 certified. We have a post and pre-PCR, and we are also GMO certified. So we do a lot of projects for pharma all around Europe on these methods, qPCR, ddPCR, nucleic acids, GMO, cell culture, and bioplex ELISA. Some of the pictures from our labs, they're not from iStock, it's our labs. So we have a lot of development services. We do a lot for biopharma, for residual DNA, plasmid characterization, bioassays, column life studies, resin reuse studies, a lot of from environmental biotech, pathogen detection in fish and aquacultures, and clinical also for rare diseases, oncology, and gynecology. We are registered as a scientific institution officially with Slovenia regulatories. We have more than 19 researchers in our R&D. We have more than 24 projects at the moment from these areas: biotechnology, clinical and diagnostics, environmental DNA research projects, and demonstration projects. So we do invest a lot also in the R&D. That's an interesting thing. We have our own grand challenge. It's let's say like a fund we launch every year in 27 countries around us to get R&D projects, which we then finance by our own. 5 of them, we have an economical committee from different faculties and business world, and we have also a scientific committee. And a lot of these ideas are then taken into our incubator. We develop them, and then also we are very spin-off orientated, so we have quite some projects. There are about 20 projects in the pipeline, but let's say we have one very prosperous from clinical, one from oncology, and also one from eDNA. That will probably form a spin-off, and we are also looking for the investors. These are the 4 basically pillars, the 4 segments that we do. So diagnostic and clinical, biopharmaceuticals, biotech, and other institution and academic institution. It's mainly done with the R&D and our Grand Challenge project. We have quite a lot. There was some talk about EU earlier today. We have quite a lot of EU projects, also not only locally, but also with other institutions in the EU. These are some of the projects that we do currently. In future, we are expanding to CDMO. We are in the process of building the whole upstream and downstream for the pilot scale, as we do a lot of protein characterization for very big and middle of pharma. We are about to expand actually in the whole upstream and downstream up to formulation. So this is basically a project that we are working on and should be soon realized in the beginning of next year, where we'll have the capability of protein characterization on the pilot level that we can offer to either for clinical studies or to biopharma. And it will be focused on biologics. And that's it all from my side, 5 minutes.
So, thank you very much. If this was in some other times, I would now say stand up and exercise a little bit. There's no air. Let's open the windows. So I suggest we all open the windows. Andrea, so there is true that we're lacking a bit of air. It will be a little bit better then. I do suggest we take a short break. I'm not sure whether Dr. Bettelino and Dr. Osredkar are here already. Dr. Osredkar is here. What? But Bettelino also? Okay. I would still suggest that we start in 5 minutes. So please have a little bit of a walk and we can have a little bit of a chat, but still we'll be here at 25 past. Sorry for not planning a break, but I just gave you one. Another mistake, yeah. Не бойся. now? Yes, it works. Okay, everybody, please. Žiu, se vidimo. A kar oba gresta. Žiu, adieu. Okay. If this was a classroom, I would say, pupils, please sit down and quiet. But it's not a classroom, so I can't say that, right? Dear colleagues, we will continue. And I will start inviting my guests, and I will start from the bottom up. Ladies first. So Tanja Španić is the president of Europa Dona, which I'm very proud to say because I'm also a member of, I personally am a member of the organization that has this pink ribbon, because we're in the month of breast cancer awareness. And Tanja is the president of the Slovenian Association. Not just that, she's the president of the European Association as well. I'm a board member. I take care of the finance for Europa Dona. But I just said to her a week ago that it's probably one of the easiest functions with her leading the team. So thank you, Tanja, that I can be in your team of the patient organizations. What I didn't tell you so far is that with the Health Day, which I belong to, we also helped form the Slovenian Umbrella Patient Association. So Association of all patient association. This happened in June in this year, and I'm the Secretary General of that association. So my angle of this whole event is patient-centric. So in a way, this for me is the most important panel, with all due respect to everybody. I will now invite, by the order like we see it, Professor Tadej Batelino, then Miomir Knežević, and Damjana Sredkar. And I will join you here, and please take your seats. And I will ask for a few bottles of water, if I may. And we have to replace some of this here. So, please introduce yourself, who you are, what you do, and then we will go into the topic that we have, advanced therapies. So the path from research to the patient. Mio, please, you start. And your microphone is there.
Hello.
It's on. It should be on. Yeah, it works.
Hello. Okay. So I'm Mio Knežević. I'm coming from the company Educel and several others too, which I was also involved in founding. Educel is a constant startup because we are all the time investing in new technologies, especially from cell therapies. Otherwise, I'm close to the pension, so it means my CV is so long that I don't want to tell all other details.
Hello, my name is Damjana Sredkar. I'm the head of the Pediatric Neurology Department at the University Children's Hospital in Ljubljana, and I'm also involved in some projects that are related to the topic of today's talk.
Hi, my name is Tadej Batelino. I'm a physician that treats severely sick children and young adults.
Hello, I'm Tanja Španić. Gregor gave me already an introduction, but I will add that I was diagnosed with breast cancer 14 years ago. That's how I ended in patient advocacy. Otherwise, I have a training in veterinary medicine and a PhD in neuroscience, but currently I work professionally as a patient advocate.
Okay, first question. In your experience, how long does it take from the lab to the patient? Damian, would you start?
Well, it takes a long time, of course, because bringing medicines to patients, you have to know that they have to be safe enough at first, and that takes several steps, and of course they have to be effective for the patients to be kind of interested in this kind of treatment. So As you know, the kind of the spectrum of efficacy goes, we know about medicines that are very effective, such as some of the treatments for spinal muscular atrophy, but there's also treatments that only add a couple of percentages in respect to patients' well-being. So these are all aspects that are crucial for the financial reasoning behind the treatment of these patients with novel medicines, and that of course is also something that takes time and a lot of negotiations, and needs to be calculated in the time in bringing these medicines to patients.
All right, Professor Battellino, what's your experience in these timings? Too long, too short? I guess not too short.
I believe it depends how serious a disease is. So if the disease is early deadly, then of course, the impact of any therapy is more obvious. If there is no alternative therapies, then perhaps the path is a little bit shorter for obvious reasons. If a disease has good alternatives, like type 1 diabetes, for instance, then of course the path is longer. But also here we are expecting, even before the end of this year, the first intervention that's potentially successful. So it really depends on how you measure, probably in relation to the burden of the disease. And this is usually related to the time. And of course, some diseases are more complicated than others.
All right. So in breast cancer, we're talking about several or many different diseases. What is the space of advanced therapies in these various types of breast cancers, Tanya?
Yeah, maybe if we spoke about only 2 or 3 types of breast cancer 15 years ago, we today speak about several subtypes of breast cancer, and probably with new diagnostics and gene profiling of the tumor, we will have more and more subtypes of the breast cancer. And what does that mean? Probably better outcomes if we have access to the accurate treatment at the right time. But this goes all together with diagnostics, early detection, and access to the treatment. But the other hand, that other very important topic that comes after, that we barely spoke today, was actually how to live after, or after diagnosis, or after the treatment. If we set up everything, what we are facing today is how to bring these people back to normal life. Luckily, more and more people survive, more and more people with probably severe chronic diseases now live appropriate normal life, but how to get them back to the society, this is another topic that is now very hot topic for us.
Mio, what is the hardest part in bringing the therapies that your company is also working on to the patient? So you had a few cases, not well, a few. Also a year ago, I remember there was a case of treating a COVID patient with ARDS with your cell therapies. What do you think is that most challenging part of what you are doing, what you have been doing?
Yeah, there are several most challenging parts which all match because the role of, let's say, such a company is to prepare especially safe treatments for the patients, as Boruch Strukel mentioned before. That's the first prerequisite. The other part is then that it is effective, and you have to obey the rules of the pharma industry, which is for the small company, let's say, challenging. So you have to use a lot of resources. You have to stick to the legislation, which is not still yet, ATMP legislation is still not, let's say, prepared for the personalized cell therapies. There are a lot of regulatory burdens which take a lot of effort, much more than you expect. So when you think you have a technology, when you see that it's working and you want, let's say, to help physicians to safely treat patients, you know, you have quite a lot of also personal challenges in yourself or problems we used to say before. When you combine everything, you need high resources, you need enough time, you need a big enough team, you need partnership, and especially you need clinical partners who know how to deal with it. And all this together is like an orchestra. And then, you know, when you mentioned COVID patient, we did it in Croatia, in Slovenia. We have now a clinical trial which is ongoing at the clinic for infectious diseases, but currently there are no such patients which we can treat. But you know, the rules have to be obeyed. Everybody has to know, and this sometimes, even if you know that you are frustrated because you want to help, you want to do something, but you cannot do it if you are not, let's say, obeying the rules which are in this society.
Right, Professor Battellino. I think you are participating in international clinical studies. I'm sure you also see examples of at least Slovenian discussions about this, or also particular cases. Are there differences in the approach of your colleagues, either from the States or Israel, and how the Slovenian community approaches you? Because you are active in the international community, you're seen as one of the leaders in your type of treatments. What would you tell our community? We are trying today, the topic of the event is ecosystems. How do we cooperate, what we have to learn? We agreed during the day that we have a lot to learn. Some things are cultural and would take generations, but some things perhaps we can adjust.
Yeah, so we currently have, I think, 9 international clinical trials ongoing, both in the field of medicines, also very innovative medicines. 4 of them are within the European project INODIA, which is a IMI project and is for prevention of type 1 diabetes. There is a technology trial, super interesting, a spin-off from the University of Brussels that is testing a very innovative HPLC-based implantable sensor that measures multiple metabolites at the same time with a very beautiful MART of below 5. So basically we almost continuously contribute to the development, and we believe that this is part of the regular work of any physician in a tertiary institution. And obviously, we are very indebted to our young people with those rare diseases and their families who really enthusiastically actually participate and, you know, give the feedback and help us evaluate therapies. So far, not a single Slovenian company ever approached me. I understand there is a company that is developing sensors in this country, and I wish them good luck. What can we learn? I mean, I don't believe it's very difficult to learn or understand. We heard we have Slovenian people that, you know, developed several startups around the world, and probably the knowledge is here. It must be a problem of the environment, I guess, not so much learning. I believe that Slovenian people are well known around the world for very solid knowledge. And
Tanya, how do Slovenians compare in this regard?
Well, I think that definitely we all could learn a lot from pediatrics environment, even not just in Slovenia, but all around the world, how their networks are working, and even European reference networks that are also our colleagues here involved. And what I think that we have to start work together, we also saw today and in all other meetings that we definitely have a lot of knowledge. We know where our advantages are, and maybe this is an advantage of a small country, but we lack the cooperation, collaboration of different maybe organizations, societies, public and private sectors. But even in the field of oncology, we have a different companies and academics are working on the same topics like cell therapies. Probably, Mio, you have even more data and knowledge about that, but we still miss the connections in this field. And definitely, they are the ones who we should all learn from. How, even if I go a little bit on the other side with the Ukrainian crisis, pediatrics were the first who organized themselves, and they helped all the children and families who were fleeing their countries, and we copied their models in oncology. So it's not the same topic, but yeah, we can learn from this.
If I could just add, I mean, it's not recently, perhaps 2 months ago, in the New England Journal, there was a publication on a super therapy for colonic cancer. So a metastatic cancer all over the body disappeared completely without surgery or chemotherapy. And the first author is a Slovenian from Stanford.
What's his name?
It's her name, actually. Why his? It's her name. Check it out. So a super intelligent colleague that works at Stanford, and you know. So I don't believe we lack knowledge. In Stanford, she made it all the way.
Yeah, but please don't. I will say it out loud for the colleagues in our Cuban delegation. Professor Batellino is one of the leading diabetes type 1 experts globally. I doubt that you will allow me to say that, but you know, when an article about guidelines on how to treat diabetes type 1 comes out in Nature, he's the first author. So congratulations for that. I think Slovenia needs to be proud of the champions. And Professor Batellino, I'm very grateful for your participation. This doesn't put anybody else in a, I would say, a lesser role, because still is a team effort. Is that correct, Dr. Osredker?
Yeah, for sure. Research is a team effort, and I think, just to add to what my colleagues here said previously, I think we don't lack knowledge, but I think compared to bigger countries, older countries, we might not have the ecosystem, you know, that is designed kind of for science, for research, in such a good way as in maybe some other countries. I've been fortunate enough to see other environments as well. And so there, you know, doctors would have dedicated time for research, and you know, connecting with people from other branches would be, you know, something that would come very naturally. For example, when I worked as a Fulbright fellow in the United States, one of the first kind of you know, negotiations we had was what you know, who is the owner of the invention if it comes to an invention. And also I had a course that lasted for 3 months, how to make a spin-off a company out of a research project, and you know, and how to attract, you know, lawyers that would know how to deal with all these patents and so forth. So I mean, this kind of that was very new to me, but I would say that, you know, there's more than enough knowledge in Slovenia. And just recently I was kind of invited to collaborate in a broad network that included also, I think you've seen this morning a lecture from the Chemical Institute, and I worked with Professor Irala's group, and this was actually an initiative from a mother of a patient with a very super rare disease. And they were not, I mean, they actually understand that we are in an era where we actually can start building therapies ourselves. And although, you know, it was something that was close to science fiction just a couple of years ago, now we kind of connected with the researchers around the world, and many things have already happened, and so far we don't have any warranty that we'll come to the end, but at least we're walking the path and learning a lot of things in between. And what I can say is that in the past also we tried to attract University Medical Center to the project, and one of the problems was also this legislative thank you, issue that, for example, it's very hard to combine public money with private investors, and that would obviously be a big contribution. So I think the environment we live in is still kind of not built for this, for the new era of medicine, where things are changing very rapidly, where you have to attract people from different branches. But I think it's moving forward, so I think we're on a good path.
So did you mention Spela Mirošević and her son?
Yeah.
So there is an example that Spela was in our conference a year ago. So her son suffers from CTNNB1, something like that. Sorry if I confused some of the letters. So it's a malfunction, or one gene is defect. And actually there are about 300 children in the world. The whole world has 300 patients, potential patients. And the idea of Spela, who is, the advantage is that she is partly researcher, I would say, so she knew how to handle these things. But still, you know, just a year and a half ago, she went public and found quite quickly about 800,000 euro, and then started putting together effort to get the 2 million. So the idea was to enter, not do all 3 clinical stages, you know, because it would be useless, you know, I mean, senseless, I would say, for 300, but still you have to keep it safe. So the 2 million was the goal for that. So we saw a super rare disease, I would say, and the idea of creating a drug on our own, like designing, goes back to IT in a way, you know. So the parallels, sorry for this long part, but I think it goes in an interesting direction. So we first had to read the genome, then we are now capable of editing the genome. Is the next stage, like in the code, you first have to read, then you start correcting, and finally you design it. So are we talking about going in this direction, or is it too far-fetched? Mio, would you take this sort of hypothetical question at this point? Because design also goes in the direction of longevity, it goes in the directions of all sorts of directions that are not directly patient-related, I would say.
A lot of times happen that you are designing certain product for one thing, like the vaccines for SARS were designed for treating, producing cancer vaccines. And when you read the business plan of the BioNTech and especially Moderna, you know, vaccines for viral diseases were very low. But then, you know, life is different, you know, and then you have to have a technology to react at the right time. If we wouldn't have this technology, you know, the whole way of vaccination and so on will be completely different. And the same is with, let's say, CAR-T technology. CAR-T technology was a booster for cell therapies because they realized that with this therapy, you can heal the patient, not just, you know, the problem with the drugs is that the drugs a lot of times don't heal anybody. They just, let's say, reduce the symptoms. So really curing somebody, it is really a challenge. And when something like this happens, you know, then expectations are rising and everybody expects miracles. And when miracles don't happen, they are disappointed. What is wrong? You still have a very powerful technology which you have to use it, but it's not for everything. So, as you mentioned, let's say for such therapies, we have what Dr. Osredkar mentioned. We can design these personalized medicines, you know, here. If we have a technology, if we have knowledge, if we have infrastructure, if we have regulation environment, and so on. So this is then, you know, the center when you can treat a lot of different indications, which you have to design each therapy for each small indication and sometimes even for each person. And with this decentralized production, which through point of cares, through the direct contacts between the, let's say, biotechnologies with the physicians and then patients, you know, this is something which is for this technology, I think, the most important part.
So there, courage was mentioned as one of the central ideas of what is lacking in Slovenia. And on the other side, I mentioned earlier, and you agreed, that envy is the problem of the culture. Now, I would focus first on the courage, you know. So why aren't we, and it's a challenge to the audience, why aren't we courageous enough to approach Dr. Battelino, for example? Or am I wrong in understanding this? So What is the, Dr. Battellino, how would you comment your cooperation with the local industry, I would say? Researchers, institutes, etc. It seems to me you have splendid connections internationally. How would you comment your local connections?
I think with the formal research institutions, they're excellent. We have several public grants together. As you know, most of my time is in genetic lab.
Okay.
We have by far the biggest facility in Slovenia with Illumina Novasec 6000. We sequenced for Institute of Biology, for Chemical Institute, so it's all over. And now the genome project goes with the University of Maribor because they have a very good department for bioanalytics. And so I believe it's splendid. So inside the, let's say, public research institution ecosystem in Slovenia, there is not a single that we do not collaborate.
All right.
Yeah, that's not an issue. So the rest, I mentioned the European project Inodia. So Inodia now formed a spin-off. And the University of Ljubljana, who is the partner in this grant, actually was not allowed to be a co-founder because you need the permission of the government. So basically, we are the only university within the European Union that now do not co-own this spin-off.
Wow.
Because we couldn't. So I don't believe it's either the public research institutions, which I sincerely believe function very well and are extremely productive. It's the ecosystem of what was even mentioned previously. So our legislation and culture, if you want, doesn't allow us to work in a comparable way to the European Union for some reason. So I don't know why. This is beyond my expertise.
I think it's beyond everybody's. But I will still stay with you, Dr. Battellino, if I may, because I know that you're a big proponent of using patient data. And if it's properly organized, we're talking about better platforms sometimes, but what is the connection between excellent biotechnology, biopharmacy, and good clinical data? Why I'm asking this? Because the next roundtable at 4:30 is with two state secretaries. And the state secretary, Dr. Kamišalić Latifić, Ida, her area is digital transformation. And the problem of digital transformation is especially acute in clinical environments. And at the same time, we have an excellent cancer registry in Slovenia, at least from the point of view of how much data is stored. I'm not saying it's properly analyzed. I don't know about that. But is there a connection between good data in the computers, in a way, when it gets there, and drug development?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, actually, data is probably most important. Clinical data is the most important part of any system or development. So Slovenia now formally started a registry for rare diseases. I believe now it's after years of trouble. It's very close to its fulfillment, I believe, to be as professional as the cancer registry, also located at the National Institute for Public Health. So after years, perhaps, we are close to this. And of course, if we are able to link the genome project to this, then even better. And as you know, most companies that develop drugs pay enormous amount of money to these public registries. And a typical example is France. France has a unique healthcare system which is based on a single computer program, basically, from the entire country. And you can hire this and do research in the part that you're interested, which we are doing at the moment with the University of Bordeaux, because it's the best European country to really see effects of interventions. So, Slovenia could, of course, be a very successful country in this way, but in our University Medical Center alone, we have 4 different systems for electronic medical record that do not communicate between each other inside the single hospital. And to my understanding, we have 11 in the Slovenian hospital system and many more on the primary care level in outpatient. So what craziness is this? And nobody, I'm probably hated as much as anybody for saying that a unique system with one electronic medical record for the country would benefit people and, of course, its government as well, and would, of course, enormously help research. But then you have to be, you mentioned courageousness, you have to be extremely courageous to say that for this country, one single electronic medical record on all levels in all public system would be of benefit, would be extremely important. I may get killed when I go outside.
I think Tanya wants to add something, and then Dr. Osredkar.
Yeah, I would just continue here, and I would say that we are talking about this like for 10 years or even more, and probably we don't have a person that is courage enough in Slovenia to cut this and say, okay, since today we will also have one medical record, digital medical record. And as Professor Battaglino said, actually the access to this data and whatever you want to call it, big data or whatever it is, it should be anonymized. We have to know that it's owned by patients in the end and not by any government or any company. And we have to be very cautious that some companies are already starting their own clinical registries, and then public and academic researchers don't have access to it, not like in France. And we are facing a lot of problems with meta-analysis when after the trials are finished and the drugs are in use, still we cannot access those data. So yes, definitely it's important to have it, but also to have it available for everybody and not to sell it to whatever, who needs it.
Dr. Osredkar.
More with what Professor Battaglino said, and I completely am on the same side with him. But in the past, what used to be a problem was that to set up an electronic data system, you would have to find a company, and they would build a system that would be, impermeable to all change. And basically, change is the only constant that is in science. And I think what needs to be done probably is to set new rules and to say we use this kind of system for exchanging data, and then we can attach any kind of any company can join the whole project, and then you start to having instead of 11 systems that don't communicate among each other with 11 modules of the same system. And I think that is something that needs to be changed probably in Slovenia to say, to set the rules by which computer programs need to communicate, and it can be done. I mean, and there's some efforts in that respect, I know. But there needs to be a very strong person that kind of pushes for such change, because otherwise, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I would like to add why people sometimes don't trust the system. Because yesterday I wanted to activate my electronic ID card and reading the QR code which I got from the state, from the governmental institution, and immediately when I do, I got an application of the telephone company to sell the applications which I can download and pay on 14 days €2 for this service. And because you think this is a part of the system, you are pressing yes, 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 and then I have to cancel this, and I realized if there is somebody who won't take care, we will immediately get new SMSs for something, and they say, if this ID card can be then for your personal digital signatures and also for your health data, then people are becoming suspicious. That's a normal thing, but logically, such a system is, let's say, is necessary. I agree with you completely. It has to be applied on the safe way.
All right. I wanted, in one of the iterations of the program, I wanted to bring, it was a proposal, but we didn't go for it at that time. I wanted to go with Sledilnik, which is the COVID-19 tracker. Everybody knows about it here in Slovenia. And it's funny, how it came to be by a group of individuals, voluntary, supported by a few personal pockets of a few that are a little bit well off. And it created a sort of a world-class statistics on COVID-19. So statistics by different types of either hospitalization or region, or where people were either dying, what the vaccination was, etc. and you could watch everything on your mobile phone or website, and it worked tremendously well. The sad side of that story is that in spite of the fact that the project came to be basically free, it arrived during the crisis, like Cuban colleagues told us about what happened when you came together because of COVID-19, and the big success you had with your local vaccine is that it still, after 2 years and more, didn't get any place inside the official IT structures of the national, even this institution here, I would say. And the sad story that I realized not long ago is that the coding of all the therapies here in Slovenia includes the MKB, international ICD codes. So the ICD codes tell you which disease somebody is treated for. And this is what this institution pays for, this Health Insurance Institute. As far as I know, these codes have never been used to actually evaluate the burden of diseases. So it seems that we are not traveling on certain terrains that are accessible to us, and I wonder why. But let's put this rhetoric, please. I might be wrong there, but I didn't get an answer where I was looking for it.
You're wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong. Zavod za zdravstveno zavarovanje, so our national insurance system actually has a very good analytical department. I think we have a person here from this department that can confirm. And I get data on the amount of money spent in different parts of diabetes and its complications. And also, there is actually a quite interesting planning into how to put more into prevention to actually reduce the hospitalization and the chronic complication costs like dialysis and cardiovascular. So I have to say that they do use their data, and probably this is the only solid data we have in this country because of the mess with the public electronic medical record system.
All right.
And could they do more? That I don't know, but they certainly do well in the right way, in a structured way. So I'm sorry, I thought that Dr. Jure First would be here with us. This was in the program.
Yeah, it was.
And he could confirm this. So they certainly use the data they have in their possession.
Then I will retract, and I'm happy to hear that. And I'm really happy to learn certain things. So sometimes being wrong is the path to learning certain things. So thank you for this information. Perhaps I was asking at the wrong doors. Tanya, do you have any further comments? We will have to go towards the closing thoughts. So perhaps we start with you, Tanya, so the whole conference is about how do we leverage the knowledge we have here by creating an ecosystem of various players, and not including patients and doctors and also insurance companies would be a mistake in doing that. So yes, it starts with bioseparations, partly even Lekenkirka, Labena, Biosystemica, and everybody else, but we have to come to the doctors, we have to come to the patients, we have to come to the payers. Any comment in that regard?
Yes, well, including all the stakeholders, which is the easiest exercise we can do. It's just to put all the stakeholders on the list and always invite all of them. So if there are doctors, patients, academics, we usually miss industry or policymakers or payers or regulators. All of these are stakeholders, and all of us have to sit together. Obviously, we agree the whole day that we have enough of knowledge, but that we lack the collaboration. And unfortunately, we see so many meetings where people with the same mind are sitting together, but these things are not moving forward to the decision makers. And until, as we heard from Professor Battaglino, our decision makers would not agree with university to be an own legal entity that can decide by itself, this will be again a very complicated thing. So in several points we saw that legislation is a problem, and probably Mio will agree in cell therapy, and there is even bigger mess. But I don't know if we have someone from that area in our audience and how they look at this.
We will have two state secretaries at the end of the program in half an hour, actually 20 minutes from now on. We have a block of presentations still in between, so if you can stay, that would be really nice. Dr. Batellino, your closing words.
Perhaps, at some point, Slovenia will become more European, so universities could have their own spin-offs and could participate in this, I believe, very important project. I'm in favor of public research and institutions, but part of this, of course, should be the possibility of spin-off and commercialization. And if this ever happens, the people will have a better time in this country. Okay. And of course, I do believe that we need to unify our electronic medical record system in this country in whichever way is the best. And we need to unify it quickly, because this really benefits both people that are sick and the healthcare system, and also the government, because the visibility, particularly for rare diseases and terrible diseases, actually is considerably higher.
I would say that sometimes living in a smaller country like Cuba or Slovenia doesn't necessarily mean it's just a drawback. I think it can be of benefit as well, but we don't need to invent everything by ourselves. So I think if those who decide, can go, and see how things that work in other countries and try to be flexible enough to bring these positive, changes to countries like ours. And I think if you keep an open mind for the novel things that are coming, and as we heard, keep people who are interested in the topic together and communicate with them well, understand what they're talking, then I think we have a bright future in that sense, that we can make a lot of great things happen.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that the point is in collaboration. And governmental institutions, which are wrongly called public institutions, because public is just money, and it is can be spent in the governmental institutions or in private ones, but for the public benefit and transparency. So in this collaboration, you can use the best which you can get in the, let's say, research, which is driven by the government and by the society, and also private initiative, which can bring additional money and additional stakeholders in the whole society, and bring new working places which can benefit to the patient in Slovenia. And this is possible to work. It worked 25 years ago for 3 years, and it can work also now.
All right, thank you very much. I will close this with the following thought. It's not enough to have potential. You also need potency. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. So, now the penultimate part is the quick presentations, part 4. And in these quick presentations, we start with Alejandro Saúl Padrón Yaqui. Is that correct? That's correct. All right.
Good afternoon again. My name is Alejandro Saúl Padrón. I am happy to be here. I really enjoyed the presentation today. Thank you for that. I don't have capacity to speak to you only 5 minutes. That's why I will show you a video of our institution, Center for Research and Development of Pharmaceuticals.
CDEM, Center for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, celebrating 25 years of scientific results, to think, to create, to save. The Pharmaceutical Research and Development Center is a company founded by Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz on January 31, 1994. Since 2012, it belongs to the Cuban Biotechnological and Pharmaceutical Industries Group, BioCuba Pharma. Their scientific work is based on research and development of drugs, nutritional supplements, and cosmetics, their respect to international guidelines, qualified staff and resources, the goal to increase health levels. CDEM is a small enterprise of the Cuban biopharmaceutical sector with 60% of its workforce dedicated to the research development activity. CDEM operates in a closed-cycle way from research to commercialization by fully integrated institutions and profits from sales in Cuba and in external markets. Their lines of research and development are focused mainly on innovative products, oriented to the treatment of diseases of great impact on world health: Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, ischemia, neuropathic pain, antimicrobials, depression, and cancer. Conventional generic products, selected natural products, selected diagnostics, products related to health. The lines and projects are coordinated by research managers and development laboratories. CDEM has a portfolio of business opportunities that include several modalities of joint work for its main lines and research projects. CDEM has collaboration with several academic, scientific, and productive institutions in Cuba. Internationally, it has collaboration with scientific entities from Germany, France, Russia, Spain, Italy, Belgium, Canada, China, Vietnam, Sudan, United Kingdom, Brazil, Mexico, Peru, Costa Rica, Colombia, and Ecuador. In 2019, it established scientific collaboration with Skolkovo Innovation Technology Park in Russia for joint work on innovative products. Their scientific results are published in high-impact factor journals. It owns several patents that support innovative projects and products under development. CDEM organizes the International Congress on Research, Development, and Technological Innovation in the biopharmaceutical industry, IDIPharma, which will take place in Havana, Cuba, from December 7th to 11th, 2020. Important space for the presentation of scientific results, product exhibition, and exchange of experiences among Cuban and foreign professionals. All the human potential devoted to science.
This is CDEM, our golden fish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm in very nice company of CDEM and CIMAP, so we're pretty not so big, but I'll try to explain why we're important. So our focus is on cell therapies, so using cells for treating patients. So what a cell therapy is that actually we take a piece of tissue, cells, anything from patient, manipulate it in some way in the laboratory, and then prepare a final cell product to be used for patients' welfare. So we are always very proud to say that Slovenia is small, but in the field of cell therapies it's important, because for a number of years we're here in the report of what's going on. This one actually is not the latest, but the latest is pretty much the same. So in Slovenia we're really good in cell therapy. So we tend to be, our cell therapies tend to be the most patients get access to those cell therapies. So this is quite important in our view. This is this year's achievement, or achievement of last 2 years, let's say, a GMP certified production of cell therapies. So this is actually, again, also from our side. This is not from internet. This is our photographs from our laboratories with our staff. And currently the cell therapies produced in our labs are really state-of-the-art and modern. So let me just briefly tell you a few things where cells can do some work. So one part is in hematological oncology, where after the transplant of bone marrow, there is a really huge side effect, which is called graft versus host disease, which is life-threatening. And the cells we are producing saved quite some lives of the majority of the patients were actually pediatric, but some of them were also adult. We're also enabled quite a lot of sportsmen to not get something like this, but actually to regenerate their own sport injury. And there are also some other fields of medicine where we were able to actually help the patients quite well. So today, besides developing our own medicines, we also offer CDMO services with our expertise, with our knowledge. So we are really thrilled to offer this also outside of Slovenia. And the future is probably again cell therapies. This we're certain of, but different kind than today. So one thing is for sure CAR-T therapies, where using T cells, patient's own T cells, genetically modified to fight lymphoma. Then TIL therapy, so tumor infiltrating lymphocytes, where the patient's own cells again can be used to treat solid tumors. So this, we strongly believe that it will be also the future, not only today. So thank you very much for your attention, and these are our contacts if anybody would want. Thank you.
All right. And now we have also the third colleague from CMAP. Please.
Okay, good afternoon again. So I will show you a little bit about what CMAP is. So first, just to say that we belong to COBIK BioPharm, the holding company in Cuba for all state-owned biotech companies. And so our mothership is CIM. CIM is the real company where we invest, we develop and produce and commercialize our drugs. So, but from CIM, we made like, let's say, a spin-off, which is CMAP. But CMAP is really taking care of all intangible assets being developed by CIM. So we take care of all business development for the further commercialization in the more developed world about our company. So by telling CIM, I will actually show you all the main assets that CMAP actually handles. So from now on, I will only talk a little bit about CIM. Next. Yeah, so CIM, I have to say that what makes it different from the rest of the companies that we have back in Cuba is that we are specialized in the manufacturing of monoclonal antibodies, vaccines, and engineered proteins using mammalian cell culture. So we don't do bacterial or yeast or something else, we only do mammalian. So there are more complex proteins that we can produce through this technology. And this is a technology that we have been actually transferring to different countries. As already Norkis explained, we have a joint venture company in China, which used to be the first company in China producing monoclonal antibodies. And right now we have one commercial product there that is selling about 100 million per year. So we are owning 46% of that company. Next. So this is only one slide to show what CIM is in figures. We have more than 1,000 employees. We have 4 manufacturing facilities, 2 in Cuba and 2 outside. The one that I already mentioned in Beijing and another one in Thailand. We have more than 20 products in the pipeline that I'm going to show next. And we have 6 registered products. No, go back, sorry. And we have 70 researchers and 30 of them are PhD. And we are exporting right now to more than 30 countries, mainly Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. We have 42 commercial partners distributing our drugs in all these countries. And we have 45 patented inventions with more than 750 patent registration abroad. So this is our pipeline. Everything you see here in red is a biosimilar. So I have to say that we developed erythropoietin back in 1998. It got registration in Cuba. At that time, the biosimilar concept didn't exist, so we registered it as a standalone product. But we are still producing and selling this drug in many countries, including Brazil, where we used to be the only supplier to the national health system. And at that time, we distributed more than 20 million doses per year in Brazil. So, but we also have several innovative drugs. This is CIMAVAX vaccine, the one that we were commenting before in the panel. And we have several other at different stages of preclinical or clinical setting. And then finally, just to show you that our company, CIM, was the main producer of the RBD component of the COVID vaccine, one of them that we developed back in Cuba. So by this contribution, our country managed to be the leading country in the world in terms of number of immunizations per habitant in Cuba. So we managed through this experience to contribute to getting the pandemic in control, and we are very proud of that. So this is only in a few slides what CIM is. We can interchange a little bit later on or tomorrow during the B2B. Thank you very much.
Yes. I just heard that both state secretaries are here. So the second one just entered. The first one was here already. Just before I invite you up here, I would like to thank the audience for enduring. It's a hard day. I don't know how we would comment that in comparison to the old industries, mining and I don't know, factory work, etc. But somehow, you know, sitting and listening to this brain dump that we somehow get is not the easiest thing in the world. But I hope that this effort will result in certain things. We had basically 2 goals with the conference. One was to host our delegation and find projects of cooperation. And this is a whole week's activity. The other goal of the conference is to kickstart the ecosystem and also refreshen, I would say, the cluster led by COBIK, with the support of the Slovenian Enterprise Fund and with the efforts that we are putting together. Why all of this? Why did we want to do this? Because the industry that we're talking about, biotechnology and pharmacy, is a very important one for Slovenia. So Slovenia punches way above its weight in this category. So if this was boxing, you know, Slovenia is in a very light category, but punching very hard in this industry. We see Cuba similar in this regard. We understand the knowledge there is excellent. But now in the last roundtable with the two representatives of ministries, we will switch to Slovenian. So we will speak in Slovenian. Unfortunately now, no translation at this time. But I'm sure that there will be some information that we will be able to carry over to you later on. And with that, I will switch. Pozdravljeni oba gospod Dejan Židan in gospa Aida Kamišalić-Latifić. Vabim vaju, da se mi pridružite na odru oziroma tule na prostoru za okroglo mizo. Ja, mikrofona dajmo kar dva, ker jih imamo tamle še eden gor. Malo prej smo jih imeli malo več, ker prosim, da se usedete takole, jaz se bom tule, pa bomo skupaj, da ne bomo preveč narazen. Tamle bom pa sam prosil, če lahko tisti malo umaknemo stran, takole, da bo mogoče tudi za kakšno fotografijo. Takole. Hvala najprej za vašo udeležbo, pa bi za začetek vsakega od vaju prosil, bi kar začel z damo, da se predstavite, da poveste, kako je vaša karijera vas pripeljala na ta položaj in kako vidite svojo vlogo zdaj v službi vlade za digitalno preobrazbo.
Najlepša hvala. Torej sem Aida Kamišalić-Latifić, sicer inženerka računalništva in informatike. Doktorirala sem tudi na področju računalništva in informatike, specifično področje medicinske informatike. Drugače docentka tudi na fakulteti za elektrotehniko, računalništvo in informatiko Univerze v Mariboru, ker se tudi ukvarjam raziskovalno z področjem podatkovnih tehnologij, blockchain tehnologijo. In leta 2020, v začetku leta 2020 mi je bil podeljen tudi naziv inženerka leta 2019, na katerega sem tudi, moram priznati, izjemno ponosna, ker tudi nekako mi je dal tudi eno platformo za, da spodbujam mlada dekleta, ženske, da se odločajo za inženerski poklic in da nekako razbijamo ta stereotip, da so inženerski poklici zgolj za moške. In nekako po tej poti, recimo na kratko, sem letos, v bistvu zdaj od 1. septembra tudi državna sekretarka v službi vlade za digitalno preobrazbo.
Bodoče ministrstvo, če...
Tako, bodoče...
Če uspe ta preobrazba.
Upamo v kratkem tudi ministrstvo za digitalno preobrazbo.
Gospod Židan, vas mogoče iz javnosti, iz medijev malo bolj poznamo, pa vendar mogoče nam lahko odstrnete še kaj o sebi. Jaz nisem vedel pred pogovorom, so mi kasneje povedali, da ste naravoslovci, ko sva se pogovarjala. Mislim, da veterinar, ne, če se ne motim. To so mi kolegi potem kasneje namignili. Drugače pa obema hvala za zelo prijeten pogovor v pripravi na tole. Skratka, povejte, kako ste prišli na to pozicijo, kaj želite zdaj kot državni sekretar pravzaprav doseči, potem pa gremo na tematiko.
Ja, Gregor, hvala za vabilo. Spoštovane gospe, spoštovani gospodje, tudi dovolite v mojem imenu en lep pozdrav. Jaz sem se že nekaj kot 4 ali 5 letni otrok odločil, da bom veterinar. Potem sem po tej poti sem vztrajal in nekako uspešno zaključil vrtec, osnovno šolo, srednjo šolo, pa fakulteto. Vmes potem tudi šel, takrat je bil nekaj časa celo skupni magistrski študij biomedicine, ki sem ga pač še to mi je uspelo uspešno končati, tako da sem za področje veterinarskih znanosti imam magisterij. Potem pa sem šel še vmes študirati MBA, vse izpite in vse ostalo sem naredil, kakor se spodobi. Nisem pa naredil magisterija, ker sem že bil magister znanosti in nisem vedel, zakaj bi imel 2 naziva spredaj, ampak me je pa zanimalo in sem nadaljeval študij na področju veterine, tudi uspešno zagovarjal dispozicijo, to je vsaj na veterini takrat mogoče najtežji del doktorata, potem pa se mi je zgodilo, da sem pa vmes postal minister. In imel sem smolo, da sem postal minister na tistem področju, ki je fakulteto, kjer sem delal doktorat, delno sofinanciralo. In te sem takoj se odmaknil, ker pač ne moreš tam študirati, dokončevati študij, ker isto fakulteto kot minister sofinanciraš. In do tega trenutka mi še sedaj ni uspelo, da bi zaključil magisterij, mislim doktorat, to je kar se tega tiče, tako da nekaj stika z naravoslovjem imam. Drugače delal sem na področju kmetijske, prehranske politike, to je poznano, ko se človek pogovarja, kako zagotoviti dovolj primerne hrane, se ves čas pogovarja sicer o eni od oblik biotehnologije, kot poslanec pa sem bil, mislim, da kar aktiven član odbora za zdravstvo državnega zbora, kjer pa tudi smo se srečevali z zelo dosti vprašanji, o katerih je tekla danes razprava, saj preko tabel, ki sem jih malo prej tukaj videl. Sedaj pa sem državni sekretar na Ministrstvu za gospodarski razvoj in tehnologijo in ena od preokupacij mi je, kako dodatno zagnati reindustrializacijo v Sloveniji. To je pomembno, če bo kasneje kaj več možnosti, bom tudi o tem spregovoril. Dejstvo pa je, če kje, pa smo mi kot država močni na področju biotehnologije in če širimo farmacije in če še bolj širimo, kar seveda ne boste radi slišali, mi ves sektor imenujemo na ministrstvu kot sektor kemija, ki je pa največji industrijski sektor v Sloveniji. Recimo ustvari letno okrog 9 milijard evrov realizacije, naslednji sektor recimo so v isti ravnini vsaj 2, to je kovinska industrija, to je strojna industrija, vsa povrednost je skoraj pomanjša, okoli 5 milijard po en sektor. In ker je cilj ministrstva, da se nadaljuje reindustrializacija, cilj ministrstva je, da se dviguje dodana vrednost, je potem čisto pravilno, da ste mi namenili en od 4 sedežev, samo žal mi je, da tudi ostalih 2 niste uspeli zapolniti.
To je pa kar težek komentar. No, tukaj bom pa vsem povedal. Trudili smo se v organizaciji pripeljati še Ministrstvo za zdravje, pa Ministrstvo za izobraževanje, šolstvo in šport. Se zavedamo, prvič smo poskusili to, prvič pravzaprav pripeljati ministra, pa smo rekli, dajmo kar 4. Tako da že to, da dobimo nekoga, da se pogovarja vsebinsko in mislim, da se je pokazalo v samem pogovoru, da sta oba državna sekretarja zelo dodajala v pogovoru in ta že pojem reindustrializacije se ga bomo še dotaknili, ampak to so stvari, ki se nas tičejo vseh nas. Mi mislimo, da imamo nekaj zapovedati političnemu vrhu, verjamem pa, da tudi politični vrh ima nekaj zapovedati nazaj v to industrijo. Dr. Kamišalić Latifić, digitalna preobrazba pa biofarmacija imata veliko več skupnega, kot se zdi na prvi pogled. Katere so po vašem stične točke?
Ja, mogoče, če govorimo o digitalni preobrazbi, zagotovo temelji na podatkih. Danes vse mora temeljiti na podatkih in pri digitalni preobrazbi, zdaj, če pa govorimo, želimo doseči ta nivo, da bomo sprejemali odločitve, ki bodo temeljile na podatkih. Če govorimo o digitalni preobrazbi zdravstva, potem zagotovo tukaj govorimo o seveda zbiranju podatkov o bolnikih, o boleznih, spremljanju vseh parametrov in seveda potem sprejemanju odločitev na osnovi teh podatkov. Zdaj, če znamo to dobro povezati na drugi strani o podatkih o razvoju zdravil, o zdravilih, o učinkovinah zdravil, potem jaz mislim, da smo na dobri poti nekako, da absolutno presežemo trenutno, mogoče se ne ukvarjamo toliko s tem, ne temeljimo zdravljenje in nekako ga imamo mogoče še neke tradicionalne načine in postopke zdravljenja, ampak dejansko moramo razmišljati inovativno, moramo preseči ta del in poskusiti iz podatkov nekako temeljiti na podatkih tudi v tem pogledu. Zagotovo drugi vidik veliko krat govorimo o digitalni preobrazbi, pa govorimo o digitalizaciji. Zdaj, če govorimo o digitalizaciji, tukaj pa zagotovo se zavedamo, da področje biofarmacije nekako brez digitalizacije absolutno ne more obstati in mislim, da je eno izmed področij, kjer je absolutno digitalizacija zelo v naprednem stadiju, bi lahko rekli. Ker tukaj se moramo zavedati, da enostavno v biofarmaciji so izjemno kompleksni postopki, analitika, simulacije, ki so potrebne v teh procesih in tukaj nam lahko absolutno pač pomaga digitalizacija oziroma pač temu rečemo računska moč, oziroma procesorska moč, ker obdelave podatkov lahko dosti hitreje opravimo, simulacije dosti hitreje izvedemo, pohitrimo celoten proces. In tukaj jaz vidim seveda spet nekako tehnološko, recimo temu umetno inteligenco kot nekaj, kar pač algoritme umetne inteligence, ki nam lahko pripomorejo v tem procesu. V pogovoru sva se tudi dotaknila tudi DeepMind projekta oziroma pač njihovega leta 2016, mislim, da so zagnali AlphaFold projekt, ker dejansko gre za sistem umetne inteligence, ki natančno lahko napove 3D model proteinske strukture in izjemno pohitri ta celoten proces. Tako da tukaj je seveda eno brez drugega, pač težko govorimo o eni zadevi brez druge. Dejstvo pa je, da kot država spet, zdaj če malo se postavim v še eno vlogo, tukaj moramo nekako, bi rada izpostavila, da seveda znanstveno področje, raziskovalno področje je tukaj izjemno močno. In moramo narediti vse, da tudi, bi rekla temu, omogočimo infrastrukturno, da omogočimo tehnologijo, damo orodja tudi raziskovalcem, ki jih lahko uporabijo v te namene. In v načrtu za okrevanje in odpornost je tudi predvidena gradnja 2 podatkovnih centrov, ki bodo potem raziskovalnim organizacijam na voljo, raziskovalcem na voljo, torej da bodo imeli tudi dovolj prostora za hranjenje takšnih podatkov, pa seveda zadostno računalniško moč, da lahko izvajajo različne kalkulacije, izračune.
Gospod Židan, minister Matjaž Han je napovedal, da lahko Slovenija sedanjih 53.000 evrov dodane vrednosti na zaposlenega do leta 2030 pride do 70.000 evrov. Če pravilno nadaljuje to, kar že počnemo. Predsednik vlade je pa še bolj ambiciozen. Gospod Robert Golob cilja na 100.000 evrov na zaposlenega in ta cilj pa zahteva zelo drugačen način delovanja družbe, veliko bolj dinamičen, zahteva vključitev, pravzaprav ne moreš v enem segmentu tega narediti, ampak moraš povezati. Vse moraš preplesti med seboj, kar malo cilja tudi na digitalizacijo, ki nas pravzaprav vendarle povezuje prek različnih sektorjev. Kateremu cilju se nagibate vi? Se pravi, bolj 70.000 ali bolj 100.000? Do leta 2030?
Izhodišča ni 33, ampak je 53.000.
53 sem se zagovoril, vem, 33 je prenisko. Že leta nazaj smo imeli na 40, tako da zdaj smo na 53.000. Se upravičujem.
Mogoče ena izkušnja. Mi smo se ukvarjali, recimo leta 2011 smo se uspeli končno po 20 letih jokanja bolj načrtno ukvarjati z lesno industrijo, ki je pač ena od industrij, ki povsem paše v svoje sedanje okolje po zelenem, po krožnem in po dosegljivosti surovine in ob tem pa še veže CO2, mimogrede, kot neka oblika ponora. In v 10 letih nam je uspelo dodano vrednost skoraj podvojiti in podvojiti tudi realizacijo. Tako da recimo, da način delovanja poznamo, je pa definitivno povezan z celovitim pristopom, ki daje na razpolago tudi javne vire. Kot javni viri seveda niso samo, čeprav so zelo pomembni javni viri, bodi si povratnega ali nepovratnega financiranja, javni viri so povezani tudi z organizacijskimi napori, kjer svoje breme prevzame tudi država in javni viri so namenjeni tudi znotraj izobraževalnega procesa in razvoja, ker svoje delo prevzame država. Prvo upanje je, da nam bo uspel ta ambiciozni načrt, mimo grede, jaz dejansko obe številki razumem kot številki, ki se nadgrajujeta, mogoče bo nekaj let razlike, ampak bomo dosegli eno in drugo, ne. Prvo, kar meni daje res močno upanje, da je tokrat mislimo resno, je soglasni sprejem zakona o raziskovalni in inovativni dejavnosti. Zakaj? Zato, ker ta zakon ne daje samo denarja, čeprav daje relativno dosti denarja, ne? Ampak ta zakon končno omogoča organizacijsko strukturo, da tisti, ki raziskujejo, so v resnici motivirani, da raziskujejo še več in bolje, ker imajo tega korist, in daje operativno obliko, kako prenesti pa znanje, ki pride na razpolago tudi potem v gospodarsko aplikacijo. In moram vam povedati kot primer, prejšnji teden sem imel možnost, da sem bil gost inštituta Jožef Štefan, ker smo se pogovarjali o trenutnem razvojnem programu, ker je prisotno že, mislim, da 96 podjetij, torej strateško partnerstvo, in enostavno se da, če v bistvu določiš cilje. In pogoj, da bomo pa uspešni, pa je, da fokusiramo, kaj bi radi. Namreč ideja, da bomo kot 2-milijonski narod z bruto domačim proizvodom, ki bo recimo naslednje leto 62 milijard na vseh področjih podobni, kot smo na področju biotehnologije v tem trenutku, ne. Zadnjič ste rekli dober izraz, ker sem se celo zamislil, govorili ste celo o presežku znanja, ampak je res zelo zanimiv izraz. In torej, tisto, kar nas sedaj čaka, in to je skupna naloga vseh nas, je, da fokusiramo nekaj področje. Ker če bomo to naredili, mi bomo v vsakem primeru uspeli. Ideja razvoja 2-milijonskega naroda za 62 milijardi bruto domačega proizvoda, da bomo pa povsod najboljši, pa enostavno ne gre. Zdaj, kako pa priti do odgovora, kje pa so področja, kje bomo najboljši tudi čez 10, 20 ali 30 let, je pa dosti enostavna. Pogledati je potrebno razvojna partnerstva, potrebno je pogledati trenutno znanje, kje se kopiči, in bomo vsaj del odgovora zelo hitro dobili.
Hvala. Dr. Kamišalić Latifić, digitalizacija pomeni novo vrsto družbene infrastrukture, podobno smo doživeli v preteklih časih z urejanjem železnic, z elektrifikacijo, z vodovodi, s kanalizacijo, pa tudi z mehkimi projekti, ne govorimo o izobraževanju, upravi, socialnih storitvah, logistiki, tudi v zdravstvu je tudi del državne infrastrukture. Digitalizacija je torej nova vrsta infrastrukture, se strinjate?
Absolutno, se strinjam, da dejansko gre za novo vrsto, bi rekla temu, družbene infrastrukture. Osnova je seveda, lahko rečemo po eni strani, omrežja, tehnologija, in to je tisto, kar pač nekako nam postavi neko ogrodje, na katerem lahko gradimo. Postavi nam neko primerno okolje za razvoj, za inovacije. Ne smemo pa pozabiti še na tisti del, kjer govorimo o kompetencah, o znanjih. Tukaj pa je ključno, da znamo na teh orodjih, na tej tehnologiji postaviti znanje, uporabiti to znanje primerno. Zagotovo veliko zdaj v zadnjem času seveda govorimo in poudarjamo pojem digitalnih kompetenc, ker namreč v digitalnem zdaj obdobju ali pa digitalizacija in podobno, veliko tudi govorimo o digitalnem razkoraku. In ne smemo si dovoliti, da bodo naši državljani, prebivalci Republike Slovenije v nekem trenutku ostali izločeni brez, ali zaradi tega, ker nimajo dostopa do tehnologije, ali zaradi tega, ker nimajo primernih znanj, ker nimajo veščin, ker nimajo kompetenc, da bi sploh lahko uporabljali recimo takšna orodja, storitve in podobno. Tako da absolutno se strinjam, da gre za neko novo vrsto družbene infrastrukture, ki je izjemno pomembna, in zato tudi nekako ideja tega ministrstva novega v nastajanju je ta horizontala. Veliko govorimo o horizontali, pomeni, da ne gre za en resor, ampak nekako po vseh resorjih je pomembna digitalna preobrazba. In povsod v vsakem delu življenja našega lahko spremljamo to digitalno preobrazbo in jo nujno potrebujemo v vseh vidikih.
Gospod Židan, že cel dan govorimo o vrhunskih dosežkih slovenskih raziskovalcev, govorimo o znanstvenikih, govorimo o zdravnikih, govorimo tudi o pacientih, o poslovnežih. Vi predstavljate politiko, zdaj vsak zase je ne samo dober, lahko je vrhunski, ampak če niso usklajeni, ne delujejo dobro. Recimo temu orkester, kdo dirigira?
Jaz imam še eno podvprašanje, kje pa je ekosistem, da se posamezniki počutijo znotraj tega udobno.
Da.
In prejšnji teden, ko smo se pogovarjali, gospod Gregor, ste me v bistvu spodbudili, ne, in jaz sem takrat upravil kar nekaj pogovorov, dodatnih pogovorov z slovenskimi raziskovalnimi inštitucijami, ki se kitijo s tem, da so dobre na področju biotehnologije. Seveda kot član Ministrstva za gospodarstvo pa mi ni dalo miru in sem upravil kar nekaj pogovorov tudi z gospodarskimi združenji, ker me je zanimalo, kje pa najdem vaš ekosistem. Ne? Torej, zato, ker v bistvu, če hočete, da je neko področje dosti uspešno, pa le mora znati tudi samo jasno definirati prvič, kaj je cilj in kaj pričakuje od sogovornika, ker vsak posameznik tega v bistvu tudi, če ve, njegova pogajalska moč je drugačna, kakor če področje kot celota pride z enoglasno zahtevo. Tukaj sem ugotovil, da seveda nekaj korakov še pred nami. Saj posamezni predstavniki pomembnih inštitutov, recimo malo prej, preden sem prišel sem se pogovarjal z vodstvo NIBA, torej tudi ene inštitucije, ki je silno znana, ne, in so bili takoj, so mi začevali naštevati vse ostale inštitucije, ki so prav tako zelo dobre, kar bi bilo super. Ko sem se pogovarjal sedaj na zadnje pa z vodstvom Gospodarske zbornice Slovenije, pa smo skupaj iskali, kje pa ste skriti znotraj gospodarstva, da smo locirali tako, da nismo 100% locirali, torej tukaj bo treba narediti še več. Kako si mi kot recimo tisti del, ki predstavljamo vlado, predstavljamo, da bomo področja skupaj določili, ker za to se gre, ne? Jaz upam, da to ne bo odločitev politike.
Hvala za ta odgovor, zaradi tega, ker se mi zdi, da dejansko odraža tisto, kar naj bi politika na koncu bila, prisluhniti mora ljudem. Tako da hvala, ker ste nam tudi naložili odgovornost ekosistemu. Jasno sporočilo je, da bomo poskusili zadevo zapeljati skozi COBIK, zato je tudi ime te konference takšno. Ne, da je zdaj COBIK izbran, gre za to, da je to prvi poskus. Včasih je treba narediti, lahko da uspe, lahko da je to korak v stran, ampak to bo prvi korak. Tako da ta konferenca je en od dveh ciljev te konference, vzpostaviti ekosistem, prepeljati te raznotere igralce tudi, ker ne verjamemo, da gre samo za odlične znanstvenike, gre še za marsikaj drugega, gre za tiste ljudi, ki bi nekdo rekel, se te pa niso uporabni, zaradi tega, ker ne znajo toliko kot jaz. Ja, potem šteje samo Jarala, pa Ravnikar, pa mogoče Mateja Urlep, potem že jaz nimam več nobene vloge, ne? Če se malo pošalim. Naslednje vprašanje. Umetna inteligenca je danes skoraj na nivoju čudeža, čeprav subjektivno se mi zdi včasih, da je to malo tudi igra, teater, ampak to je čisto osebna oznaka, pa vendarle zelo koristna. In trdim, da ne moramo v odprto bitko z Googlom, Amazonom, Microsoftom v splošni rabi umetne inteligence, ampak da imamo več možnosti, če si izberemo specializirano nišo. In zdaj pogovarjala sva se o izjemnem bogatstvu, ki ga imamo v registru raka. Malo ljudi ve, v tej dvorani veliko ljudi ve, ampak drugače, da je register raka slovenski en najboljših na svetu, da je pri 15,000 pacientih na leto, da je podatkovnih točk, ki jih naberemo na enem pacientu, tukaj me boste popravili, če se motim, iz pogovora z nekaterimi od vas, to izhaja 300 do 400 podatkovnih točk, ki se potem še nabirajo. Zdaj pa skozi leta v bistvu to že pomeni neko bazo podatkov. A je to dovolj, da začnemo z AI-em na raku?
Ja. Seveda. Takole bom rekla, se absolutno strinjam s kolego Židanom, da mi moramo najti našo nišo, moramo najti tisto, v čemer smo dobri, ne samo dobri, v čemer smo najboljši. In jaz velikokrat poudarjam, da eno izmed področij pa je res umetna inteligenca. V najnem pogovoru sem vam omenila, da seveda se lahko pač pohvalimo, da Slovenija ima v Evropi največje število raziskovalcev na področju umetne inteligence glede na število prebivalcev. Torej, to ni zanemarljivo. Ogromno znanja imamo, so seveda osnova vedno tudi za uporabo algoritmov strojnega učenja, kakorkoli pač na to gledamo, seveda so podatki. In ko ste mi omenili tudi to bazo podatkov, sem rekla, zakaj pa tega že ne delamo. Ne? Torej, Pa seveda so zagotovo projekti, pa zagotovo so različne aktivnosti na tem področju, ampak jaz bi rada izpostavila še eno zadevo. Država mora aktivno pristopiti tem zadevam. Eno je, da ne bo država tista, ki bo usmerjala in ki bo določala neposredno, da bo prisluhnila, ampak država mora biti aktivna, mora celovito zastaviti zadeve, mora celovito pogledati, kaj lahko naredimo, da spodbudimo nadaljnji razvoj. Eno je, da se zavedamo, da smo izjemni na področju, na znanstvenem področju, na področju torej raziskav z področja umetne inteligence in na področju medicine. Drugo pa je, da seveda kot država smo že nekako naredili ta korak, da smo pripravili tudi nacionalni program umetne inteligence, ker želimo spodbuditi te aktivnosti. Ne želimo, da to ostane na nivoju raziskav, ne želimo, da ostane zgolj v nekem znanstvenem svetu. Velikokrat govorimo o tem, super je to, odlični smo, vrhunske raziskovalce imamo, ko pa se vprašamo, koliko pa je tega v uporabi, dejansko preneseno v naš sistem, tam pa se pač malo začnemo pogledovati v stilu, kdo bi pa zdaj to moral narediti. In tu jaz vidim nalogo tudi države, tudi našo nalogo, da spodbudimo ta del. In imamo tudi in finančna sredstva predvidena, da spodbujamo ta prenos raziskav, tega znanja v rešitve in dejansko uporabo. Seveda imamo veliko korakov še za postoriti tudi na tem, da ko se omeni umetna inteligenca, da se ljudje ne prestrašijo, da izobrazimo tudi končne uporabnike, da ni samo strah od zadaj, ampak da pogledamo, kje je tista prednost, ki jo lahko imamo, kaj v našem zdravstvenem sistemu nam lahko, pri čem nam lahko pripomore ta umetna inteligenca in vsi procesi, ki jih lahko dejansko, zdaj lahko govorimo o preobrazbi našega zdravstvenega sistema. In jaz mislim, da ta trenutek, ko govorimo toliko o digitalizaciji, digitalni preobrazbi, moramo uporabiti ta nekako zagon, ki ga imamo in vsi nekako polagamo upe v digitalizacijo, mogoče ravno iz tega razloga, da se vidijo konkretni premiki v praksi, da se dejansko vidi, kje lahko, nam lahko v vsakdanjem življenju pomagajo algoritmi umetne inteligence na koncu.
No, hvala. Gospod Židan, zjutraj smo imeli okroglo mizo o ekosistemih in pogovor se je začel na ta način, da pa se mi imamo ekosistem, na kar smo to zadevo mačken challengirali in smo rekli, oprostite, nimamo ekosistema. Lahko ga sicer imenujemo, lahko se je sam rodil, je samoroden, ampak ena stvar, ki definitivno manjka, so investitorji. Zdaj pa imamo nekatere uspešne podjetnike, ki so naredili pač zelo veliko denarja, pa mogoče kapital odnesli v Cipr ali pa kam drugam. Smo imeli pa zjutraj tudi Blaža Zupana tukaj iz ekonomske fakultete, ki je povedal, da ima praktično vse nabrano za tretjo veliko slovensko tovarno, se pravi, radi bi proizvajali zdravila, podobno kot Krka in Lek, in da v tem trenutku išče približno polovico od skupne vrednosti projekta 55 milijonov evrov. Vendar v pogovorih dve stvari bom povedal. Ena je, da v pogovorih z ljudmi, ki imajo denar, ker imamo take ljudi v Sloveniji, je njihov pogum na ravni hobi investitorstva, skratka zelo majhni zneski, ali druga stvar, da ga bolje razumejo ljudje, ki so naredili industrijske obrate, kot pa ljudje, ki se pravzaprav ukvarjajo s stroko, z zdravili. Se pravi, ti, ki imajo proizvodnjo, si bom zmislil, tukaj res si bom zmislil, ker nimam te informacije, verjetno taki dela tovarno malih gospodinskih aparatov v Mozirah, kako se že imenuje, boljše razume kot pa nekdo iz Krke, če se malo pošalim. Zdaj, a manjka pogum, ali je problem davčno okolje, ali je problem stvari, ki jih ne moramo premakniti, ampak se mi zdi, da so stvari, ki jih lahko premaknemo. Konec koncev, kapital, ki je šel na Cipr, se v končni fazi lahko v enem trenutku vrne nazaj, da ne bomo direkt o ljudeh, ki so šli tja.
A lahko nekaj kljub vsemu na prejšnjo temo spregovorim?
Ja, probite, poskuste.
Ja, prej, ko ste govorili in je gospa državna tako zelo lepo govorila o algoritmih, sem se spomnil ene svoje izkušnje, ko sem nedosti nazaj obiskal eno vrhunskih evropskih inštitucij, ki se ukvarja z vprašanji rakavih bolezni in vsem, kaj je s tem povezano. Sveda bil sem tam in so se zelo hvalili, kaj počno, in potem pa tako malo zviška, ko včasih Slovence pogledajo ali našo državo, kaj pa vi počnete. In potem sem si vzel čas in sem jim opisal 3 naše presejalne programe z algoritmi, ki so v ozadju in z celotnim potekom do tega, da se pride do biološkega zdravila. Ampak čisto po algoritmu. In ko sem na koncu govoril že o 3. veji, je bilo prav videti, da ne verjamejo, ker so mislili, da je to znanstvena fantastika. Ampak mi to vse počnemo, ampak ne samo, da počnemo, imamo odzadaj silne baze podatkov, ki so iz enega poizkusa doktorice, ki je to dejansko pripeljala v Slovenijo, naredili resen projekt, ki bi ga Slovenija brez problema tržila v dosti bolj bogate države. Ampak tega ne počnemo, ker nam včasih nekoliko manjka ekonomskega poguma. Ampak to je resen sistem z algoritmi v ozadju, ki deluje in imamo neverjetno znanje in vseh podatkov verjetno nimamo še na moderni način obdelanih. Kar se pa tiče dostopa do denarja, to pa velja, da Slovenija ob vseh plusih, največji minus pri nas je dostop do virov za financiranje. Enostavno tega v Sloveniji nimamo. Kakor da smo obtičali 50 let nazaj pri klasičnem bančništvu, posodim ti denar, ko dokažeš, da ga ne potrebuješ in pika. In mi smo tam obtičali. In vse ostalo, kar je dobrega, se mi zdi, najde tudi prostor v Sloveniji, medtem ko moderni način investiranja, tudi tuji moderni skladi, ki so v bistvu podporno okolje za pogumne ideje, tega pa se na Sloveniji na veliko izognejo. Jaz sem se z nekaterimi tudi pogovarjal in argument, ki mi ga dajo, je večinoma naša majhnost. Enostavno tisti veliki skladi, ki želijo priti, tako da z svojim ministrom, našim ministrom Matjažem Hanom smo se o tem dosti pogovarjali in če nam bo uspelo vsaj enega od teh specializiranih ustanov, ker to so specializirane ustanove, ki gredo v tveganje, ker pač imajo algoritme v ozadju izračunane, da pripeljemo v Slovenijo, bomo nekaj velikega naredili. In to je to, da mladi ljudje, pa manj mladi ljudje, ki imajo čudovite ideje, ki pa jih je potrebno testirati v realnem okolju, ob zavedanju, da nekatere bodo uspele, nekatere pa tudi ne. V Sloveniji možnosti razen tako, da se z njimi poigravajo z vsotami 100 000 evrov nimajo. In tu priznam, tudi kot politik priznam, da to področje, ki ga moramo urediti, v tem trenutku pa smo v tem področju prešibki. Ampak ne vem, kaj je čist razlog. Ko vse ostalo nam večinoma uspe, tega pa nam še ni uspelo pripeljati.
Mislim, da bi bilo potrebno zelo daleč nazaj v zgodovino Slovencev. In to me vodi k naslednjemu vprašanju za dr. Mišalič Latifič. A smo Slovenci ponosni sami nase? Sprašujem vas iz tega stališča, ker je nivo samokritičnosti v tej deželi res visok. In a se znamo pohvaliti, a bi nas vi kot Slovenka, nas Slovence, v čem pohvalili?
Ja, jaz bom tako rekla, samokritičnostjo nič ni narobe. Jaz bi rekla, da nas samokritičnost pelje v odličnost in zato smo vrhunski na tistih področjih, kjer nas lahko izpostavimo. In jaz pač se vedno vračam na znanstveno, na raziskovalno področje, seveda športu, kulturi, marsikje smo vrhunski. In verjetno tudi izhaja iz te samokritičnosti, ker si želimo biti še boljši. Želimo tekmovati na koncu koncev z najboljšimi. Pa pravimo, ja, pa mogoče smo premajhni, ampak ne, na marsikaterem področju zmoremo. Tako da jaz mislim, da smo na dobri poti. Zdaj sicer je res, da je treba pač nekako vse to skupaj povezati v eno celoto, da bo na vseh področjih funkcioniralo. In jaz bi rekla, da smo se pa naučili tudi pohvaliti. Mislim, da v zadnjih letih se tudi to kaže. Imamo vedno več tudi teh nekih izborov, kjer pač pohvalimo, ne vem, najboljšega, ne vem, najboljše podjetje, najboljše socialno podjetje, najboljše, ne vem, na konca, evo, sem jaz dobila, da sem inženerka leta, ne, pa to ne pomeni, da sem najboljša inženerka, ne, ampak neka vrsta priznanja, da mogoče pa lahko opogumim koga za ta poklic, da se loti te poklicne poti. Tako da mislim, da se tudi učimo tega, da znamo prepoznati te vrhunske dosežke Ampak zame še vedno najbolj pomembno ravno to, ne, da imamo dovolj te samokritike, ki nas spodbudi, da dosežemo nekaj več.
Ja, zdaj bom jaz vas pohvalil, ne, zaradi tega, ker ste nekaj, kar sem jaz prezentiral kot hibo, v trenutku obrnili v prednost. Tako da toliko, kar se pohvale tiče. Ampak se strinjam s tem, kar ste povedali. Jaz mislim, da se gradi vsaj čutiti je nek moment, no, da vendarle mogoče nismo na točki, ki rečemo, vse je slabo, pa še slabše bo, pa se smo navajeni tega. Ne. Zdaj pa gremo že proti zadnjemu vprašanju. Gospod Židan, a se znate naročiti na zdravstveno storitev za e-napotnico?
Nažalost sem se moral tudi to naučiti. In to je sistem, ki je vsaj takrat, ko sem se jaz moral naročiti, zelo dobro deloval. Mi je omogočilo, da po Sloveniji pogledam, kje so najkrajše čakalne vrste, in še nekaj mi je omogočilo, da sam po neki presoji, ki ni zelo strokovna, ampak po imenu ustanove, tudi se sam odločim, kamor se najavim. Torej ne neko, ki ima mogoče malo sumljivo ime, ampak neko, ki ima ugledno ime, kar se tiče ustanove. Tako da to je sistem, ki je vsaj pred 1 letom in pol, ko sem ga uporabljal, deloval.
Dobro.
Upam, da tudi sedaj še deluje. A je to podvprašanje?
To je bilo vprašanje. V redu je. Še dr. Mišalič Latifič, kako se bomo še ostali naučili uporabljati e-zdravje, uporabljati tudi sodobne poti e-uprava. Marsikdaj ugotavljamo, da veliko stvari je, kar se sploh ne zavedamo, da so. En od vidikov, jaz kot, če sem fizik, ki je celo življenje delal v marketingu in res našel sem se v zdravstvu, tako da samo zdravstvo delam. In moja konkurenčna prednost v pogovoru z vsemi vami je, da pač vem, kako je treba nagovoriti človeka. Znam narediti v slogane, spraviti zadeve in tako naprej, ampak izobraževati pa ne bom rekel, da znam. Ne? Se pravi, kako nas boste naučili, ker to je vaša skrb, ne?
Res je ena izmed naših prioritet, jer dejansko v bistvu vse digitalne javne storitve, ki so na voljo, jih nekako v bistvu približa državljanom, približa prebivalcem Republike Slovenije. Ogromno je storitev na voljo, marsikdo se sploh ne zaveda, kaj vse lahko naredi, kaj je vse ponujeno kot e-storitev. In mi že v naslednjem letu imamo predvidene številne projekte, številne aktivnosti na področju izobraževanja oziroma usposabljanj za različne ciljne skupine. Seveda ne moremo enako naslavljati mladostnikov, kot bomo naslavljali, ne vem, populacijo aktivnih zaposlenih, starejših mogoče ali pa upokojencev in podobno. Torej za ciljne skupine pripravljamo ciljna izobraževanja, da približamo te storitve, namreč seveda mladi nekako odraščajo z tehnologijo, odraščajo s temi uporabo različnih orodij, bi rekli temu, ne, in nimajo tega strahu. Pri starejših je strah prisoten. Zavedajo se, da se morajo prilagoditi temu, zavedajo se, da mora začeti uporabljati storitve, digitalne storitve, vendar strah je tisti, ki je velikokrat močnejši. In tukaj moramo tudi narediti ta preboj, plus da moramo pač pokazati, kaj je vse tisto, kar nam uporaba takšnih storitev prinaša, kakšne koristi posameznik ima, ker bo uporabil, tako kot je kolega Židan slikovito opisal, kaj je lahko ugotovil pri e-napotnici, ne, in na kak način je lahko izvedel naročanje na določeno storitev. Tako da to so vse zadeve, ki jih moramo pokazati različnim ciljnim skupinam in doseči to, da bomo v čim večjem številu začeli uporabljati dejansko digitalne storitve. Pa mogoče bi se samo navezala, ker mislim, da v enem trenutku kolega Židan rekel, žal sem se mogel prilagoditi temu, ali žal sem se moral lotiti tega, ne. To si vsak misli prvič, ko se loti tega, ne. Vsak pomisli na tisto, joj, kaj mi je tega zdaj treba, ne.
Ko moraš to izkoristiti, nisi čisto zdrav, to je žal.
Aha, v tem smislu žal, aha, dobro. Jaz pa sem šla iz onega stališča, da veliko ljudi dejansko iz mogoče nekega nelagodja, nepoznavanja storitev se loti tega pa reče, joj, zdaj pa me silijo, da moram to narediti. Ne? Ravno to, moramo pa pokazati, kaj so tiste prednosti, ki jih to prinaša uporaba takšnih storitev.
Hvala. Oba državna sekretarja vabim, da prisluhneta še Maji Tomanič-Vidovič, ki bo naredila zaključke konference. Potem pa vsem, da namenite še par minut, da vas lahko kdo za rokav pocuka, ker ste iskani, tako in drugače. Lepo me zelo veseli, ker ste rekli, da ste govorili z različnimi inštitucijami, da čutite, da prihaja do nekega usklajevanja, da ne govorijo vsi samo o sebi, jaz sem to razumel. Pa vendar tukaj je nekaj ljudi, ki bi mogoče tudi kakšno stvar še vprašali. Aha, nekaj bo vprašanj. A sprejmemo še kakšno vprašanje? Ja? No pa dajmo. Mikrofoni prihajajo.
Hvala, jaz imam samo en komentar.
A se predstavite?
Se upravičujem, Boštjan Čeh iz podjetja Labena. Jaz sem bil 9 let v Londonu in sem dosti delal tudi z kolegi iz London Business School, pa imam en komentar, ki se tiče v bistvu, zakaj je premalo pritoka tveganega kapitala pa kapitala nasploh v Slovenijo. Sigurno vem iz pogovorov, da to ni iz razloga majhnosti. Imamo primere držav, kot so recimo Malta pa Islandija, tudi zunaj Evropske unije, seveda, ki pritegnejo tvegan kapital. Problem je predvsem zakonodajni. Če dam en primer, recimo, to pomeni investicije tveganega kapitala v podjetje, so blazno rizične v Sloveniji, ker je vprašanje, kako se bo tak kapital povrnil. Obstojajo inštrumenti, kot so recimo opcije, ali pa recimo različni leveli delnic, s katerimi lahko tvegan kapital vlaga. To je en problem. Drug problem je recimo tudi to, da zaposleni, če dobijo nek odstotek podjetja, s tem pritegnemo zaposleni v podjetja, so zato v bistvu kaznovani na nek način v Sloveniji. Morajo plačati davek na odstotek, ki se ga pridobilo v podjetju, ob tem, da likvidnostno od tega nič nimajo. To so samo eni primeri, ki sem jih zdaj naštel. Pa tudi grejo tudi še v bolj, bom rekel, praktične zadeve, kot so trajanje ustanavljanja podjetja, davčna številka, notarske overitve, ki jih je potrebno za to pridobiti, so take, da vsi obupajo, preden sploh sem pridejo.
A je možna replika?
Sveda.
Zaželena.
Jaz pa samo prosim, dajte se oglasiti pri meni na ministrstvo. Jaz vodim tudi strateški svet za korporativno upravljanje, pa gremo skozi. Če bomo 3-4 zakonodajne probleme rešila, imate na svoji strani.
Ok. Branko?
Brane Huč iz Lenisa. Na isto temo, mogoče malo z drugega kota, ne? Pa bom danes uporabil te 3 stvari, ki so bile že rečene. Ne? Se rekel, gospod je rekel, ja, lažje me nekdo razume iz druge branže kot iz farmacije. Seveda, ker mi v farmaciji se zavedamo tveganja, ki so pri taki veliki investiciji. Ne? Zdaj, če mogoče moj pogled o majhnosti je mogoče malo drugačen, pa komplementaren od kolega, namreč zakaj? Spet je nekdo danes rekel, prvi izdelek, s katerim prideš na trg, te mora biti sram za njega. V velikih državah imaš možnost na svojem domačem trgu, s tem ekosistemom, s podporo države, ta izdelek izboljšati. Pri nas pa nimaš kaj dosti boljšanja izdelka, ne, moraš zelo hitro iti ven je pa drago iti. In marsikdo potem to je predrago, da bi si lahko privoščil. Ne? In potem je return on investment je slabši. To je moj pogled.
Ja, tudi, prosim.
Zdaj, ko sem jaz govoril o majhnosti, mogoče samo da argumentiram, da ne bom strašno čudaško izpadel. Jaz sem se pač pogovarjal z nekaj mladimi, ki so pač na koncu vir financiranja poiskali in ga tudi našli zunaj. Ne? In glavno, kar jim je bilo, kakor so meni povedali, ne, s tem, da zakonodajo bom pa šla midva skupaj skozi, ne, je bilo, da v bistvu v Sloveniji so imeli opravka za ponudniki, kjer so vrteli vse možne argumente, pa nemožne argumente, vse mogočna dokazila na ravni nepomembnih vsot, 100 000 evrov in podobno.
Ja.
In da enostavno stanje noro, ne? Da zunaj so se o tovrstnih zadevah z približno podobnimi argumenti pa pogovarjali o vsebinskih vsotah, da lahko svoj projekt izpeljajo. In da je to bil glavni razlog, da so rekli, da se ne gredo tega v Sloveniji, hočejo iti ven, ker se ne bo kdo z njimi ukvarjal, ki v resnici sploh svojega denarja nima na razpolago. Ampak pravim, bomo naprej skupaj šli.
Mene vse skupaj, če smem jaz še eno misel povedati, spominjam malo na kvadraturo kroga, ne? Pa mogoče čist v luči tega, da je nekako prišlo do tega, da imamo tukaj COBIK, ki spominja na kocko, ne, cube, ne, pa imamo kubo, ki na kocko spominja, pa pol je nastal še tale kocka tukaj, ne. Zdaj pa ene težave, ki smo jih reševali sicer malo časa zdaj, ki smo morali konferenco zorganizirali, so bile tudi tako kvadratura kroga, ne, kako spraviti zadeve skupaj, ne. In zdi se mi, da ne gre za to, da pristanemo na kompromise, se pravi, jaz imam manj, ti imaš manj za to, da greva skozi, ne, ampak v bistvu moramo rešiti problem na način, da je hkrati volk sit, pa tudi koza cela, ne. Se pravi, v resnici je ideja, da volk ne poje koze, ne, in tam je rešitev, ne. In zdaj, če se malo pač pošalim, ne, premalo smo govorili za moj pojem, prosim, Maja bo zdaj prišla, ne, za menoj, ne, o leadershipu, ne. Ena stvar, ki danes nisem povedal, zdaj glede na to, da se zdravstvom kot opazovalec ukvarjam, nisem zdravnik, nisem biotehnolog, nisem raziskovalec, nisem zdravstveni delavec, sem fizik, ki je zašel v marketing. Zadnjič sva z enim kolegom si ogledovala, kaj je dobro v slovenskem zdravstvu. In v slovenskem zdravstvu so ene stvari blesteče. In za vsako teh stvari, register raka je blesteča zadeva, diabetes tipe 1, dr. Batelino, blesteča zadeva, smrtnost dojenčkov najnižja na svetu in tako naprej. Za vsakim od teh področji sva lahko naštela liderja, enega človeka, vam lahko z imeni vam lahko povem, kdo je zaslužen za vsako od teh področji. Če hočemo premakniti zadeve naprej, jih ne bo premaknila masa ljudi, ampak jih bo premaknil, premakniti omenimo hokejiste, ki jih je samo 300, pa so bili v četrtfinalu olimpijskih iger. Samo 300 jih je. Košarkašev nas je več. Pustimo, da imamo Lukata Dončića, ampak je okoli enega liderja se ogromen energije generira, pa ta lider mora biti tak, da sprejema, ne da razkomovči vse ostale in reče, jaz sem boljši takrat, ko vas vse premagam, ne ravno obratno. Jaz sem najboljši takrat, ko me vsi mene sprejmete, a ne. Tako da Mateja je povedala, ko narediš nekaj narobe, samo liderju glava pade in je prav tako. Ko je pa prav, je pa ekipa zmagala in Luka Dončić, oprostite, nikoli po porazu ne reče, ekipa je bila kriva, pa ne, ko je poraz, reče, jaz sem kriv. Ko zmagajo, skupaj smo zmagali. In en delček te miselnosti je prepoznati v različnih vladah, ne bi rad se sploh levo-desno nagibal, ampak ko se to pojavi, ko se pojavi ta ideja, da gremo skupaj kot tim, ampak tvegamo kot posameznik, pa ne za svojo slavo, ampak zato, da bo celo ekipo potegnili naprej, takrat nam gre boljše. Toliko o tej kvadraturi kroga. Jaz bi s tem povabil Majo, da naredi zaključek konference. Vseeno vaju prosim še za par minut, siguren bo kdo, ki vaju bo hotel pocukati za rokav. Hvala lepa.
Okay, I will be really very, very brief because I know you all are already tired and are waiting for the end of this long day. But what to say at the end of this day? So I think we all agree that today's program was inspiring and knowledgeable and thus gave us an important insight what we are doing here in Slovenia, what are going on the European level, what is going on also on the global level. We heard good practices from Cuba. And I'm not an expert on biopharmacy too, I'm an economist and I'm coming from the financial institution. So, but I'm here as a national institution for creating the ecosystems. Okay, let's say like that. So we hear a lot of things today. We try to create this ecosystem, but of course it's not enough. We need the partners, strong partners in that ecosystem to build or to go further. And as was mentioned before, many partners are needed here, policymakers, but I think that policymakers hear us. They want to change something. They want to improve many ecosystems, also in biopharmacy, because this is one of the most important one in Slovenian economy. So we need policymakers, we need research institutions, we need knowledge institutions, and of course the companies at the end, and all of you have to work in hand. And we will go on further with our activities under the UNIDO support, with our activities under the Slovenian-Cuban biopharmacy cluster. At the end of this year, this virtual cluster will start to work, but it is just the beginning of this story. This is maybe the testing model, how can we connect two very distant countries, but it is just the model that could be replicated in many other countries, so with many other partners. So all of you who are interested are invited to come together and to cooperate in this cluster. Also other countries will be invited, so that this cluster will really become an international cluster, global cluster, not only among EU countries, but among other countries. And we believe that something we can do together. But as Mateja Urlep said in the morning, it's the interaction is needed, not only the cooperation, but interaction. So we need to interact in the future too, and everybody has to put themselves into these activities. Whatever we do, without the energy, without this interest, we cannot make steps further. So I believe that we show that something can be done, that this kind of events are very valuable and welcome, but not only the events, this should become an interaction among all of us. So thank you for this day, and let's stay connected.